Look, no sound for sound for Kornacki would be normal, but no sound for me is actually a problem. Thanks for letting me know, chatters. Thanks for letting me know, and thanks and no thanks to you, Twitch chatters. No thanks to you at all. You're like, oh yeah, no, a silent stream. That does sound like something Irene would want to do. But yeah, the YouTube chatters, you had my back. You had my back when yeah, fuck. I just gave you a really good intro too. All right, so just to intro this again, it's a nail biter, right? We're doing election coverage before the main coverage. Hi everyone, I'm Irene. I'll be hosting the stream tonight because Irene is still getting ready, still making coffee, still trying to get like less, ridiculously sweaty. No, I was one of the YouTube people, says Rave. I wasn't leading you wrong. I wasn't totally fine with the silence. But anyway, so yeah, this is a closer than expected matchup tonight between Francesca Hong, the insurgent candidate, one of the furthest left candidates we've seen so far, and definitely someone after their failure to take out Abdul El Sayed, that the establishment is looking to, make a trophy of, make an example of, right? To try to turn back this narrative that they are phlegmatic and lethargic and losers and on the way out, and that the Democratic Socialists are the wave of the future. That either the Democratic Party is going to become more like them, or that I don't know, the DSA could one day become its own thing. Anyway, so yeah, we're in the middle of this narrative that people are fighting about, and in an election that has favored a outsider, and that is Francesca Hong. Never let anyone convince you differently, because I feel like a lot of the narrative pushing back on her is trying to recast her as some kind of, I don't know, I guess intellectual establishment, trying to place her in quote unquote the faculty lounge. That I believe that was a Neera Tanden tweet. Meaning that she is a college professor, which is a bad thing, right? Because the Democratic Party has kind of given itself over to the anti-intellectualism that the Republicans have seeded. And for that reason, yeah, terrible dump just now. Well, we need to turn this on pretty soon. I gave you a really good intro. Unfortunately, you didn't hear it because your ears were not attuned to the sound of my mic on mute. I need to intro this for you, though. So the narrative of this campaign has been thus. Francesca Hong has emerged as a leader, mainly on an issue that no one is talking about because everyone's obsessed with Thanksgiving. Will Thanksgiving be canceled? We got to vote against Francesca Hong to save your turkey, to save your gravy, right? She's going to cancel Thanksgiving. This evil foreign woman is coming for your giblets, I guess. And we've had a clown car in terms of the establishment candidates. There's been too many of them, and that's actually been a problem for them. So they did finally attempt to consolidate around one candidate. I think it was Roy's, but don't quote me on that because there's like 1 million people running in this race, right? Crowley had dropped out. Crowley was doing badly, and the candidate that they attempted to consolidate around did even worse. So Francesca Hong, looked to be the prohibitive favorite at that point, right? For that reason, they've brought back Crowley. They've decided, okay, Crowley's the only person that can win that. He did a Ross Perot. He dropped out and then he dropped back in. Although, unlike Ross Perot, it's looking like Crowley may be more than a spoiler for this one, as it's too close to call right now, but he's doing better than expected. And in fact, right now ahead statewide by 0.5 percentage. So yeah, he does have the lead, and he is at this moment the favorite, and in no small way due to due to the commercials that have blanketed the airwaves. Both moral panicking about the Thanksgiving thing, and also implying that Francesca Hong has no chance in beating the Republican candidate for governor, and that this is a vote for any Democrat that you could to win. It's got to be Crowley. So that's the way that the consolidation cookie is crumbling right now. They're trying to consolidate behind Crowley, and they've done a little bit better than expected in that with those ads. Yeah. She had no ads on the airwaves, assuming that her candidates were to come from colleges, people that do not watch television, and that there was no purpose for really buying TV ads, and she could concentrate everything on the ground game, the grassroots, and new media, right? That may have been a mistake because it's allowed Crowley to buy up the ads. If you buy ads, even if you don't think your voters are there, you are also denying ad time to your opponent. So, that is one thing that she might have been able to do better. But really, so far, my takeaway from this is that you got to stick to the issues. Francesca had a good issue, a great issue. The reason that she is the front runner is not because Wisconsinites are some kind of, outlier as being, super far left or anything. It's not because, her, standpoints, are all popular. It's because of one particular stand that she took on data centers that literally nobody else would embrace. Everyone else was leaning into the, or at least, trying not to get in the bullseye of the data centers, right? She actually spoke out against data centers. That's what had her winning. In this last week, it's become a lot more about Thanksgiving and a lot less about data centers. So yeah, I would say that like at a time when somebody tries to change the issue to being some quirk of your personality or some quirk of your campaign, something that you said in the past, for left-wing insurgent candidates, you got to bring it back to the kitchen table issues. You got to bring it back to, yes, if you're Abdul El-Sayed, Israel, and you got to bring it back if you're Francesca Hong to data centers. Anyway, let's turn on Kornacki because I can't really get ready while I am talking. I'm going to be listening along on my headphones here, and I will pop in if anything comes up that I feel like I need to comment on. But let's, Dane County is... she's up and okay. He's just clicking around.
There's still some more here, but again, she's there's still some more in Eau Claire. She can get some there. She's been leading in Kenosha. I don't know. It's vote by mail. That's what's left here. We've certainly seen the experience has been in other states that the sort of the DSA vote, the very sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. But we got vote by mail. We got vote by mail left in Milwaukee. We're at 3/4 of the vote statewide. Crowley 27-10 is his margin. Let me look at it this way.
Okay, so the vote by mail thing, he didn't actually get that out because his mind is in a million different places, but I think I know what he's trying to say. In most states, the vote by mail is the older people. The day of, we're talking about Democrat primaries here, chat, just for Democrat primaries. The day of is, going to tend to skew young because younger voters, put the, they leave it up to the last minute, I guess is the thought. This is going to be different, though, because during a lot of the vote by mail period, David Crowley was not running. He was not in the election. During some of it, the attempt to consolidate around a candidate was around another candidate. And, there were even people that have dropped out like Mandela Barnes that might pick up some of the vote by mail vote, which actually, kind of helps her. So that's what Kornacki's trying to say.
Be higher than this in these places. That has been a trend we've been seeing tonight, but that's our current thinking in those places. We also think a little bit less, but we think there's 8,000 left right there in Waukesha County. And where else do we have? Columbia's got, we think there's like 6,500 votes that are left. That's not a good, it's too fat. And then it just small places. So what do we think of how that vote is going to break of what's left? In Columbia County, right now, maybe see how much vote is in so far. It's only a scattering of precincts, but Crowley is doing well in those few precincts. But we'll see. I think this is likely to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Okay, there's 6,500 votes right there. This is interesting because did anything else come in Winnebago, Adam, or just those few precincts?
Not in Winnebago. We got Polk and La Crosse came in where Hong nets a couple votes.
Only a couple in La Crosse?
80.
Okay. What's the expected vote in? How much of La Crosse is in now?
La Crosse, we have about 2 precincts remaining in our estimate.
Okay. Yeah. Boy, that vote by mail in Green Bay, that vote by mail in Milwaukee, because on paper these are. If you told me there were just, we didn't have that wrinkle, we would say, with that vote by mail being from a time when Crowley was just, not much of a factor. Not all of this in Brown County's vote by mail Green Bay, but that would be. I would be a little more emphatic now about saying what's left is more favorable to Crowley than Hong. That said, even with those questions, there has been. Well, let's see the rest of Winnebago, because if Winnebago's a surprise, I think things that Hong is looking for right now are for. I don't think it's going to look anything like this, but I think this is a surprise, and I think if Winnebago looks like, this, right, and she could net something like 1,500 votes out of it, right, that'd be a surprise. But going into that, it would have been a surprise. But that's something I think she'd be looking for right now, and we just keep saying it, broken record, but big numbers and more votes out of Dane, and we have seen that before. Whereas we get later and later into the night, we do find out that the turnout was even higher still than we imagined. It's a possibility. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. But I think that's something Hong's folks are looking for right now, because there are just, if I look at where Crowley is putting up his best numbers right now, I'm just looking through places where he's running. There's a couple places, Manitowoc County. There's still a lot of vote to come. He's running 20 points ahead of Hong. 15. Sheboygan, we say there's a lot left. He's running 15. Places like this. There's a fair number of places. This is a more dramatic example, but there's a fair number. I think there's a breadth of places like. Oh, what just came in? More Dane?
Brown.
Oh, okay. Wow. What the heck just came in Brown? Which was that? That was huge for her.
Yeah, so that was about 18,000 votes, and she nets 2,000.
Question: was that that wasn't central count, was it?
It's possible. There's no remaining vote in Brown according to our counter. I'll check the website.
I said I want percent more, but now I do, because if that was central count, what was his percentage of that vote?
Let's take a look.
If this was central count, this is the question we're getting at from Milwaukee. If he just got buried in central count Green Bay,
it was 44-34. Hong over Crowley.
Okay, yeah. Can we ask our decision desk what we think that was that just?
Yep.
And do we think there's central count left for Green Bay? Wow, that's.
The decision desk also flags that the expected vote in Milwaukee County has been raised by 16,000 votes.
Oh, wow. So remember, this thing was up at 88 once, came down to 80, went back. So it makes me more and more, this thing makes me, pardon me for a second, I just gotta. Okay.
The Brown website says unofficial results final, and they have 101 precincts, their total precincts reporting. So
okay, so I think we've got central count. I would just love to know if that was the central count number that came in. Well, you said it was 44-33. 77 and 75. It's not that the number of non Hong Crowley votes is not higher there than it is overall. But yeah, was that like the city of Green Bay, or was that like Central County? I think that would be, if we could find that out, would be great. So Crowley's lead with that is slashed down to 1,300. But you see what I'm getting at, right? Because it's like there is now going to be more vote here, election day, which is going to be more total vote here than we thought. So it just keeps going up. Milwaukee's been raised now to 150,000. Milwaukee County has been raised to 150,000 expected vote. I can tell you, at the start of the night, that was much, much lower. And now it's just south of the Dane number. The Dane number is sitting at about 157 right now. But again, I'm wondering if that could still go up as well. Those are now the only two counties left in Wisconsin where currently there's more than 10,000 votes expected left. Nope, I said that wrong. There's also Winnebago. Yeah, Winnebago, which, okay, so we're starting to get a little bit more here. Remember that first, this is just precincts, that's why. That first update was Hong by 26, now it's down to 11. So just let's let this one fill in a little bit. But it's a huge, in the scheme of things, it's a huge piece of real estate. But we did just get some more, something else just came in that was friendly to Crowley.
Yeah, Marinette County.
Yeah.
1,200 votes, and he wins about 300.
And it must have been that update from Winnebago must have come in too. But yeah, again, these are just the small, demographically small counties that, there's still half the vote to come here. These just add up to, it just seems that there are concentrated places where Hong keeps being able to make pretty big dents in one fell swoop into the number, right? A big update for her out of Brown County, a big update for her out of Dane County, a big update for her maybe out of La Crosse County. It just seems like clearly, as you could see on the map, just by the distribution of the Crowley support here, there are more places where far more places where he's able to do what he just did here in Marinette County. Right? We saw him do it. We were talking about Iowa County a minute ago. There's a lot of places like this. We saw it in Crawford, not as much, but and it just, so she takes one fell swoop, and then he sort of brings it back up with the Marinette counties of the world, the Iowa counties, and then it just comes down again. Where did it just come down?
Marathon County.
Okay.
4,300 votes.
Yep.
Hong wins 1,906, and Crowley gets 1,400.
Okay. And this is a good, this is one I think on paper Crowley probably wanted to win. This is a good number. This ends up being a good number for
Mandela Barnes coming back from the dead.
I say there's more breadth to his, but there are.
Yeah, you're seeing large numbers of votes for candidates that are no longer running.
She's just doing it
and that's good for Hong.
Towns.
Oh my God.
The youngest places,
He's up by less than 2,000.
This would be Bellwether, and she's winning it. We thought Kenosha beat Bellwether, and she's winning it. So.
Okay, well, it's always good to get bellwethers, but yeah, there's weird results, right? You can't really count on bellwether. Like, there's just so much weirdness in the results so far. I would not hang my hats.
Are left here. Is it really only 13,000?
All right, Chad. Am I ready to stake the stage?
The city of Madison.
I think so.
It is true, though, that, we've been at this. Oh, Only an hour 51. But we started at 7 with South Carolina. That's why it feels longer. I don't think, maybe outside of the very first report, she's ever actually tipped this thing over, right?
Right.
You know,
He means the second report. The first report
that
had
might be the thing that's
Crowley
kind of,
up.
77% of the vote counted statewide, and you know, she, as I say, she gets these big updates. You know, a couple of them have been in surprising places, and I think the Madison number, you know, honestly, going into the night, you would have thought this number was a lot better for her. It still could get better. So I think there's
no blast off tweet, no thumbnail, no anything.
in this, I think,
No anything so far.
than that 92% suggests. So sitting 1382. Let me just.
Who are we hoping for? Oh my gosh, I didn't realize I needed to go.
Boy, this turned into quite a. I said no, we're not going to.
Okay, Kornacki, I'll tell you in a second, Omega.
We do.
But I got to be able to mute him. He looks like he's
We're
gonna
hopeful
bring
that,
out something
that
big,
Milwaukee
maybe.
Central count update. Hopefully they beat some of their past history in terms of
Oh
reporting
yeah,
time.
is there? Yeah, has Decision Desk said anything about, or our reporter? I know we have some reporters there, right? Like.
We're trying to track down timing. That's the best I got for you right now.
Okay.
All right, he's got nothing. Let me mute him. So anyway, I got a question of like, who the fuck are we even for? What is this? What are we looking at? Okay, so Francesca Hong is a surprising insurgent DSA candidate that was just beating the socks off of a clown car of DNC supported establishment candidates in the polls. Now, as we found out from Michigan, the polls don't always matter, especially when you've got an enormous ad buy against you. And as far as the numbers of ads, right, the ratio is against Francesca Hong more than it was against Abdul El Sayed, which was crazy with all the AIPAC and the other money that came in. But yeah, she has made a conscious decision, from what I've heard, not to advertise on television, that her voters are going to be reachable with new media. Her voters are going to be reachable through the ground game. And that's been her strategy. That's been what she's counted on. And it's worked out pretty good for her early on. Now, once the establishment caught up and saw that she looked to be the prohibitive favorite, they kind of freaked out, right? And this is when Crowley, the guy that is up right now by a few thousand votes on her, this is when Crowley dropped out. Crowley was not performing that well, so they had him drop out. They tried to consolidate, I believe, behind Roy. I believe Roy was their great hope, and that didn't work out very well. So then at the very last minute, the second last minute, right, they all try to consolidate around Crowley. Crowley drops back in. And yeah, I mean, he's been out of the race, you know, while vote by mail was going on. So just a simple explanation, Francesca Hong is a DSA-backed candidate. She is one of the furthest left candidates we've seen so far. Some of that has become a scandal, a controversy for her. For instance, her, you know, just making a note when she's talking about Thanksgiving dinner of like, hey, some people, you know, Thanksgiving is kind of not a great thing for, and they've taken this as meaning that she's coming for your turkey, she's coming for your cranberry sauce, she's coming for your giblets, right? She's gonna kick you in the giblets. She's like, right? I don't know. They've tried to make this Thanksgiving thing into a big issue, even though it's not even an issue that she's running on. What are the issues, though? What is the issue that's gotten this candidate, Francesca Hong, you know, put her in the lead for most of the race over a ton of establishment candidates? Well, Frank, basically, it's data centers, right? She's come out strong against data centers. And that is an issue that's resonating with Wisconsin voters. That is an issue, frankly, chat, that she should be trying to get back to, because talking about all this stuff and the biggest, you know, the biggest factor, I would say, so far in, you know, in what we're seeing right now, which is a little bit of a flip from what we're looking at in the polls, right? The biggest factor against her so far is the perception that she is too far to the left, that she's out of touch with people, that she is, according to Neera Tanden, was this Axelrod or Neera Tanden? I think it was actually Axelrod. According to David Axelrod, a faculty lounge candidate, meaning that she talks too much about intersectionality and lived experience and woke things, right? And not enough about, things that people relate to. But, it's the last gasp of the establishment and of the data companies and of the data center people, right? Because this is a nightmare for them. And this is what you got to do when they come in with this big attack on you. This is what Abdul Al-Sayed did somewhat successfully. When they come in with the attack on you, you've got to push back by saying, this is the data center people. They want data centers. I'm going to get rid of them. They can't stand me, right? You've got to say, I welcome their hatred. They are unanimous in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. You got to do that shit. And I don't know if she's been quite as successful as Sayed. But again, the night is somewhat young, and we've got more to go. Let me turn Kornacki back on and see exactly what's going on. Is that the another drop? Oh no, another drop. Big dumps.
Yeah, you're right. Those seem to be like.
Come on, Kornacki, dead air.
And we have just been sort of. Dane seems to have really slowed down, but this one is. Boy, whatever comes next here.
AP has Hong down by under 200.
We're at 90. And
Direful saying 444. Narwhal saying less than 150 behind.
Update.
Yeah.
She nets
less than 150.
And that might bring us to all in.
We're getting a little glimpse of some of the other clown car candidates.
Keep you up.
And again, chat, I mean, this is the big story overall on the race is the Democratic Party is not doing well, right? And I'm not even saying as far as like I don't like their ideology, I don't like how sold out they are. I'm talking about the energy of the party, the competence of the party, right? You know how you beat Francesca Hong? You choose one candidate, right? This is the Democratic Party used to be good about party discipline, right? And not that that's necessarily a good thing. I would like to see competitive primaries, right? But they're good. They're usually good about like consolidating around one candidate. They didn't do this here. So looks like Kornacki's got him up by 427.
Because I think we're also getting to the point here where this might,
Oh shit! I didn't realize I'm still Irene.
We're saying.
Do I? Oh, I
Might
do.
not be resolved tonight.
Oh God! Oh God! Are we doing this again?
Trailing candidate may request one.
Does this feel like
vote margin is less than a percentage point in races where more?
Does this feel like deja vu?
That's from Associated Press.
Okay, well, certainly more than 4,000 votes are cast.
I'm gonna put my hair up
of a point right now.
here.
I don't know.
Oh my
whoever
God!
Ends up on the short end here if they'd want to pursue a recount, but that also might be a question for our decision desk. What's the procedure on calling if there is a
All right.
potential recount? If it falls in a threshold where a recount is permissible, does that affect?
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is election night.
I don't think our decision
August 11th.
will get ahead of
2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the decision desk at Sumeru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body.
The numbers here.
Like a ghost in a half shell in this late stage hypercapitalist dystopia.
Our current estimate from the
Say it, Kornacki, say it.
by far the most. Well,
Say it.
we think right now. that
Say
there's
it.
172,000 votes left statewide.
Okay.
We think that 38,000 of them come from Milwaukee County. Okay. We think that 16,000 come from Winnebago County. That's 54. We think 13 come from Dane. We think 7 come from Waukesha. And we think 6,000.
We can't see him right now because I'm trying to do my intro, Rave, and he's interrupting me. What a dickhead.
Right? And
Don't take his side.
Those are the only ones with more than 5,000 votes, we think, left. 38, 54, 67, 80. That accounts for 86,000. Yeah, I mean, that accounts for exactly half of the remaining vote. Exactly half of the remaining vote in the state comes from those places. Then it's just much more kind of, it's scattered. In those places that are left, right, what can we say about advantage for who? Sheboygan, I think clearly advantage Crowley. Waukesha, advantage Crowley. Milwaukee County, they've been running even, pretty much even, but, and so there is still some of that vote left that looks like it's kind of a wash, but a big chunk of the...
I'm pausing his ass, and we'll put him on fast forward. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it. Yes, that's right, chat. We're going to get back to Kornacki here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high on high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. And that's still Irene. God damn it. I didn't mean to... I meant to do this. There we go. Put him on. Play. Come on. Play.
This
Raleigh.
is that central count we're talking about, and we just don't know what to make of that. We think
the central count
Columbia,
is deep and mysterious.
Columbia, I would think it's advantage Crowley. Okay, then Madison, advantage Hong. Winnebago, I think we can now say advantage Hong. She's overperformed in this part of the state, right?
Crazy.
So counties totaling 29,000 remaining votes, I'd say advantage Hong. 13 counties totaling about 20,000, I would say, of the big, we'll call it the big six. I would say are advantage Crowley. And that big puzzle there of Milwaukee, I just don't know what to make of it. It could just be a wash. But, there's the possibility that central count, goes south for Crowley. That's the risk for him there in Milwaukee County. So it's 886 votes statewide for Crowley right now. Now I'm just looking myself. We went to the six that account for half of it. I'm just looking for the kind of the next rung under that to see what's if anything kind of jumps out. Let me do it this way. Hong's best.
Dead air, Crowley.
She could get.
Dead air.
Yeah. There's still maybe some votes left in Eau Claire, where she just poured it on in that last update. There are still votes left in Portage. That's another. Yeah, well, it's only 20.
Eric Adams is selling data centers to Wisconsin.
I sent you an update as well.
Okay. Crowley leads. Also, Rock County, where Janesville is, Crowley's got an advantage. There's about 3,000 votes left right there.
So yeah, Shiloh, Milwaukee should go to Crowley. That's his town, right? Madison is kind of the college town, and there's a few other counties that are going to be heavily youth vote. But yeah, Milwaukee should be for him. The thing is, we've done a little bit of a juxtaposition.
Yeah, we got Crowley favorable updates in Sheboygan, Grant, and Barron, and then we just got a Hong favorable update in Rock.
In Rock, and that took us to 95% in Rock. Is that right? Let's take a look.
Take a look.
Yeah, we may be done here.
They still show 2 precincts reporting.
Okay.
Missing.
And it was only a small amount there in Sheboygan, huh? So there's still a lot to come there. Just that the amount left.
Sheboygan's always been a funny word.
That's such a Crowley-friendly place. Holy cow.
Like in an monopoetic sense.
Still just sitting there at 5%. So 1,000. Oh, he just got another 124. Where did it come from?
We just got a Milwaukee update.
Is that what it was?
That was not it, but I think we just got it.
Is this vertical material? It would be.
Votes. So I don't think that was our central.
It was pretty even.
He wins 38, 32. Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
She gets 38% of the vote. He gets 32%.
What was the raw
It's about
vote?
500 net votes for her.
Hold on. Did we? Oh, wow. That literally. Okay. Yeah. Because this was. Okay.
Yeah. That's why I said
Yeah. I see. Okay. Yeah. So there,
Mike Lindell looks to be losing
in Milwaukee.
in the Republican Minnesota. Klobuchar's locked it up for the Democrats.
Central count left. Turns out much more turnout than we had expected. And look at that. the first update we get from it is very friendly to Hong. She cuts it to 500.
The expected remaining vote in Milwaukee now again is 28,000, and that's right about where we have our central count Milwaukee absentee.
I'm not falling for this trap again. I'm not falling for this one.
Again that's the remaining update there, but we'll see.
16, 13, geez, yeah. And I see 152. We should, show folks. Sorry.
Trying to kill processes, chat.
We now have about 152,000.
Oh my God, what's going on? What's going on? No.
Left, we think, statewide, with an expected turnout of about 800,000. Couple counties, we still have a scattering we haven't heard from at all, but they're small. Greene County is the biggest with no vote. What do we think is gonna, how many votes do we think are there? Hang on a minute. 35, 40, okay, now that's interesting. 4,600 votes, no votes in Greene County. I think that's gonna be, in the context of this, I think Crowley's gonna probably do pretty well there. That's a bigger piece of real estate, 4,600, that's right there. Where else do we have? We have nothing yet. Let's see. We think 3,000, we got nothing in Pierce, is that right? We got nothing in Pierce yet. That's an interesting one.
Okay, so he's just looking for filling time, things to fill the time with to speculate on. So we can. So yeah, I had a question. Should this be on vertical look? It normally would. The problem is that I started early, which means that I'm not entirely ready. The thumbnail that you're seeing right now is a thumbnail for this election monitoring kind of thing. Yeah, you got in the stream so fast you forgot to like. It's the thing is I need to make a Destiny thumbnail, right? Because we're doing Destiny tonight, Destiny versus Destiny, Destiny of old versus Destiny of new, and this kind of new discovery that has been made that well, it's not a new discovery, it's a resurfacing of old information that people had just forgotten about, that Destiny's already excused and agreed with Hasan's take on 9/11 and a lot of other things. Same thing for Asmongold, same thing for Ethan Klein, right? These are bad faith assholes, petty narcissists who changed their position on a big controversy, depending on whether the controversy was a controversy of their friend or the controversy is now a controversy of their foe. So we'll be looking at the Destiny of yore versus the current Destiny and see how they disagree. See how Destiny's takes back in the day. I mean, look, I've always told you this, that when I came on the scene, he was not regarded as a quasi right winger. He was not regarded as a centrist. He was, kind of just seen as a necessary actor on the stage in terms of his ability to win debates, right? That even if you didn't agree with Destiny on things, or you thought he was kind of conservative, the value of his ability, it's a lovely thumbnail, I thank you. The value of his ability to debate was greater than the liability of his kind of more reactionary takes, which were less common, were less known, were less emphasized by him. And he wasn't yet he hadn't yet fully pivoted against Hasan and against the left. Although that was on the that was on the plate. That was on the plate. Like secretly, they wanted to shiv everyone to the right, to the left of Destiny, right? It was actually while I was starting to, I'm looking and seeing, wait, just went down. Okay. I'm gonna make sure that I can see everything that's on this Kornacki cam here. including the it looks like we're missing a piece right down here. There we go. That's what we need to be able to see. I swear to God, it's like my okay, right there. It feels like my it feels like the window, the Chrome window that you're looking at, or the tab, that like it changes sizes. It shouldn't change sizes. It should stay the same size. I don't know why it would change sizes, but I am objectively having to readjust the thing. Peggy Flanagan faring well thus far. Nice. Various says he was like a lib or progressive. Yeah, he was known as a progressive when I got into this, which generally I don't have problems with progressives. There's a lot of people out there that I am to the left of that I feel like I can talk to, that I feel like I'm on the same team as, and just like if my favorite left-wing candidate does not win in a primary, and the center candidate is running against a MAGA candidate, I'm going to vote against MAGA, and Pisco, for example, is going to vote for a candidate that's a little too far to the left for his liking over an election denier, like the candidate that Hong would be up against, or any of these guys, or sorry, not any of these guys, Hong or Crowley will be up against in the general election for Wisconsin, right? That's the kind of person I can deal with, the kind of person that I'm not constantly having to watch because they're trying to stab my back, right? That's what was going on, not just with Destiny, but with a lot of Twitch poll. Destiny and his allies, some of whom are his enemies now, like when it comes to people like Doobie, the weird Nazi frog guy. Let's turn the volume back on, see what's going on.
Yeah, we got another update in Iowa and Marquette.
How did Iowa break?
Iowa County, I think.
Votes,
That's what they're saying.
118, Hong 64.
And then Marquette was what?
Crowley nets about 62 votes.
Yeah, just that. Okay. And our 142,000 left. And nothing update-wise, timing-wise, from our friends at the Central Count facility?
No updates right now.
Okay. Try to get a handle on this.
So yeah, chat, we're gonna have old Destiny versus new Destiny, old Ethan versus new Ethan,
like
and even old Asmongold versus new Asmongold tonight.
We've kind
So
of
stick
narrowed it.
around
We
for
kinda know
that.
the places we're looking for here, and we're just waiting for, we're just waiting for the next thing to tick in. We're looking for Milwaukee. We're looking for Winnebago. We're still, Dane was coming fast and furious there for a while. Did we just get another?
Vernon County was the most recent update, 992 votes. Hong wins 522, Crowley 280.
You can see that
Driftless. That's,
you can see the difference, like just
our thing says 141.
going up and down.
Let's just wait for the next update together. I mean, there's, we're all
Okay, well, we can do that, Steve.
we're all looking for the same things here. We're all
looking for the same things. That's right. Well, look, what I was looking to do was to come on early, give you a little bit of this coverage, because it seems like people appreciated the Winnebago is your county, says stop the stupidity. Yeah, people appreciated it when I came on to do a little bit of the rundown, a little bit of the situation monitoring. a little bit of the Kornacki cam with you during the Abdul El Sayed versus Haley Stevens race, which was a nail biter that we had to just agree to pivot away from. Central count. It's all about the central count. I'm so confused. I'm so confused when he says central count. Like, what? Anybody want to like? Are we talking about a central, like a region of Milwaukee, a part of town? Like, is there like a city center that is that what central count is? The count for central? Is there like a central district like there is in Seattle? Is that the idea? I'm not, because it sounds pretty. I don't. It sounds pretty wild. It sounds like something that would be, a 70s thing. In fact, something about Wisconsin, just like, for me, it feels like the 70s. I wasn't around for the 70s, but like I feel like, oh, you know what it is? I probably have seen like reruns of Laverne and Shirley, which took place, I believe, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And so when my only frame of reference for Wisconsin is a rerun from the 70s. I think it's from the 70s. Winnebago plus Dane right now, equal in size. Oh my god, the count keeps on going up and down. Some sort of central voting authority mechanism? Yeah, absentee ballots. Wait, central count is absentee ballots? Why don't they just call it that? You are spiritually from the 70s? Spiritually from the 60s. Watching this mat has made me clench my muscles. Oh, okay, and my butthole. I was gonna wait, but what about the butthole, Max Danger? That's what everybody wants to know. What about the butthole? Is the butthole clenched? Because this is definitely a good night for butthole clenchers. Right, nail biters and butthole clenchers in the house tonight. But the central count is the absentee ballots just for Milwaukee? Why do they call it the central count? Is there like just maybe there's a place where they count all the absentee ballots and they call it's like the central. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, unexpected kegels tonight for sure. Yeah, just to confuse me. Well, if you think I'm confused, right? Kornacki's losing his shit over here. In the Abdul El Sayed race, he spilled water on his computer. It's where the central vampire? Wait, what's the central vampire? Oh, because the count, count, I was about to say succula. It's not, it's count, what's the actual name of the count from the count that counts? The only count that counts, the only count we care about. What's the name? What's the actual, like, he's just the count on Sesame Street? Is his name just the count? He doesn't have like he's not like count something or other. It's definitely not succula. I don't think they would allow that on Sesame Street, but there should be a count succula. 404 Karnacki not found. I'm from Waterloo. That's where vampires live. He is the count, the only count ever. Yeah, like I was saying, the only count that counts. The only count that truly counts. It's just the count. He's not like count numbers or something. There's no little silly joke there. There's several drag queens named Count Succula. Count Numbular. Anyway, I gotta get hydrated so that I'm ready to go. I still have to make a thumbnail. Somebody said I should put this on. I should put this on. We should go live on what's it called? Verticals. We would be significantly splitting up the chat if we did that, because some people always go over to vertical and some people stay here. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to do a. Here, maybe I'll put this on here too. I don't know if this is. Oh, the things that sucks with this is you'll only see part of the screen. Let's turn him back on.
For that. Okay, Hong just took the lead.
Yes!
What would tell us about the update?
Are you fucking serious?
6,000 new votes.
Are you fucking
Hong wins
serious?
50% of them, and Crowley gets 33%.
Oh.
Gives the raw vote?
Yes, 6,200.
Chat, that means 17% of people
3,089
threw their votes away.
2,054.
17%.
She won it by 1,000. She won it by 1035. She won the update by 1035.
She won the update. She won the update
of 254 for the first time tonight, I believe.
Thank
Francesca
fucking God! At
in the
last.
statewide tally. That is now with
At last.
83% of the vote in statewide.
Look at that, Chad. It's
Take the
Dusty.
lead. It is 254 votes. That update from Dane, you said was how many votes?
6,000, and there was another 700 from Portage as well.
700 from Portage.
Anyway.
She won the Portage update?
Yes.
What'd she
We'll
win
get
the
to
Portage
Destiny
update by?
in a second.
385 votes for her and 185 for Crowley.
Okay, and I'm also seeing something else significant here. This update just came in from Dane. It was very big for Hong. It looks like as that happened, we increased the remaining vote in Dane.
Oh, God. So increasing the vote is like, it's a good thing or it's possibly a bad thing. We actually don't
We
know.
were looking at, before
I'll
this
explain
update came
when he
in,
shuts up.
we were looking at, remember we were saying 13,000 remaining votes in Dane.
Yeah.
So that update was 6,000. So you would think it knocks it down to 7. We now have a remaining vote in Dane of 15,000.
I'm looking at the Dane County website in the most, as of right now, and there could be a pending update that
I thought that was in.
hit her system.
Oh.
But they say 274.
Oh. Okay, I see what you're saying, Drea. Yeah, that is confusing.
270, say again?
274 of 281. So they have 7 precincts remaining.
Right, and we're trying to just gauge how many votes are in those precincts.
Yes,
and
yes.
it seems like
That's
it may be-
those
So
are
here's the deal. There's an expected number of votes in a precinct, right?
This is what I just feel like I've seen this in Dane before.
There's the average number of votes that come in from a region,
Might
right?
be seeing it again here.
People move in, people move out, they make a projection.
It turns out
We're
it turns
expecting
out there's more than you expected.
80,000 votes from this
That
county.
much higher.
Okay?
And that is such a huge, if that is the case, that is such a huge thing for Hong. Because again, I think we're now expecting
Okay.
there to be
So,
what just happened.
And Steve, we just got an update in
Oh my
Hennepin County,
God!
too, in Minnesota.
oh my
So let's,
God. Wait, Minnesota. Minnesota.
so
What's going on?
maybe
Oh my God.
call there.
I'm this is what happens. We get so locked in. But folks, this is in Minnesota tonight. This closely watched, and there it is. Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor, NBC News projects will win
Flanagan!
the Democratic nomination for the United States Senate in Minnesota. She defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, and she will advance to the general election to face former broadcaster Michelle Tafoya, who
my
easily
God.
won the Republican
For Fox? Who is she from?
nomination tonight. Again,
Tafoya. Anybody know
watch race
what's
here.
Tafoya from?
Flanagan certainly running on.
They don't
the
even
left
have
here.
a picture of Kurt
Representing a
Anderson.
more, competitive congressional district in the Twin Cities area, seen as the more moderate centrist candidate in this race, but an emphatic victory, it appears, for Flanagan here in this United States Senate race. I say closely watched. Unfortunately, we didn't watch much of it tonight because we've been busy in Wisconsin. But by the way, we said we had low expectations for Minnesota in terms of the timing.
I was really not expecting a call from them first, but
If I put this down to like 720, will it be less?
expecting a call from them first, but
No.
pleasantly surprised that we got that in.
No, and it just, instead of jumping between them, I've been locked in on this from the start.
Locked in.
From the word go has been
Let's go.
puzzle.
I'm sorry. I love Kornacki
5
using the
Francesca Hong
younger
leads
terminology
David
than
Crowley by
than his age group.
right now. Okay, I still do need to.
Yes, and they're ready. They're ready. for
Okay.
you.
Okay, I mean, if you don't mind, just leave it right on this screen, and I'll be right back.
Oh
You're free to-
God.
Yeah, but I'll be
Oh
super quick.
God. 295? Oh no. Oh no. I thought she was up by more than that. What the fuck? Mike Lindell losing tonight to Demuth. Have not followed this one that much. I thought Mike Lindell was gonna. Why is everything fucked? Go piss, girl? No, I'm not waiting to piss. I'm waiting to. Anyway, we can mute this. Oh wait, we really should mute this because I never know with this music if it's copyrighted. You know, because they could license stuff, right? It could be they can use it, but I can't if it's licensed. But anyway, there is the some more of the results and stuff. No, I don't actually need to pee. That's not my issue. My issue is I need to make a thumbnail, right? There's just like I came on, I started the stream before I was ready, because all this stuff was going, and I was like, I could just have Irene in the corner and be, you know, getting stuff ready, making stuff, and then when I hear something just happen, I come in and say a few words on it. Needs to piss. Oh, he needs to piss. He's the girl that needs to go piss. Oh my God, I don't like it, chat. That's like 200 and something votes. That's like that's 270. I don't know. 30. You have a notification off. Oh, I do. What? That's crazy. Oh, no wonder shit was fucked up. Oh my God, chat. No wonder shit was fucked up yesterday. I haven't even started the timer yet. Notifications. Where do they live? UT9. UT9 notifications, chat. I'm speaking Thai at you. YouTube members. We need YouTube notifications though. New YouTube chat. But what about the notifications? YouTube alerts is, I believe, what I'm looking for. Twitch alerts. YouTube alerts. Wow. Mattis, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Dainty23, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. If the vote count is increasing, it's huge for Hong. It could be. Let me tell you why I'm not sure about that. Maxbox NC, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. BB Adgley, 44, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, Davy, you're probably right, but let me tell you about the other scenario. Julium9379, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Ray Diesel 7, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Also, Narwhal, thank you for letting me know my YouTube alerts were off. I totally forgot about that. We turned them off yesterday. Sittin' Kitten, what a great name. That's what I feel like a Sittin' Kitten right now. You just got weaseled, and that's a 178. No. It's the number go up. Number go up. Number go up. Number not go down. Number go up. Heavy Cream, you just got weaseled, and that's a Heavy Cream. Let's you know. I could use some Heavy Cream right about now. Camel Pack, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Let me drink some more of this coffee here. I'm dealing with light cream, and I thought about like just blending my coffee with some coconut, like meat, for the thick cream. Michaela, Alex, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. All right, there we go. There we go. So yeah, oh my God, I've got so much to put together that normally is done by the time that I go to stream, including this Destiny thumbnail right here. So we finally found out, what does Dusty eat? And the answer is L's. He eats L's. And Wick, what does he eat? He eats L's. So who do we have to thank for all this weaseling That would be Stop the Stupidity. Stop the Stupidity. Thank you for getting us started there. Off to a good start at 30 out of here. Let's put Kornacki back on, see if anything is happening. No, he's just in the background. He's just there in the back. He's doing his own Irene stream, I think. He needs a ping tuber, chat. He needs a ping to put in the corner. It's back down. Yeah, I saw that. It's down to like 100 and something. All right, let's Kornacki. Why is it when they zoom in, that's when we
okay? Wow. So we start with this. Catch my breath. Crowley retakes the lead statewide. Does it on the strength of this? Partly on the strength of this. Winnebago County, where we've been saying in the Bow counties here, Hong has been exceeding expectations, running so well, right? She won Brown County, Green Bay. She's winning Outagamie County, Appleton. Why wouldn't she then in Winnebago County, Oshkosh? Why wouldn't the same thing happen? Well, okay, Crowley has the lead here. The thing that we just saw, though, in Brown County, of course, was it was at the very end that Green Bay came in. Is Oshkosh coming in at the end in Winnebago County?
Oshkosh being the big population center.
That's the question that emerges. But for Crowley, because we see it in Madison too. But before you do that, Adam, was it where else came in? I do feel like he got something else here. No.
Richland just came in, 445 votes. Crowley 193, Hong 156.
Okay, that was it. Okay, so it really was on the strength of what we just saw in Winnebago. I'm sorry, I had to do that. I'm sorry. It's just no good time. Okay, Adam is just going to check on that, but that leaves we think now. We still think, I'm just checking in here, that we still think 13,000 votes to come in Winnebago County. We still think 15,000 votes to come in Dane. And then this is it. This is central count. Okay? Get familiar with that term. If you're watching this, you already are familiar with that term, I bet. But that.
No, explain it. Explain it, asshole.
Could be the decisive moment in this thing. That is City of Milwaukee. That's the that's the vote by mail that all gets reported out at once. Adam said they've already begun the procession there. A reporter on site, good reporter on site, saying maybe as early as midnight. We know these estimates can be a little optimistic, but I suspect you want to say sometime in the hour would be
I think that's
maybe
reasonable.
It's midnight. Maybe it's midnight. Could be. Who am I to say? All these expectations have been upended. Something else just came in for Crowley.
Oh my God.
So Green Lake was the biggest update.
We had no votes from there, yeah.
Yeah. Crowley wins 673, Hong 492.
Yep.
We also got a Forest update. Mm-hmm. Crowley 293, Hong 231. Mm-hmm. And we got another Winnebago update.
Yeah.
439 votes. Crowley gets 210 to Hong's 124.
So, yeah, I'd love to know if this is so many puzzles with these numbers that they come in, because, just when we think we got a sense of this sort of Fox Valley here, Crowley is putting up incredible numbers in Winnebago County. But we thought he was putting up pretty good numbers in Brown County, where Green Bay was, and then all of a sudden at the end of the Brown County count, they gave us Green Bay, and Green Bay was a disaster for him.
We got a Sheboygan update.
Fantastic. Now that must be good for Crowley. No, it was.
What?
All the expectations are getting confounded. It wasn't good for him, was it?
Okay, so here
he nets
Phil,
votes.
give me a chance.
He only nets at like 50 votes. It was 2,357 votes, 989 to 928.
Okay, so you just went up again. Something else.
Racine.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 519.
Yep.
Hong gets 413. Those were the latest two updates.
So he's pushed his lead back over 1,100. A single tenth of a point, but okay. Now I'm going to ask you. Here's what I see. Can you maybe ask our friends at the decision desk?
Yeah.
I now see a Milwaukee County expected vote that is yet higher.
Yeah.
You see it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
And our
Please
total
give me a
expected vote for the
chance.
state also higher.
Please give me a
okay,
chance to
wow. Yeah,
explain this.
remember
God damn.
30 minutes ago when I said for the first time we had adjusted our expected vote. Why do I say that when I always see this, I feel, in Dane County. We're also seeing it in Milwaukee County, where, again, we keep finding out that turnout is higher.
So the higher turnout.
114,000 is our new expected vote for this primary. And I keep asking you questions, Adam. I just don't have the ticker that gives me county by county what came in. And it looks like he just got another significant, in context of this, significant.
Yeah. Update. Is this Vilas County?
Yeah, okay. I think there was no vote there before. Right, that was one where we had like no vote earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but we talked about this with like the small counties adding up in a close race like this, because there's, he's winning more counties than her. A lot of them are real small, but anywhere where there's not really, I think, maybe the pattern here, it's kind of like, where is there a population center, right? In these counties that don't really have a big any kind of meaningful population center, he wins by a couple hundred votes. Just a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, and then he's able to take. Remember, Hong had moved ahead, and there's basically been like a net change here of about 2,000 votes since then that put Crowley back in front, with a very interesting development there in Winnebago County that I'm trying to understand, because, if what happened in Brown, this could just be the setup for what happened in Brown happening here. Or is Crowley doing essentially unexpectedly well here? Is what we're trying to figure out. But yeah, to put this in some context too, just how high these turnouts are. Do I have it in front of me here? I mean, I think we're getting fringe like presidential primary level with this turnout. I think they had like 900,000 for the Biden-Sanders primary. Does that sound right?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, they're at, and the expected here is 814. Okay. So we said we think 38,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Remember, I say these are moving targets. And if you are watching closely, that is higher than we said a little while ago. Dane, 15, okay? Winnebago, 12,000. That's unclear. Let me reset this. Let me just do 12,000, 15,000, 38,000, okay? Those are the only three counties with more than 10,000 votes left. Only one more county has more than 5,000 votes left. It's right here, Columbia County, that has 6,000 votes left. Everything else that's out in the state has fewer than 5,000 votes left. Now, in a context of a race this close, every little thing matters, as we're seeing. As Crowley, more than Hong, Crowley is collecting these little updates from a broad cross-section of the state, right? So Hong needs places that have population centers, it seems. She, I think, can look forward with great optimism to whatever it is that remains in Madison. If that ever gets reported out, I feel like they have just been sitting on this number for a long time there now.
Steve?
Yeah.
I do have an update for you out of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So there are 9 municipalities that report their absentee ballots at the central location. Mm-hmm. 4 of them have reported. So it's Milwaukee and 4 other municipalities that will be kind of, I think that accounts for the updated vote. We know the Milwaukee's somewhere around 28,000. Right. And there's 10,000 more outside of that. And I think that, some of these other municipalities account for that.
Or central count. Or just municipalities we don't have any votes from.
It's their absentee ballots at the central location And again, 4 of those counties have reported. So we have gotten some of those mixed in already, but 4 of them still have outstanding.
Wait, but no, I understand. So there are 9 municipalities in Milwaukee County that use central count for their absentee and for their early.
Yep.
You're saying we've got is our decision desk saying that they think this 38,000 is all coming out of central count?
28,000 central count from Milwaukee.
From Milwaukee, but is the other 10 central count for other cities?
Yes.
So it is all coming out of central count?
Yes.
Right. I mean, so okay, it's all absentee, is what I'm saying.
I think that's right. Yes.
Okay, that's the. I mean, that's. Can we just double check on that, because that's so important, because if we're looking at nearly 40,000 votes that are absentee or early, you know what I'm saying, right? How many of those votes were cast in July? How many of those votes were cast for Mandela Barnes, for Sarah Rodriguez? How many of those votes were cast when Crowley looked like he was going to be an afterthought in this campaign? If you're Crowley, like, he has the advantage, and he's building it in these small places right now. He has the advantage in the tally right now, is what I'm trying to say. But Hong has a big bunch of votes, I think, from you saw what those Dane updates can do. She can get a couple more of those. She may be able to get, I'm very suspicious that what happened in Brown is going to happen in Winnebago. Okay, so between 15,000 votes in Dane and potentially a repeat of what happened in Brown happening in Dane, that could get her, that could erase a lot of that. Then, if there's nearly 40,000 votes just sitting there that were cast at like the lowest moment, they weren't all cast in July. They were not all cast in July, but how many of them were? And does that take a batch of votes from a place that Crowley's doing pretty well in, that's his home base? And does that end up making him underperform with it? And I truly have no idea what to expect with this. It's just, I think if you remember at the start of the night, we said if the stop Hong forces get close but just miss, would it be because of all of the votes that were cast in that, vote by mail? When Mandela Barnes dropped out, which I think was July 30th, I think they were like one day into early voting. So it's a little bit of early voting and a lot of mail. All cast when no voter thought this was a two-way race between Crowley and Hong. And this batch of votes is going to test if that could end up testing whether that makes the difference here. Now, Hong has to get in front. Well, doesn't have to get in front first, because again, if this batch of votes were really bad for Crowley, Hong might do better than him with it. Or maybe it's less of an issue than I'm talking it up to be, and it's quite fine for Crowley. It's a huge unknown.
Andrew at the decision desk was looking at the question that you posed earlier about those Milwaukee County votes. He thinks, so all the places that are listed as having outstanding vote on the website, the municipalities, have reported election day vote. So what is outstanding would be the absentee and early vote. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Count.
Okay.
I see something just came in that was about 300 votes positive for Hong. What was it?
That was Pierce.
Okay. Yes. That just, you got to love, a primary night like this. It's just confounds. Is that the proper use? Confounds your expectations?
Yeah.
I shouldn't try to sound smart, but like I would have looked at this and said, this is Crowley country tonight.
Yeah.
And she wins St. Croix, and this is what I'm saying there. I think it's population centers to some degree.
Yeah.
Minneapolis.
Oh my God.
But yeah, Pierce and St. Croix, I would have put firmly in the Crowley category, and Hong wins them both. And cuts that margin to 1375.
I am waiting for a chance to wait.
Are
we even up on this?
We're down to about 120,000 votes, we think, left statewide, give or take.
Oh my God, what happened?
It's been a lot of votes tonight. And 120, look, a third of of what we think is left statewide is central count is absentee from Milwaukee. 28,000 of it, about 2/3 of this is the city of Milwaukee, and then there's, I can give you the full list here. Fox Point, Franklin, Milwaukee, Oak Creek, Shorewood, South Milwaukee, Wauwatosa, Greendale, West Allis. Those are the communities in Milwaukee County that send their absentee vote to the central count facility. And the 38,000 remaining there come from the city of Milwaukee and a few others. We're not sure which, but the city of Milwaukee is one of them.
We think it's Wauwatosa, West Allis, Oak Creek, South Milwaukee, and Milwaukee.
We did know. Okay, so there you go. It's so a third of the remaining vote is, and it's in that. Gosh, if you like a mystery, if you like I mean, what do you make of that vote? What do you think it is? You're watching this as closely as I am. What do you think that's going to look like? He just got Crowley just got something huge. What was it?
We got a Milwaukee update.
Oh my goodness! What do we get?
We got 4,500 votes. Crowley gets 2,556. Hong gets 1,568.
Is this being reported out from central count?
Let me see what. Yes. So now Oak Creek, Wauwatosa, West Allis, and South Milwaukee all reported. So then Milwaukee is still just the remaining.
That was, how many votes was that?
That was 4,536.
Okay. And we think that was central, but you see what I'm getting at. If that was central count.
Come on.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, guys.
Can we just be sure of that?
Yeah, so those municipalities were previously not reporting, and now they're reporting, and the only one that's left not reporting is the city of Milwaukee.
I think something else just came in.
Oconto.
I feel like there should be somebody else on
Crowley, 1,000
camera with them.
Hong, 743.
Yep. That is potentially blockbuster what just happened in Milwaukee. And that's why I want to be so sure that I'm characterizing this correctly as central count, because if it is a very
there's the decision desk.
Answer to the question we've been posing about what that vote looks like. All these things about
they should all be on television together. Instead of this Steve Kornacki being like, "What does the decision desk say?" Put them on. Bring them on.
Well, let's just
get him on voice. Bring him on Zoom. Something. God.
Andrew at the decision desk also thinks that what's just remaining is the 28,000 from central count from the city of Milwaukee.
Sure, but he thinks that was specifically central count that just came in.
Yes.
Well, if you're at Crowley headquarters now, that is the single biggest piece of news you've had all night, I think. That's huge. That's huge. What were the percentages on that vote that just came in?
The Milwaukee update?
Yeah. The Milwaukee County update that we just got. What percent did he get? What percent did she get?
He got 50%. She got 35%.
Wow. I mean, this is how much. It's astounding to me, given how much of this vote I think comes from a different time in the campaign, that he did that well. He did better. He's running at 43.8% countywide, and we're saying from absentee vote he did 50%. That's crazy. I mean, that's wow. That blows my mind. That's just massive for him, because that obviously sets the stage for Milwaukee. If it shows that with the central count there was no there's no apparent price that he paid for that coming from a potentially a lot of that coming.
This is the problem. Is like what he's trying to explain. I could explain, but he's talking.
It is,
and I want to hear what he has to say. But he's not explaining it.
Municipalities
and
skewed more towards the early.
85% of the people out there don't know what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about, but I got to be silent.
We weren't sure what the mix was, and we weren't. So listen, if that is foreshadowing what is to come from the city of Milwaukee, now this is outlying versus city, although I don't know that we were seeing a huge difference between the two. I see another update just came in for Crowley. What was it?
Iowa. 1,165 total votes. Crowley wins 467. Hong 406.
Yeah. Wow. I think we just had a very major moment. I mean Iowa, but I'm still hung up on that because listen, if the central count in Milwaukee goes anything like what we just saw, I think he opens this thing up. That was a 15-point margin. If he were to do that in central count, to 28,000, 2,800, 40. If that were to replicate, it would net him 4,200 additional votes, and this thing would move close to 7,000. That's a huge if, but just to give you a sense of it. And if he then got up 7,000, where could she counter that? And again, where did he just get? Something else just came in small, but I want to register these.
Manitowoc.
Oh, Manitowoc.
Sorry about that. 798 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley 348. Hong 246.
Yeah. It's because again, if he were to, we're saying 14,000 currently. Did we just get a slight Dane update? I see or we just adjusted the expected a little. I'm seeing 14,000 expected here, right? So like
Okay, so if you're right, chat, and he is just bluffing, let me explain what he was trying to explain and didn't have time to explain because shit's coming in too fast. Right? So this has been a weird election. Hong was not expected to do as well as she did. But Hong did the thing that no Democratic establishment candidate would do, which is go 10 toes down against data centers. That's really the story of what has put her up in the first place, right? And the mail-in votes, they have, a lot of them came in early, right? So what happened in this race was that Crowley, Royce, and a whole bunch of people were in the race. Hong was winning. The establishment didn't like this, right? So they started putting pressure on people to drop out. Crowley wasn't doing well at the time. At the time where they'd started the vote. They'd started the mail-in vote, right? The ballots were out, right? And so then he drops out. So there's a big portion of the mail-in vote time that Crowley was not a candidate. Now he's back because the candidate that they decided to try to solidify behind wasn't doing well. Like they made the wrong choice. They asked the wrong person to drop out. And then they brought Crowley in as a last minute, ass pull. The other thing about what Davi was saying earlier is that, in terms of there being more votes than expected, usually you would expect that to benefit a candidate like Francesca Hong, right? The only reason that I'm saying that it might, don't be so quick on your analysis, Davi, is that some of the some of that could be her ground game, the excitement, the fact that people are actually able to vote for somebody that's against data centers. Nobody else will bite that bullet. She bites the bullet. People are excited, right? That's the good part. That's the positive aspect of more votes coming in. The other thing that those extra votes could represent is the moral panic that they did against her at the last minute was successful. Now, this moral panic is first and foremost about her electability, them saying that she's not electable. They got this crazy candidate that's against Thanksgiving, and if she goes into the general election, the Democrats are going to lose. So did they get a whole bunch of people, a bunch of, older people that were scared and like, oh shit, she's going to blow it all and throw it to the Republican? Did they get a bunch of people to come in at the last minute? Or is it Francesca Hong's ground game? There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell. So, anyway. There's an update. The Thanksgiving thing, though, I don't think that issue itself is moving voters, right? What it's doing is just projecting this idea that she's a dangerous candidate to back, and that this is what's maybe kept AOC or Bernie from backing her, is that, either if she loses the primary, right, it kind of, makes it kind of diminishes their political capital. And it also associates them with every, crazy straw man of Francesca Hong that they can derive. And if she wins and then loses the general election, then it's another sort of albatross around their neck. Can't imagine the type of person that finds the electability argument compelling, to be honest, but people are very dumb, allegedly, assuming the elections aren't rigged. So they made some mistakes. The establishment made mistakes of not consolidating around one candidate early enough. You could also say a mistake that they made was to not be responsible to voters in terms of data centers, right? This is a big issue in Wisconsin. Right. And unfortunately, they've been fairly successful in the last few weeks in changing the subject to electability and to 2020 and to, a hostility towards Western culture, allegedly on the part of Francesca Hong in the form of her. Now, she didn't say fuck Thanksgiving. She didn't say if you celebrate Thanksgiving, you're a monster genocide supporter. Right. What she said was that, when somebody asked her about Thanksgiving, she said something like Thanksgiving, this like as a cook, this, I've one of the first like big meals I cooked or things that I was involved in was like a Thanksgiving meal. She's trying to do like a both sides where she was like, okay, so on one side, yeah, Thanksgiving, big deal for people. On the other side, a lot of people maybe don't feel so great about Thanksgiving because it is literally a papering over of a genocide. That's what Thanksgiving is. It's a fake narrative to make you feel warm and fuzzy about that the pilgrims came to this country and the and the native peoples living there saved their ass and everything was all hugs and kisses and butterflies and rainbows and unicorns from there on, right? So she's trying to signal that she understands the problematic nature of the Thanksgiving holiday while at the same time throwing a bone to people that really like Thanksgiving and it just comes off in a weird way. But yeah, it's become more symbolic than anything. And the whole thing about this is like you can't get stuck defending. You can't get stuck, especially what she's done more recently is kind of like, I don't know, sort of taken back this Thanksgiving take. That reignites the issue. I don't think it makes the issue. It's the same thing with like, look, if you hate Hasan Piker because he said the 9/11 thing, him saying like, actually, I've talked to 9/11 survivors and these families were really affected by it. And it like, that doesn't help. That doesn't help, right? You can't take back in some ways what you've said. You can try the best you can do is try to explain it. Try to explain that, like, look, what I was saying is something you actually agree with, which is when we put weapons in the hands of Osama bin Laden to take out the USSR in Afghanistan, he's the one that comes back and hits us on 9/11, right? We need to stop doing that. We need to stop, arming, groups like Al Qaeda, right? So you could say the same thing for Iraq. You could say the same thing look at the elements of ISIS that are in control of Syria right now that the U.S. is supporting. So yeah, I don't think that you cannot they will make it seem like you need to apologize, right? That you can make this issue go away if you apologize. It doesn't really work like that. And she did sort of take the bait apparently and apologize. Let's see what's going on right now.
You said it was a second update? You had two? Did you say 2 updates?
Oh, and
yeah. Wait, don't say no, Davy. You agree with me. That's what I was.
And Shaq wrote to me
saying.
With that same timing update. So I'm trying to attribute to them both.
Okay.
Thank you for helping me out.
Thank you,
guys.
Decision Desk, too. Yes.
See what?
Right. I think you can see that the 14K, give or take, left in Dane is probably not going to be enough for Hong to erase this. I think you can also see, but 14K there plus potentially the 12K in Winnebago can certainly get her close. The problem she has then...
You got to stay on offense, especially when you got an issue like data centers.
This trickle from the rest of the state is going to continue. So if she were to, get a big jump from Madison, a big one from Winnebago, and essentially wipe that out, I don't know if it would quite do that, but let's say it did. What just happened is going to keep happening, from around the state, which means she has to win this. Hong has to win this.
Oh, you typed before I fished. Oh, God.
I don't know. She lost the inner suburbs that do this central count thing, but the city is different than the suburbs. She's doing well, it would seem. We said it seems that her support is where there's population centers, you know, even smaller ones. So here's the big one of the big ones. Well, biggest city in the state. So to update you, we think there are 109,000 votes left statewide. And now Adam, our system is still saying 34,000 in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think 28 was our estimate earlier. I think it could be above that. I think it could be that number, but you go to their county website, they have one place that has yet to report their ballot, and it's Milwaukee. So
okay, so I
would have to go with what they say.
It may be 34,000. It may be 34,000 in this.
General public, you got really bad timing for nitpicking me tonight.
In this update,
take a break.
I'm just trying to make. Yes, I do want to make sure that
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
If it was 28,000 central count and 6,000 non, that 6,000 non, I think, has a good chance of being Hong. So that's why.
Way to miss the point, general public.
And this has ticked down to 108. And that Crowley lead sits at 3,400.
General public.
0.5%.
When you come back in 1 minute, please explain to me the greater point that I was making. Please ensure that you understand the larger point and that you see why maybe like splitting hairs is not like, we're not even really talking about this right now, but what we're talking about is Hasan's statement on the way the U.S. creates its own enemies, right? I don't think you disagree with me on that. In fact, I know you don't disagree with me on that.
The polling question, too, I think there was a lot of, thinking about what happened with the polls last week that led to a closer race than possible, or than, it seemed due to the polling results. This is another one where it seems margin-wise a big miss, but as you've been talking about, so much changed in the past.
The larger point is about blowback.
7 days of this race, where the most recent poll I saw, wasn't yesterday. It was a couple of weeks ago, and so I think there's reason to think that, again, a lot of things changed in the final week of this election.
It reminds me, like, I mean, we'll see. Like, I'm not trying to say this is, for all we know, we're gonna have this big moment, and they're gonna reveal the Hong the number in Milwaukee Central count, and Hong's gonna win it, and she's gonna have that. She's gonna have Dane, and she's gonna have that Dane and Winnebago, and suddenly she's gonna win this primary. That could happen. If she doesn't, I had the thought. The thing that I was thinking of this week was the Democratic primaries in 2020, when Sanders won, Nevada, New Hampshire, kind of won. He got the most votes in Iowa, and there was that moment when it was like, oh, he's going to be the Democratic nominee. And you saw people in the Democratic Party start to make their peace with it, but you also saw this like similar thing, like we say, the establishment reacted to the realization that Hong seemed to be on the cusp of this with like, we got to stop her. And you saw that reaction to Sanders in that like week in 2020. And the thing I was thinking of is I remember there was a controversy that week leading into South Carolina where he was asked something about Castro. And like, it was basically disavow Castro, and he was like, he wouldn't give he gave an answer that was like, I think it had the effect of making Democrats say, oh gosh, if we nominate him, is this going to be what happens all fall? And I thought of that when I started the Thanksgiving stuff with him.
I really wish you wouldn't do half thoughts. I know I do this too, and he's under pressure. I can relate to that pressure. All right, wow. Anyway, I am just complaining about the Kornacki cam as it works out for me as a streamer trying to react to this in real time. Obviously, I'm not in the studio with them. I don't know, the relationship between him and the decision desk and how that works out. It's really frustrating to me to watch this, just because what I would like is like a clear demarcation of like, all right, shit's happening. He's on screen. He's talking about stuff. Now shit is not happening. We go to the music and we show the, like, this is this race, this is that race, this is this county, this is that county, right? But that's just me being a little bit greedy and wanting the content to sort of cater to my desires here. Okay, yeah, because like, I mean, you're okay, yeah, the larger point is the blowback, right? Not the exact group that the US or Israel is backing right now, and there are differences between those groups. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that yeah, because I can't handle this. I can't. There's it's a weird night to begin with, and I don't know. The thing is, if I could just do my content, it would be less frustrating. Like, we got Destiny. We haven't even started the clock yet, chat, because I want to make sure that we have time to deal with Destiny from the past, Destiny from the present. It does look like things are like not winding down, but like there's less coming in right now. It might be a good time for me to show you what I got so far for the thumbnail. So yeah, normally in a night, I do the thumbnail before ever coming on stream. I do a lot of things before coming on stream. I don't think I've made an announcement to Discord. I don't think I've done a blast off tweet because I'm kind of just in this holding pattern, and it's really frustrating. But the idea of this thumbnail, see, you're getting, wait, actually, how much can you see? You can see half of the thumbnail. That's great. Oh, wonderful. There probably is a canvas setting somewhere on here. It would have made sense for me to make a canvas setting. But yeah, you were only timed out for a minute. I just got annoyed. But I am not mad at you. I'm mad at the decision desk. I'm mad at the central count. I'm mad at a million other things, but not you. Got the whiteboard. What does that look like? I might just have to make a custom window for tonight. What is this gonna look like? Oh, look at that. Perfect. That's exactly what I need. All right, so yeah, this is the progress on the thumbnail so far. So the idea here is going to be the Destiny of now, the Ethan Klein of now, and the Asmongold of now versus the, so far I got the Ethan Klein of yesteryear. Now I need the Destiny of yesteryear, the Yestiny, yesteryear. I do have one really old picture of Destiny. Unfortunately, it's not tagged. God, I really need to like just organize this in folders or something, because like the problem is that like some of the images that I have just are not tagged, and I thought of maybe putting Hasan in the middle here. That could I mean I need to make him bigger and then down like that. Yeah. So Hasan could be in the middle, kind of smiling. We're looking for Pastany. Oh my God, but I literally have to, if there was a way to flip, you know how YouTube will let you look at oldest first? You can either look at newest first, which is like the default, or you can look at oldest first. And you, if only you could do that, that'd be pretty cool. Instead, I've literally got to scroll down through my entire history of making thumbnails to try to find the picture of Destiny. Well, I say old Destiny. I say Destiny from yesteryear, but funny enough, do you know this, chat? He was actually younger. He was younger at the time, not older, back in the day. But yeah, I'm just looking for something that can signify earlier in his career. I've got one that's like way early in his career, but it is like it's something I did way early in my career. I am just now at the chorus thing and the Crystal and Sagar and Trump and Kamala. Oh my God, chat, we got so much more to go. You sent me an old picture of Destiny? Oh, hey, we should switch back. If we're off the screen, we can't tell if anyway, just to give you an idea what I'm doing in the background.
72, and the precinct we're missing is Madison 74. Madison 72, she got 359 votes. He got 156 votes.
So 200.
Madison 73, she gets 658 votes. Oh. He gets 321 votes. Those are like some of the neighboring precincts.
So they do vary in size a little and turnout. Look, be super generous, 350 votes. She may be able to knock from what's left in Dane County. Okay, she may be able to knock 350 votes off this total. That's it. A minute ago, we're sitting here thinking there's 14,000 votes left, and she could take a big chunk of this. Okay, no longer. Now we're saying that maybe she's able to take what is currently a 33-81 deficit, and like best case, she knocks that down to 3,000 flat with what's left in Dane. Okay. 12,000 in Winnebago.
It does look like the Milwaukee City votes have arrived at the county location.
Are you back watching the video?
I'm watching the video.
So describe it, narrator. What's going on?
There's a woman at a desk doing some paperwork.
Well, how do you see the votes coming in? Where do you?
They'll put them.
I'm sorry.
I'm sure they're doing the paperwork to the machine. The reporter at VoteBeat estimates another 25 minutes.
Oh my God, he's gonna.
I like Shaq's estimate better. That takes us to 12.
He is Brian Kilmeade.
I will let you know if I see.
He is Brian Kilmeade.
Something interesting that lets us know that we're close.
Okay, so well, okay. If what's left in Dane were to knock this down to now. Did we just get another update?
Yeah, we got 2,200 votes out of Chippewa.
Yeah.
Hong gets 942. Crowley gets 724.
Okay. Once again, completely defying my expectations. A solid Crowley County. She actually nets a little bit there. So, okay, but again, we were thinking there's like 14,000 votes left in Dane. Doesn't look like there are. Looks like there might be 1,000 at best. If Hong were to net 350 out of it right now, that she could knock this down to 2,800. Big outstanding source of votes in Winnebago. Again, if it kind of mimics Brown, but what do we think is left in Winnebago? We think 12,000 votes are left there. If she won it by 20 points, I'm just spitballing, 20. Yeah, that's a big source for her. She needs something big out of Winnebago, but. It also, in a way, if she wins, if she were to win that Milwaukee vote, I mean, again, that Milwaukee vote, if she wins it big, a 10-point win in a batch of 34,000 votes is 3,400 votes. She's down 3166. We say she's not going to get much more out of Dane. She could take another bite out of that with Winnebago. I do think as the other counties continue to fill in, as we've seen, it would then tick back up. But, yeah, she could, win the Milwaukee Central Count vote by 10 points. If Hong beats Crowley by 10 points, and if it is 34,000, I think we're not quite sure, but I think if it is 34,000, she could net 3,400 with that. So, if she wins it by 15, 5,000, a little bit more than 5,000. But I think she needs to see something like that. She needs to see something like that, some kind of double-digit win, I think, with this Milwaukee Central Count. because it's not coming from Dane for her anymore. She could make a dent from Winnebago. But I'm not sure what's happening there. I'm kind of assuming that it's going to line up with the other Bow counties, and that it's going to be like Brown County, where it kind of comes in. It was a late kind of push for her from Oshkosh, but maybe not. And outside of that, as we tick down to 102,000 left statewide.
The woman that was doing paperwork at the table has left the table and went to the other room. That's promising to me.
Is there only one person in this room, or is this like
There's press and other auxiliary
everybody's
officials.
watching one woman at a table?
Yes.
Where are you watching this, by the way? Not that I want people switching away from the.
58 News Milwaukee.
Okay, tell me how are we getting this when it comes out? Do they make a public declaration? Do they?
We get it the same way we've gotten all the other results. Is they'll upload it into the system and it'll be distributed out to clients.
Does like our reporter find out first and tell us, or?
If they do, I will let you know. But the best I know is that it'll hit the system.
We've had Wisconsin elections come down to this before. I feel like the 2018 governor's race did. Does that sound right? Scott Walker got beat by Evers, I think, on central count in Milwaukee.
I do feel like I've watched this process play out a couple times at this point. Yeah.
I think I've asked you the same questions a couple times too, and you're very polite to continue answering them.
No, it's fun to watch it with you. We just got another Burnett County update.
Yeah.
773 votes. Crowley 291, Hong 256.
Which takes us. Whoa! Did we get more than that, or they just dialed back our expected? Oh, I think that we're now at 92,000 remaining. So I think we just dialed back our expected a little.
Yeah, it looks like they took away or they made that adjustment for the Dane vote.
Oh, it is. Yep, you're right. Yeah. We 3468. Yeah, so now that Milwaukee vote is well over a third.
And we just got another update from Dane, 500 votes. Hong 271, Crowley 166.
So she nets 95 votes. Out of what? Is that it for Dane? Is that the last thing for Dane? Is that the last precinct?
Their website now says 100% of precincts reporting.
Jeez. Now our that takes us down to 89,000 statewide. And that in our Milwaukee, again, these are moving targets. Milwaukee 32. You see that? Mm-hmm. I think you've asked them before, but can you ask them, do they think that 32 is all? They must. At this point, the whole, of course it is, because everybody's at this one building. Believe it or not, the outside of Milwaukee,
Shack flags from Charles Benson, one of our NBC affiliate reporters. Thumb drives have arrived at the central count. We should have numbers on the 27,000 early absentee ballots in the next 30 minutes.
27,000?
Yes.
So can we ask our decision desk, we're hearing 27,000, where's the 32?
I'll get clarity, but as you saw with that Dane, I think because the vote has gone up so much throughout the night, as you saw with that Dane update, they were aggressive with how many potentially might be coming, and it appears that Dane vote is now exhausted. But I will get an update from Milwaukee.
Please. Okay, thank you. Because that's our reporter telling us 27,000, and we had heard 28, and it matters from the standpoint that, look, if it's 27,000, and the math, 27,000. If Hong wins it by 10, she nets 2,700 votes, right? Which is short 32,000. If she wins it by 10, she nets 3,200, 1,700 votes, 17 votes higher than that. It just every vote obviously matters here in this situation. But she's clearly going to have to win it big. She's just going to have to win that batch big. Whatever its exact size, because then we're waiting on Milwaukee and Oshkosh, Winnebago County, make up more than half of the remaining vote.
Just got an update in Shawano County.
Yeah.
1,569 votes. Crowley 676. Hong 519.
Yep. And so it just ticks up a little bit. Ooh. It just ticks up a little bit. See, that's the thing. He gets. Outside of Milwaukee and Winnebago, we think maybe 3,600 votes left.
Our decision desk thinks 28,000 city of Milwaukee.
28,000. Okay. So do we think this 32 is going to tick down?
I don't know if we have control over that number.
Okay.
So
I see.
Just
Because
keep track of that number for our audience.
That 86 may even be more like 82.
Yeah.
28,000 Milwaukee.
All right, thumbnail is done.
12,000 Winnebago.
No, not NXX, NCC. God damn it, I can't type.
Greene County is Greene County has 3,600. It has more outstanding votes as the 3,600 outstanding. I mean, that's running big for Crowley. And yeah, there is still some in Outagamie, maybe about 3,000 votes right there. So I think I think Hong will net some out of that. But then there may be a little bit out of Eau Claire still. But then for every place like that, there's Manitowoc County where Crowley is leading by 20 points, 15 precincts left. Monroe County, Crowley is leading by 9, still a couple dozen precincts left. Small. Columbia, Crowley by 15, still, so just a lot. I just see a lot of those. Well, Columbia is a little bit bigger relative to this, but you see a lot of places where this Crowley thing can tick up, and now Hong has to get a big batch somewhere, and that's going to have to be Milwaukee. Do we have anything going on at this? What are we actually Milwaukee? Was it Wisconsin 58, Milwaukee 58? What are we?
I've unfortunately lost eyes on the rooms, but
the rooms.
The movie, the show, the rooms.
We did just get an update from Monroe County. 593 new votes. It looks like Crowley nets about 30.
Yeah, so he's.
How are you feeling?
I feel like shit. This has fucked up my whole stream, but I wanted to be able to cover this. Let's see, shapes.
I'm feeling like I'm ready to hear from Milwaukee.
Me too.
Trying to think of what to say. I'm trying to think of, I mean, I'm curious what everybody else thinks. I wish we could put a poll up or something. How do they think that that central count vote is going to look? You know, because you can.
You remember those old Ed Schultz Ask America polls?
Yeah.
Those were good. We should bring that
There you
feature
go.
back.
There you go. Let me ask you, do you have the current Milwaukee City, how the vote is running just in Milwaukee currently?
I'll have to put that together. Let me do
Okay. That would have been a good question I could have asked a while ago. Just to update it, 85,000 left statewide. 85,000, more than half from Milwaukee and Winnebago. Well, 80, and again, that 85 may be, in actuality, several thousand lower than that. Our total expected vote for this primary is, excuse me, I'm not bored by that. I just, you know, everybody in here must be, I think they're ready for Milwaukee too. 805,000, which is just, it just nuts. When you think about how high these turnouts have gotten compared to not that long ago. But I am curious what people think. I mean, certainly, it I'll have a better sense of what I think when I hear what Adam tells me here. We know that Hong and the left-wing candidacies do their best in the cities. Younger and just all of that. So, okay, we're looking at a vote. We're talking about a vote that's going to come from the city of Milwaukee. We got it?
Yeah, so I see about 60,000 votes from the city of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Crowley winning 47% of them, Hong winning 46% of them.
Okay. So
47.4 to 45.6 to be exact.
pretty even in the non-central count portion. But again, we're talking about votes cast. I thought in the central count, inner suburb Milwaukee County, that it was not going to go great for Crowley for all the reasons I said about when some of these votes might have been cast. Did not appear to be an issue whatsoever for him. Is it going to be an issue in the city of Milwaukee central count? Someone else just came in, I think, that gave him a couple. He's got a boost somewhere.
Yeah, Columbia County, 4,182 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley, 1,810. Hong, 1,345.
Yeah. It's going to have to be real big for Hong. It's going to have to be.
We just got a Winnebago update.
Oh, it just, yeah, look, knocked a ton of it out.
So that was 8,000 votes. Hong, 3,765. Crowley, 2,890.
Say it again.
3,765 for Hong.
Yeah.
Oh.
2,890 for Crowley.
Yeah.
All right, chat.
There's also a Columbia update.
I pulled my head out of the Canva
Four, right? Or was
tab.
that the Columbia one?
No, I think that's right.
Okay, so the intuition was right on Winnebago. It at least so far, it's done what Brown did. But was that like Oshkosh there, and now it's going to go back? Either way.
How big is Kornacki?
Either way, that knocked like 800 and change off that Crowley advantage.
He's kind of tall.
So, and
Oh my God! Wait. Oh, you're looking at the wrong thing. Okay, take that off. Take that off. All right, there we go.
Here in Winnebago.
I don't want you to see that toxic chat that's going on Kornacki Cam. Right? There's like
All about that.
that chat is nasty.
Well, now it's worth saying. Look, We think about 4,000 left to come here. We still have about 3,400 left. Yeah, look, I mean, out of game.
You like the chat? Cavitate? Okay.
And
we know you're not bored. Oh, or Krenaki's not bored. Yeah.
Not sure what is, but okay. So between these two, there's room theoretically.
I'm just waiting for a chance to jump in. And
these counties, though, it seems like a difference between
the toxic chat was wild. Yeah.
Vote, is it population center votes? I don't know where it's coming from exactly.
I forgot that. See, this window is for
Hong is
Canva
in both of them, and there's vote to come in both of them. So she could still, and she just got something else small somewhere. What just came in?
Yeah, well, Paca.
Yeah.
627 for Hong, 595 for Crowley.
And then quickly, Crowley just won by 2 somewhere.
Sawyer.
Okay, so it's, but there is room for her. There is room for her to cut this further here, at least theoretically. As I said, what else is left here? No, I mean, but a place like Manitowoc County is sitting there. That's Crowley country tonight, and he's. There's probably 2,400 votes left right there, okay? Down here in Grant County, Crowley also running up the scores about 24, yeah.
Election edging, yeah, that's what it feels like.
There's about 2,400 votes left here. We think about 2,400 votes left here. I think you expect pretty good Crowley numbers in both of those places. And then combined between the two of them, there's about 7,500 votes that are left between Outagamie and Winnebago.
Wait, I cleaned the board? What does that mean?
So it's about 5,000. Between these two, there's about 5,000. So 12,500, and then there's 28 here. What are we at statewide? We think there's about 70,000 votes statewide.
We got another Outagamie and an Ashland update.
So what is it? What is it? What happened?
Outagamie was dead even, 348 apiece.
Wow, okay.
What?
Ashland, Hong gets 651, Crowley 336.
Okay.
651 to 336.
Stephen cleaned his board. His dirty green booger doodles. He cleaned them off. When it was right when I switched or something. Okay.
So she has. Look, this thing was starting to get into the high.
Thank you for being patient, chat.
Right now
I know this is a non-standard stream.
Off of it.
Okay. Okay.
Which.
Yeah.
Chat is truly divided on whether this is going.
Oh, he's reading the chat.
Yes.
He's reading. No, you're not supposed to read a chat. You're not even a live streamer.
I tell you, with these.
I don't even know how many people are watching. How many people are watching?
Like I say, she got to win it. Got to win it by a good margin, but maybe not, this is, she's
400 and okay. That's a
come in if it's before or after Milwaukee.
There's
as I said,
40,000.
Manitowoc gave us. You could see
45,000 people are watching.
At some point, we're getting more of this, and that's going to be good for Crowley. At some point, we're getting more of this, and I think it's going to be good for Crowley. So you certainly see the places on the map still where that number can go up. It looks like
the chat was bitching about the doodles.
Where we saw she put up a
what chat did he read? I think there's only one.
Last time we got an update.
This is the Kornacki cam.
I think there might still be some vote. Yeah, there's still vote. So look, okay, Eau Claire, Portage, Winnebago, Outagamie, Portage 17, Eau Claire 18, that's 35. Outagamie 25, that's 60.
I'm going to end up running out of electrolytes.
Those 4 that I just circled.
Swan Dog, I'm going to end up needing another beer.
Total votes that are left that to some degree I think could go Hong's way. Right, and then
which betting website? See the Kalshi numbers I saw, it almost felt like an op. And here's the fucked up thing, right? Those numbers do affect election results.
She's leading.
So many people
slightly leading in.
They just want to back a winner. Right? So many people see it as a game so much that they'll be like, all right, who's winning? Who should I vote for? Who is everybody talking about, right? And when your airwaves are blanketed with anti-Hong ads, then it's going to feel like, oh God, I was going to vote for Hong because I really hate data centers, but I guess fuck me. Fuck me, I guess I don't know.
70,000, and it may be less than that.
We got chat. The next person
One
to,
of these might be over by about 4,000 or so.
if the
So
Democrats
really
win the Congress and Senate
that's half.
and president in
I
2028,
think half of what's
they
left
gotta
really is
kill all of these fucking betting sites.
less, but
Do them in. Prosecute. Like, just
think
make
we're
it
now at
clear
the time
we're not
of
doing this shit anymore. No more betting sites.
it's coming.
They gotta crush those things, or else they will be crushed by the betting sites.
fairly often at this point.
You can't have democracy and betting sites, okay? You can't have a government and betting sites. You got to get rid of that shit.
Yeah.
Looked at Kalshi. Yeah, I mean, but like, I mean, the thing is, they might be right, you know, either because they have inside knowledge, or they could be right because they create a perception that ends up winning the day. But I don't think nothing they say at this point is actually affecting the election results. They, you know, everything's in the box now, and it's just counting. We're just counting.
Overall,
Just make gambling illegal? Yeah.
why the expected vote? So they issued 33,000.
The lobbyists will never allow it. Yeah, put them in jail too.
Ballots, but returned was 26. So Milwaukee had 26,000. Oh no, that's in-person absentee too. I see. 15,000 of this is going to be vote by mail. 15,000 and change.
Wait, they flipped back to Crowley? I'm sorry, they flipped back to Hong, is what General Public is telling me? The Kalshi one did? Because they had flipped once already for Crowley. After all of the
vote that we're looking at here
ads and stuff.
is at least potentially
Gambling is not fine, Cavitate.
when this race was in flux, because it's that vote by mail.
Gambling steals the last little bit of money for the people that need it the most. Yeah, gambling is not okay. Go watch XQC. Go watch XQC, Cavitate. He does the gambling. We don't do gambling here. Gambling is fucked up.
What am I looking at here?
And especially the type of gambling that we're talking about now, the sports betting and the I don't know what you want to call it, like reality betting that's going on now on Kalshi. That shit is really corrupt.
My friends at 58 News have now posted.
Oh my god, he's not doing good. Is he sick?
Board that they have, which is
Yeah, the only winner is the house.
Milwaukee County website.
What do you bet on?
Showing which municipalities have reported
On
their central
equities.
vote.
Oh, you're gambling on. Wait, so you're not investing, but you're betting on investments? Is that what I'm hearing, Cavitate? I've never heard of that.
Oh my goodness.
But if you like it, is that because you're winning money at this shit? Are you up, Cavitate? Because that is not the experience of most people that are getting fleeced by Kalshi and Polymarket. But if you're up, good for you. Good for you. I'm happy for you.
How's it going to break? Right? 28,000 if it broke for Hong by 10 points would basically make this a tie statewide.
As long as you're not losing your shit on it, I guess. As long as you know what you're doing. And by know what you're doing, I mean you have insider information. Just kidding.
Facing
But I don't understand, Cavitate. Why don't you
it
just...
breaks for Crowley by 10.
What makes you
Then close to 6,000.
speculate on stock numbers on Kalshi instead of...
See how Hong could.
Is it the minimum investment that keeps you from just like going into the market yourself? If you're making all these good calls on the market, I'm just wondering, like, why not just invest that way?
He just gained.
Yeah, through gambling.
45.
Is it just because there's a lower? They don't require you to put as much in.
Or I'll just wait.
There's no control in what I invest into. There's more control into what I invest into.
Where else could Milwaukee? Like I'm gonna just suddenly find it, but.
Okay, anyway, I don't know. It looks like there's a lull. It looks like there's a bit of a lull. At some point, chat, we gotta pivot into actual content here. And the other thing that I need to do is to write my the other thing I haven't done. So So just so you know, those of you who are worried about the thumbnail, all right, look at this. Wait, not look at that. Look at, what am I trying to say? Look at this, or better yet, even look at this. I don't know. Maybe I need to take the Hasan bad, Hasan good off of it. Ah, it sucks. It sucks. That's a more clear thumbnail, but it's messy. It's just like there's no way to put yeah, we got to get rid of that. But that's what the thumbnail's looking like for today. No, fuck. What I hate about Canva is it always makes you think that you're on something when you're on something else. And you delete it and you delete the wrong thing. All right, we're just going to go with that. Look, the past and the future collide tonight. Anyway, let's see. Flip it back to Kornacki Cam. God, he's back to like almost 3,000 up. Cartoon roaches onto Asmongold. You can be investigated if you're an independent investor who makes too much money too quickly. There are so many laws on the books that screw retail investors out of measly gains. That sounds almost like gambling, Davy. Like that literally sounds like, like if you start to win, switch this back. If you start to win in gambling, like you're at a casino and you mysteriously just winning, they will come for your ass, right? Some very large men will come to the table and ask you what the fuck that you think you're doing, and if you could please accompany them either to a room in the casino in which they're gonna intimidate you, or just take you out of the just kick you out of the casino altogether, right? It's crazy. It's like, when the house usually wins, and if the house doesn't win, then there's problems. And so you kind of see what's going on with that. And if you're smart, if you're smart, like average smart, you don't mess with that. If you're smart, like you're some kind of card counting savant that's also like a master manipulator, then maybe you do mess with that. I don't know. Chad. I'm not a gambling prodigy, so it's not for me. Love to see Klobuchar getting back into it. Just kidding. Peggy Flanagan.
Sometimes when I do this, it works.
Yeah. Okay, he's trying to get more to come. Okay, so that is where I thought we would be, and this does seem like. Does everybody think so? I just want to get a consensus from chat. Is it a good time to switch into the content? Maybe the thing to do, though, would be for me to go ahead and make announcements on Discord and on Twitter and whatever it's called. Kalshi and Polymarket are very weird because they totally allow people to have inside information. Oh, yeah. Casinos are very closely monitored and regulated. Prediction markets seem to be very little. Yep. There's a lot of dirty shit going on, very likely. Content, please. You don't consider this content? Okay, well, it's not very fun for me either. So, general public, we are aligned on that. All right, what are we saying? Going live. No, wait, it's going to be at everyone, not at going live. Everyone. Going live to cover Destiny, Asmongold, and Ethan disagreeing with their old selves. Also, we'll see if we can get this in. Or what is it? Destiny versus Jolah. Anybody know who Jolah is? Destiny versus Jolah. Jolah is actually, I think, maybe an old friend. I don't know. I'm following. We're following each other on Twitter. I like about half of what Jolah tweets. I haven't really been able to get a good read on where he lands like politically and with everything else, right? But apparently he's a pretty good debater, and he took a bunch of WIC chatters, not WIC chatters, WIC panelists. Like he did a 6v1 and came out pretty good in that. So I guess he's going to be debating the big guy now, right? This is the debate that Westside Tyler really wants. Not Jolene, but Jolah. I don't actually know anybody in real life named that. Can I spell it right? Is it Jolah with an UH or an AH? Jolah? No, it's AH. It's got to be AH, right? Jolah. The other thing that I really need to do is to go ahead and probably change the thumbnail. Let's try that. Let's do that. Let's change the thumbnail. Because, yeah, I don't think a lot of other stuff is going to be going on here. So I'm going to change the old Destiny debates, new Destiny, Destiny versus Jolah. And actually, Destiny versus Jolah in some ways is a old Destiny or new Destiny versus old Destiny, right? Jolah actually, just all in all, he really does remind me of who Destiny used to be. And like the reason that I didn't tell him to go pound sand when he wanted to come in my Discord, right? The reason that I was willing to talk to him, despite a lot of people around me being like, don't talk to this guy is bad news. Like, right, the Destiny that I saw, the stuff that I saw was somebody that I could talk to, somebody I could work with, somebody who might even be amenable to some of the more like, far left ideas that I have. I could just make the argument, which I felt like maybe just was not getting made in that space. I didn't realize there's a reason that argument isn't being made in that space. And it's because Destiny knows those arguments and he hates those arguments. He's rejected those arguments, right? He was already on the road towards, center right radicalization, and the people that told me maybe don't talk to them to him, maybe they were right about that. So, but yeah, Jolah sort of and yeah, old Destiny was problematic. Old Destiny was not great. Old Destiny, instead of talking to me about something like just basic intersectional concepts that I wanted to see if I could explain them to him in a way that he would understand, just ignored me and played the piano. I'm not putting all of that evil on Jolah necessarily. But also Jolah is somebody that, whose Twitter takes I disagree with as much as I agree with them. So it'll be interesting to see this happen. Destiny versus Jolah. I can't talk. Fuck. What is going on? Angled brackets are not allowed. Thank you. Just don't let me type them then. Monitoring. I can't type. Monitoring. The Wisconsin primary. There we go. All right, so those are all the topics. Then I got to put in the new thumbnail. I should probably, do I not have it? Oh God, it's in here. All right, so while I'm getting this, I will, we'll see what they're saying again one last time.
Slate, and don't worry, next week will be a breeze compared to this.
Yeah.
I'm a dirty liar. But
okay, so this is just wait. What's going on? Dr. Hubs with the 45 stream streak. Congratulations on that.
It's gonna be okay.
I'm excited for next week. It doesn't look like there's we'll see. It doesn't look like there's a bunch of competitive races in Wyoming, but I did spend my summer vacation in Wyoming, so I feel like feel like I have some first-hand knowledge. You had to shoehorn that one in. It's a humble brag about your. No. I mean, it's just it's one I was excited for because I'm like, oh, I have a little bit of color now since I spent some time in the area. Did you I know you. I
came back at the worst time, didn't I?
Spent some time.
Didn't I? I thought maybe we could wrap up, but they're bullshitting. They're in what do you call it? Like they are in. Oh, he's not talking about the map.
Wapaka again.
Okay.
Crowley 277, Hong 217.
Yeah, another 60 for him. Best way to drive back from Marquette, if you're trying to fly somewhere, is to go to the Green Bay Airport. And it's great because you
Okay. Jesus Christ. There was like a second that seemed like we might learn something relevant. Uh anyway, anybody see anything, any last updates that we need to do before we switch over to the main content? I should have done this like hours ago. I've been on stream for 2 hours already, and yeah, have not really. I think the Hong after party closed down. They were supposed to have results by midnight. Yeah, so it's gone a lot worse than what the polls say. Still have not called a winner. So it's still not over. Okay, that one, and then go here and open up this software right here. Resetting the timer to 4 hours. We got 4 hours on the clock, chat. I will try to stream these 4 hours, even though like this has got me tired, and I also feel like I haven't started yet. He's wrong. Use Appleton Airport. Oh, about the airport. Okay. Stop the stupidity is disagreeing on the take of if you're trying to get out of Marquette, you go to the Green Bay Airport. He said. Stop the stupidity is saying use the Appleton Airport instead. It's way better. Politicians need to make house sigils. That would make more interesting election maps rather than these shades of blue and red. Yeah, and what do you do in a primary, right? I don't even know. What is the theory, chat? Is there any? Do they just randomly like? Does the favorite get the dark blue? Does the establishment candidate get the dark blue? Like, why is Crowley getting the dark blue? I wonder. I don't think there's any logic to I think they just randomly assign colors, right? For the primary stuff. But anyway, chat, we're doing election night coverage. We're just about to finish this up here, the election night coverage. Because it does look like Direfell's telling me that the Hong after party has closed down. I don't know about the any Crowley party, but we're not really although they're 93% are in. I don't think I'll bring it back, chat, if we get a call. If we start calling the election, but right now it's not good, but it's not over, I guess is the way that I would typify it. They're using the dark blue for the black guy. Yeah, there we go. Maybe they just look at the picture and they try to match somehow something in the picture. I don't know. So anyway, what do we got here? We got Destiny, New Destiny versus Old Destiny is what we're about to jump into here. But oh my god, bonus content. Oh, there's all kinds of shit, chat. There's all kinds of shit. Okay, there we go. First things first. What? I don't have a thumbnail ready? Oh my god, that's crazy. I don't have a thumbnail saved is the problem. Download. And it's too hot. It's always just slightly too hot. And adjusting the thermostat would be, I don't know. It's so hard to explain. Dark blue is first alphabetically? Yeah, it could be that. Okay. Just update this maybe. There it is. New thumbnail. New title. Let's go. All right, so we got the new title and the new thumbnail updated with that. We can say going live to monitor the Wisconsin primary, cover Destiny, Asmongold, and Ethan disagreeing with their old selves about Hasan. I should probably insert that. About Hasan's controversial takes. Controversial in quotation marks, takes not in quotation marks. There we go. All right. So copy that first. Then we need some bonus content. Chat, this is one time when I can actually ask you what kind of bonus content you would like. And again, chat, we'll come back to this if I get any sense that, we're closing in on making a call, or if there's some big tumult, Hong goes back into the lead, etc., etc. All right, so there we go. Let's hope that this gets the new thumbnail, not the old thumbnail. Yes, it got the new thumbnail. Perfect. Okay. You know what I'm talking about when you post a link in Discord? Sometimes it like lags behind. Sometimes the link is all right. So we got that. Are they saying anything interesting?
Oh, at least the drive back, whatever they have to do, and the drive back.
No, they're not. They are literally bullshitting. But yeah, there's the thumbnail. There is the final version of the thumbnail. All right. So we got the present Destiny, Asmongold, and Ethan versus the past versions of their future selves. Does that make sense? No, of course not. But that's where we're at right now. Now, the next thing we need to figure out, chat, is the bonus content. Let me see if I can switch myself over here to this one. Yeah. All right. So last night we did the hummus review, and it was fantastic. We did Pisco debates incompetent Destiny Orbiter, but we only had like 2 minutes of that, so I guess we can leave that on there. Pierce Morgan anti-Hasan panel is pretty cool. AOC woke versus cancel culture. This has kind of become a big debate that's going on. AOC said something about somebody that works for her saying, oh, I was crazy during woke one, right? And this has become this whole symbolic rejection of 2020, and really a time in which the politics were all around way more radical, and maybe, oh my God, seriously? What is going on? Crazy night where oh wait, I got a cold drink though, maybe. Wait, what is this? They left 5 USB sticks with the results and have to go get them. But anyway, I've got a lot of thoughts on this whole like woke 1.0 versus woke 2.0 thing. Of course, the shorthand of it is like woke 1.0 is I don't know, more academic and uses a lot of new language that people are uncomfortable with. It's God. This is a complicated thing to explain what's actually going on here, and I don't think anybody's quite breaking it down right. As far as the two versions of woke, of course, the whole conversation is a little bit of a bastardization. The whole calling it woke is a little bit of a cave-in to the right wing. In that like they just bastardized a phrase from like Black culture and turned it into something that it never was. And there's so much involved in it. You can't really say. I mean, just like the Bethany Mandel, the Republican on The Rising, when they ask her, so you've written a whole book about wokeness. How would you describe wokeness? How would you define wokeness? And she's like, well, it's like when the things are woke, and it's like wokeness. It's if it's woke, then it's woke, and she got nothing. She wrote a whole fucking book about wokeness. Can't even describe what the fuck it is. I think that right there, is a moment that we really need to kind of key in on, in understanding that a lot of this discussion is just artifacts of language. A lot of this discussion doesn't mean a lot. Were there some problems with the politics of 2020? Sure. There was like I feel like a lot, like I described this before, chat, the difference between like caring about a marginalized group, trans people, black people, caring about versus like actually caring about them and being like, I want to see, this, I want to see this discrimination stop. I want to see this repression. I want to see this oppression stop. And thinking that this is the view that you're supposed to have, and kind of going along with something out of fear. And I do think that people are bad allies when they're motivated by fear, when their motivation is, I don't want to get canceled, right? When they believe in this cancellation thing, which turns out to be kind of overblown and also another artifact of language. What are we actually talking about with cancel culture? Simply put, we're talking about we're talking about the scapegoating, which traditionally happens to marginalized people. And when scapegoating started to happen, to non-marginalized people, to people in places of privilege, that's when people start to look at it and identify it as a problem. Isn't that strange? Not a problem. Not a problem when it is like people lying about like a black dude whistling at a white woman and then this guy gets lynched, right? That's that's like, well, you gotta stick to your side of town. I mean, they would literally scold the victims of lynchings, right? Like even if they granted that this person didn't do what they were accused of, they'd still sort of, shame, right? But there's no concern, right? When we're talking about cancel culture, nobody's thinking about witch trials, which is a very, that you want to talk about cancel culture, right? Talk about getting blamed for somebody's crops not growing. Hell, talk about getting blamed for somebody's dick not getting hard. I'm not kidding, chat. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. Dudes experiencing impotence and looking down the street at the unmarried spinster and saying, oh, gee, she maybe is a witch and she cast a spell on me, made the dick not get hard. And, if we dunk her in a fucking, tank, then maybe we'll find out something, right? I mean, it is a contrivance upon a contrivance. But at the same time, I do want more people to move beyond that fake allyship where you're walking on eggshells because you're scared of being canceled. That's not an ally at all, right? That's what I was trying to point out in the whole Dylan Burns drama, was that, while he is on paper, in word, an ally, in his own words, in his own description, on the side of trans liberation, right? The stuff that he's doing with his panel kind of shows you that maybe not, right? And it's great that, he sometimes platformed, trans people along with the transphobes that were spewing brainworms at his naive liberal audience. But at the same time, half the time he can't even get their gender identity right, and it's just just kind of resolving to the strategic they them to try to be like, all right, well, I just don't want to do the bad thing, right? And he's not the only one, and he's not the worst, right? And I never said the guy was a transphobe. Here's about the issue, right? What I wanted him to do, though, was care about the people, and that's what I never got out of that whole exchange, because it was just a bunch of people shouting me down, a bunch of cis people that thought that they were better allies than they were. Just finally having a trans person to attack, they kind of proved my point in a lot of ways, especially with all the harassment that followed that. So, but yeah, the woke 1.0 is like shorthand for I don't know, I guess a largely performative allyship and an assumption that I want to be on the right side of history. I don't want to be thought of as a bigot. And even has some bad results in terms of when somebody does get called out for something that is implicit, instead of learning and growing from it, they attack the messenger, right? So, woke is just a metaphor, like Jesus asking why apostles slept in the garden. I haven't read the Bible as deeply as you have, Turbo Samvara. Heraclitus talking about sleepwalkers not understanding logos. Yeah, so it's like a weirdly double-sided thing, right? And on one hand, we do have to get past, like, using somebody's, like the point of implicit racism. It's not. It's not that's okay, right? It's not that, like, everybody is racist, so just stop worrying about it. You should worry about it. You should take the implicit racism that you find in yourself or that somebody else sees in yourself and use that as motivation to examine, like to unpack stuff, right? But at the same time, this sort of focus on, and I did see it, people, in my own community trying to use the perception of somebody showing implicit bigotries and implicit bias as a reason to permanently damn them, and just with the competitive nature of streaming, right? This really did become a thing. I have had somebody go off on me, basically call me a alt-right Canadian streamer. Yes, chat. They confused me with Lauren Southern, I suppose, right? Based on nothing. But that's not to say that my takes were all good back then, and that's not to say that there wasn't anything that I deserved criticism for. That's certainly not to say that I did not have implicit bias at the time. So yeah, it gets a little bit more complicated, and I'm really not sure. I think this demands a lot of thought to it. Anyway, so AOC has gone on an interview show. And, she kind of like distanced herself from quote unquote woke 1.0. And then you got this woke 2.0 thing, which sort of gets mixed in with dark woke, which is like, look, at its best, it's like no longer letting chuds shame you and wearing your opinion, like, proudly, I guess. Standing 10 toes down, right? Shouting an unpopular take that is true, like everybody that was talking about Palestine before October 7th, and never really got credit for that back in the day. That just used to get you called an anti-Semite. Even people that early on were like, whoa, fuck this, Israel has the right to defend itself shit. I'm worried about the Palestinians. Like, I mean, I don't want to see, people slaughtered, but I'm thinking there's going to be a lot more slaughtering to come on, and it turns out those people were right. Right, the best of woke, dark woke, or woke 2.0 is being right too early. That's the best interpretation of it. The worst interpretation of it is like, listen, I kind of like racism, right? I don't like Candace Owens, and I don't like right-wing shit. So therefore, when I am criticizing Candace Owens, I am going to just recklessly throw in a bunch of tropes about black people, because guess what? That shit works. And that's what we don't want to see. That's what we don't want to like allow like more of a permission structure to, right? Is people's almost like the what do you call it? Like it's like a libidinal release, a catharsis of the implicit racism or implicit bias within us, and we give ourselves the permission to do it because it's fucking Caitlyn Jenner. I can call Caitlyn Jenner clocky, can I? You can, but you shouldn't. You really shouldn't. I know it might feel good. I know that she's a Republican piece of shit. But, the calling Caitlyn Jenner clocky is not the own that you think it is. All right. And that kind of shit will tear up, any sort of, certainly the trans community. It's got its analogs in every marginalized group. And yeah, it does not bode well for overall solidarity, which is what we sort of need to succeed. We need to come together and be because ultimately, if you're for trans rights, right, talking about Caitlyn Jenner's looks is not advancing that cause. Even though Caitlyn Jenner talking about trans rights also not advancing that cause. So it's a little bit more complicated, and I think it's something we really need to talk about.
Super chatted $5. Woke 2.0. When society is meant to change when individuals within the society refuse to. What could go wrong?
Oh my gosh, I thought I had these turned on. It turns out I don't. Yeah, we're at 45 right now. Thank you, Narwhal. And I don't have this. Okay, let me just put that there. So what have I done? I have done my Okay, so the goal should say 45 and the browser should say Okay, wait. Not quite. Let's see if I can make this happen. Yes, no? Anything? Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now, and you're not, so. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Woke 2.0. When society is meant to change when individuals within society refuse to. What could go wrong? And also Davy. The underlying anti-blackness, misogyny, and anti-queer Islamophobia and anti-Semitism is a battle both too large and personal to deal with en masse. It's an individual journey of deconstruction for everyone. Yeah, so I mean, I do like, and I haven't talked about this in a long time because I feel like, you know, this was a fight I had like early on with people that were just kind of tangential to my community, and yeah, there were a few, you know, people that seem to like to. In fact, there's one person. See, I don't want to get into this because I'm not trying to. This is like literally old drama for me. But yeah, I have experienced, you know, very early on, chat, very early on, I had a conversation with somebody, in which, you know, they were talking shit about a friend of mine, but I actually wanted to know what the shit was about. I wasn't making the assumption. Shouldn't it be 50 since 5 plus oh, okay, Narwhal's got it. But yeah, you know, so my question was just like, wait a minute, what did this person do? And it turns out this person is somebody that ultimately I called out, right? Not publicly, but in DMs when they yelled at me for, I guess, criticizing a transphobic bitch named Kelly Zahos, right? Who was trying to be ContraPoints until ContraPoints rejected her, and her, you know, her response was to go on like an anti-wokeness campaign. And this friend of mine, you know, Theory Plebe, who when I met them went by they them pronouns, was in my DMs castigating me for performing wokeness and gatekeeping and not recognizing that there's also a conservative left. Yeah, fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. Okay? But so yeah, ultimately what this person was trying to communicate in chat was not wrong, right? Theory Plebe, ultimately not somebody that I want to have anything to do with, right? And my question of like, what did they do wrong? I guess was taken as like they didn't do anything wrong. Why are you calling them out? When really I just wanted to, you know, find out what the other person knew that I didn't know. I was open, in other words, to hearing criticism of my friend. They took it the wrong way. They started a big fight. The streamer whose chat we were in ended stream because they just two of their friends are fighting in stream and they don't want to deal with it, right? And so I was like, listen, I want to hear you out, okay? Like, so let's go to Discord. And I went to Discord and they just fucking yelled at me and bit my head off and called me racist and ableist and a million other things, right? They literally leveraged their identity as a cudgel out of anger, right? When all that was required was a conversation that I actually would have been very open to. And had I had that conversation with them, I feel like I would have cut out a person from my life and certainly from my career that I shouldn't have really been around in the first place. It's just a random person on Twitch that, you know, I became friends with and didn't really know what they were about, didn't realize how reactionary they actually were. So, I mean, that's an example that I can find. I don't usually talk about that a lot, chat, because if I put this up as like the biggest danger is people making fake call outs, then I kind of I put a chilling effect on anybody trying to make a call out. And I want people to be able to call out. I need you to be able to, like, I will be, you know, we can all be better. You know, we can all be better in community, better in solidarity, if you know, we're able to respond to a genuine call out, not, you know, a cudgel over the head trying to knock off another streamer, which is what that ended up being. You know, if we're able to, yeah, first of all, be good faith with each other about all this, and second of all, be able to listen, be willing to listen. So I don't know what, I mean, that might be confusing, right? I might feel like I come down on every issue and none at all at the same time. But I do think that, you know, this is stuff that we need to talk about. I don't know how useful, though, the AOC is going to be right now, because it does feel like a little bit of a surrender. Because there were some important stuff that people were saying in 2020 that still has not had an effect on policy, and it needs to have an effect on policy. Look, if what AOC is doing is a Zoran Mamdani-esque kind of bank shot, where, you know, like Zoran, in some ways, you know, did not fire the chief of police, did not pick fights with the New York City, the NYPD, but ultimately is achieving some of the aims of defund the police, right? I guess I'm in favor of that, but it's oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to call out somebody right now. This is old stuff, although I think that the person has not changed that much. In my opinion of the person, certainly has not, to the company that they keep has not changed that much. Kelly Azah was definitely very bigoted and a grifter. God, did I just divulge what happened in DMs? I don't know. I don't think I'm telling any secret tea on this person. I think anybody that watches their content knows what they're about, and you know, you can make your choice if you agree with me or you agree more with the theory plebe. But you know, obviously, most people in here have already made up their choice, so. Anyway, so yeah, we got 3 hours, 30 minutes and 52 seconds left at present. We're at 45 out of 100. If we get to 100, we can add an extra hour, give me more time to cover this stuff. And yeah, Haas is streaming again too. Yeah. And this is the ultimate thing. Like, I mean, theory, you know, people like, you know, copy pasta agitprop are one thing, right? But it's a, I don't know how, if they realize that they are creating a pipeline that ends at Infrared Haas and Jackson Hinkledink. So sick of the one. Yeah, me too, SM. Me too. I mean, I do think there's stuff to talk about there, but the framing of it really bothers me. Is that what kind of bothers you too? The way it gets framed. These are conversations that just never got finished in you know, during COVID and everything, and that are sort of coming back now. But yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't had a lot of chance to watch that. So anyway, AOC woke 1.0 cancel culture. That's the first item. Do we have something that I can add? Because I need to add. I also need to make a one in chat if you get my notifications on Blue Sky. Do you use Blue Sky? Do you appreciate notifications there? Because I am oh my God, I'm doing a lot less with Blue Sky these days, but I still do. Oh my God, what the fuck is even something just happened. Whoa, stop the stupidity with the 5 gift subs, bringing us up to 60. We're at 60, so yeah, we're kind of closing in on adding another. Okay, so just copy this. I mean, it's part of it is like, Part of it is a problem with not enough time for all the platforms that I'm on, right? With Blue Sky. And the other part of it is just not really knowing how to use Blue Sky. Although I do know some people who have figured out and like and enjoy using Blue Sky. But I feel like it is something to do with the feeds, and they found the difference between them and me is that they found feeds that they like, and I didn't. I didn't find. I don't know, where are they? Where are the feeds? Where are the feeds? Right? There's no feeds for me. Like I don't. I look at all the feeds and I'm just like, what the fuck? What is even going? I've signed up for some random ass feeds, just to have something that that shows up on my Blue Sky. But I think I'm maybe just not using Blue Sky correctly. And then it's got its own culture and its own way of doing things that I don't really understand. So yeah, it's a bit of a self-reinforcing kind of thing there. All right, what am I trying to do? Find Twitter and make the blast off tweet. We fucked up yesterday on the blast off tweet. We fucked up. Yeah, let me pull you into this chat. It was your fault as well. No, it was not your fault as well. It was my fault. The secret to this how this works is I put a picture on my, like I describe the stream. I add a picture of the thumbnail, and then the second tweet is the actual link, because Elon suppresses links that are put in the initial tweet. Does that make sense? You got to put your link in there as a comment, basically. YouTube live stream, and then the address for this live stream is right here. Yeah, I mean, I kind of hate even delving into discussions like this about wokeness, because my thoughts on it are kind of complicated, and I haven't really had a chance to. I mean, like, I haven't even watched the full AOC interview, so I don't have the context and stuff, and I don't want to, like, go off with a bunch of half-cocked opinions about stuff that I haven't really delved into properly. All right, so there we go. First things first, chat. I got a blast off tweet for you. Oh my god, I really do need to figure out bonus content, though. I need to add at least one topic. It appears Hong's election night ending before the election has been called. I'm getting that from Direful. We're going to skip over the news playlist today. Oh no, I don't know if I'm not seeing this bonus content. Yeah, there's a bunch of this woke 1.0 versus woke 2.0 shit. I think we kind of got that covered, at least by the first one. But I need at least one more bonus item to go over. I thought I put some more stuff in. Nope. Nothing. Ryan Getty, that's what we'll do. Oh my god, I just don't know how to sell this to you, chat. Um, yeah, maybe that's not the best content then. We got the Pierce anti-Hasan panel already on there. Finishing up the Pisco Owlish thing, which we've tried to do twice now, and I've only ever shown you the one thing that Owlish was kind of right about, although I'm not sure if Owlish even understood the reason. Oh my god, what is this? This is too complicated. I need something simple. I might just go with a three item thing here. Because yeah, the Ryan Getty thing, I don't know if I can explain it to you. It's still up in the air as far as the, yeah, how about the Mets? No, we just need to I need to make a decision quickly is what I need to do. Did I give you okay, so let me give you first the blast off tweet. Welcome Raiders. Welcome streamer. Good to have you here on us here with us on this election night. And there we go. I'm pinning right now the blast off tweets for you. So if you want to click on the pinned, you can go over and support me on twitter.com. We're kind of just getting started with the actual content of the stream. We have been busting our brains out watching this very painful and slowly emerging election results. Definitely not what we we're expecting in terms of the definitely not anything that we're expecting in terms of the polls so far, but also not definitive either way. And it really is an election that could go either way, although I would say that it seems to be favoring Crowley at the moment, but that could obviously change. So let's try to get a shout out here for our Raiders. There we go. Shouts out. Yeah, we need one more item for this, and I'm not sure about what you're talking Direful, your suggestion seems a little bit much for bonus content. I don't even know how to explain this to chat. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Ryan Getty's probably also not gonna work. What is gonna work for bonus content? Because I would love to have 4 items. I usually have 4 items for you to choose from. I'm going to look really quickly at my history because I know that the time is ticking, and oh my god, and the YouTube was very slowly loading. That's unfortunate. Neera Tanden's drunken interview. There we go. There we go.
That's... Vicliff super chatted $9.99. The only truly woke person in Rudyard. He's climbed to peak of OLYMPIUS to become a Celtic druid in the name of Odin and HES, open his third eye to the magic of being Anglo-Saxon.
The Democratic Party are a war between the progressive wing and the moderate wings. And after Abdul El
This is a bad time to have tech difficulties. Please pause. Please fucking pause. Can I pause you? Will you pause for me? Pause. Thank you. God damn it. No, pause. Actually pause. Thank you. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, anyway. Okay, so what wait, I just figured it out. Okay, so what is the last thing? Neera Tanden, is she drunk? Neera Tanden drunk interview. That's what we'll call it. Neera Tanden. I am very choppy. That's not good. That's a bad sign. Neera Tanden drunk interview. We're up to 70. That's a good sign. That's a good thing. And also, Davy, thank you for the super chat. Oh my god. I am gonna just have to start. I'm gonna have to Direful, I hate to say this, but I'm gonna kill Discord. You're gonna have to communicate with me like a chatter. She was sauce. That's what people are saying. That's what people are saying. Rudyard's the sociologist. So the other thing that I wanted to say about the whole discussion of the misbegotten, badly framed discussion of wokeness that's occurring right now is that there is a tendency also of right-wingers to try to use some semblance or some kind of bastardization, almost like a parody of what they think left-wing intersectional ideals are, to justify the unjustifiable, to pit one marginalized group against another, right? We've seen this. Some people call this the woke right. I think the soy right is another name for this. It just comes from the weirdest places. I mean, Destiny is a great example of this. Somebody that will use an argument that basically boils down to Hasan is supposed to be the king of wokeness, and look at this right here, he's insufficiently woke. Well, first of all, that's one, like, Hasan's not right about everything. And second of all, I don't want to hear about Hasan being racist from a douchebag that brags about using the N-word. You are the wrong person to be making that criticism in the first place, right? And obviously you're not doing it for the right reason, right? You're not doing that because you care about black people. Destiny doesn't give a fuck about black people. Black people are a punchline to Destiny, right? Or even worse, protesters that need to be mowed down by right wingers with automatic weapons, right? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna hear that from Destiny. But that doesn't mean that Hasan, his ass is clean, because his ass is not always clean. Is it a little bit better, chat? I can't tell if it's a little bit better. But yeah, Nearatan and drunk interview, that is going to be our other thing. Let me switch now. Switch us up to, oh my god, look at that. Past versus present. That's the thumbnail that we're on right now. I'm sorry, chat. I am so out of sorts with everything. I'm too hot and everything is fucked up. And what did we want to do? Kornacki cam, maybe. Oh, he's ended. Kornacki cam has gone home. So everybody's gone home. I guess we'll find out what the fuck happened tomorrow. And I need, once again, I am asking you for your support on the blast off tweet. So if you are a user of twitter.com, this cursed site that we have right here, I'm sending you and I am begging you to give me a hand on this. Give me some help. Send help. All right. And help me out by liking the tweet. That's probably the easiest way. If you think that your followers would be interested in this kind of stream, you can feel free to retweet it on your timeline. But again, no pressure, chat, because I don't want you to alienate your timeline I don't want you to seem like you're spamming, right? In other words, right? If the only thing you tweet is retweets of my go live thing, it might be a little annoying to your followers. If your followers are not politically inclined, it might be, I'm not choppy. Did I fix it? I fixed it. Yeah, it was that Discord. So yeah, I will have to, Direful, I will actually open up, Discord on my phone. It's not quite as convenient as it would be to have it open on the computer, but we're just dealing with what we have to deal with now. I disagree with Hasan not being right about everything. Good point. Good point, general public. Good point. So anyway, yeah, that is the blast off tweet. If you want to help me out with this, I would really appreciate it. The other way you can help me out is just by liking the stream, because believe it or not, liking the stream is one of the biggest metrics that you can personally affect on YouTube for me. And the result will be that more people come in and more people watch the stream, even as late as we are. All right, I've done a tweet. I've done a blue sky. I put out my go live notifications on the Discord. So that part is taken care of. We're going to be going into Destiny versus Destiny. Right, we've dug or Hasan, I guess Hasan's community has dug up some clips of old Destiny saying that he understands, for instance, the 9/11 tweet. You know how they make Hasan seem like a monster for that? Like, he loves Osama bin Laden. He loves the idea of people burning to death in a building, of people, in an airplane, like dying in a horrible, unbelievable way, right? If you've watched Hasan, like general public has, you know that's not who he is, right? There's criticisms of him, maybe or maybe not, general public, right? But that's not a criticism. He's not a bloodthirsty person that wants to see like uninvolved or just like civilians massively slaughtered, right? Destiny at one point understood what Hasan was actually getting to, understood the concept of blowback. This was the Destiny that I first encountered. This was the reason that I thought that it might be useful to have a conversation with him. Direful diminished listening smoke signals. No, I've got Discord open here. So wait, what are we at right now? 70? We're at 70. This number should say 70 now. But chat, what I was about to say, what I was trying to say when Kornacki was talking, and I was just like, oh no, I got to see what he says next, right? Was that by the end of the election season, I am imagining I'm gonna have my formula down really well for how I stream on an election night, right? Of the transition from the election monitoring to the main subject, right? I'm gonna get it all down right at the time where all the elections end and there's no more need for it. And then by the time there's more elections in 2028 or special elections or whatever, I'm gonna suck at it again. So yeah, as much as I think I'm moving to a place where I've got a system in place to be able to deal with this, maybe not so much. But anyway, this is the topic for today. This is what we're getting into. I just switched the things here. So new Destiny versus old Destiny. And then we will follow that up with Destiny debates Jolah. I'm pretty sure that's how his name is spelled. So we'll see what we think of Jolah tonight as well. I haven't really watched this guy in debate in like, I don't know, 5 years or more. So anyway, let us Vanguard understands the Hasan blowback thing. Yeah, look, most people on the actual left do. Most people, even if they immediately like, well, America deserved 9/11, and they think, like, even if they originally react to that as if, he's saying like American civilians deserve to be, to be incinerated, right? Just a little bit of like, well, no, it's not that America deserves it. It's that's what you should expect when you arm groups like Al-Qaeda, when you arm people like Saddam Hussein, when you intervene in the Middle East, you shouldn't be that surprised when it results in terrorism blowing back on you. And it is a predictable result of foreign policy. That's what Hasan was saying. Most people on the left would, including old Destiny, including what Destiny used to be when he was grifting as a progressive, right? And I'm going to say that because, chat, I don't know what this guy actually believes in other than his own, greatness, other than his own narcissism. But yeah, we need to jump into this here. So we're going to start with new Destiny versus old Destiny, then Destiny debates Jolah. We're at 70 out of 100, chat. That means that we are 30 points away from being able to add an hour to the clock, right? If we get to 200, we can add 2 hours to the clock. How does that happen? It happens through super chats. I mean, you've seen it, right? Super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, and thank you for all the new. Wait a minute. Whoa! Look at that. Twitch subscribers 307, YouTube members 295. Chat. It has not been that close in a very long time. And also, I want to give a special shout out, a special thanks to Stop the Stupidity, who is gotten us this close. So yeah, if you gift memberships like Stop the Stupidity did, or if you get yourself a membership, that counts as well. If you support me on Throne, which right now I am trying to get my hair done because I want to do more videos to put out, and it's kind of hard to put out a video when you're sweaty and your hair looks like shit and you've got no volume in it. So, if you want to help me out with that, I'm trying to go to the salon to make me pretty again. And you can do that on throne.com/nocommentchick. Yes, I'm crowdfunding a cut, style, and color. If you're interested in making me look better, you can help me out on throne.com/nocommentchick. You can also become a Patreon at patreon.com/nocommentchick. And if you do become a Patreon, I will read your name out, or whatever name you want me to read out for you, at the beginning and end of every stream. And there you go. There you go. This is what makes the number go up. Oh my God, the number go way up. What just happened? Chat, I feel like we just got like a new, what? We just got a new dump. That is, look at that. Look at that. So already we're adding an hour. Stop the stupidity. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. And look at that. 307 to 305. That's where we're at right now. They are almost identical, chat. They're statistical dead heat between YouTube and between YouTube and Twitch. Much like the statistical dead tweet between Crowley and Hong right now, which I'll try to keep you updated on if we have any dumps happen in the middle of the night. Sometimes dumps do come in the middle of the night. People don't really notice this. They assume that all that's going to happen in the middle of the night is maybe you have to get up and piss, but sometimes it's a massive dump that happens in the middle of the night, and you're like, wow, looks like Hong pulled it out, or like, wow, looks like Crowley and the data center industry have won this round. We'll find out, chat. We may find out soon, and I'll try to bring us back to that if we get word of who won. But yeah, thank you for starting the Stop the Stupidity. Thank you for starting the extra hour here, because we got an extra hour. Sub ad time. What is that? Yo, my Ruby Pearl with the 5 community subs. Oh, I see. This is Twitch being like, not so fast. Not so fast, says Twitch. Not so fast. YouTube thought they were going to catch up. Looks like you did not count on. Nobody expected the Ectogenesis babe to get jellyfish ice water, to get jellyfish Sweetheart's cat, to get jellyfish Jaeger Larson, to get jellyfished, and 01 Henry to get jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Also, let me read out who just got weaseled, so that if you're listening in chat and maybe not watching the stream, you will know, because you might not have seen it. But yeah, Mr. Titan, you've just been weaseled. Bridget 666, you've just been weaseled. Winter Soldier with a 1, you've just been weaseled. Mamba B 4720, you've just been weaseled. Brady 9592, you have just been weaseled. Mr. Bones 100, you have just been weaseled. Diet Brasher, you just got weaseled. Polyhedron 20, you just got weaseled. LM 9522, you just got weaseled. And Ethereal Epoch 4596, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing, I think. Wow, that's an amazing thing. So look at that. We got to revise this once again up to 130. So we're 70 points away from adding another hour to the stream and giving me more time to cover old Destiny versus new Destiny, which I just noticed it's confused people. It's confused people. I apologize for the confusion. I'm just talking about who Destiny used to be, which was a guy that understood things like blowback, understood things like that it's bad to arm Osama bin Laden, it's bad to arm Saddam Hussein. It could come back at you, and in those two cases, it did come back. The United States creates its own, is the biggest creator of its own enemies, and it doesn't seem like an accident. It seems like a strategy. It seems like a meta strategy. What's up, Vamps? What's up, Buffy Geek? Good to see you both here. All right, so we are about to get into this. I mentioned my Patreon earlier. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out. Let's do those right now. All right, so shouts go out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French, Big Al of the Cake Mix, Direful, Joel Siverud, Sarah Izimandius, Stephen Sayers, Animus, Infallible Fowl, Oral Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noep, Temporal Insanity, Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerox. And with that, Chad, I think we're about ready to oh yeah, I gotta put the I don't think I've actually done, I think I mentioned the poll. So chat, we get bonus content every time we hit over 100. We're already over 100. So bonus content is going to happen this time, but I just need your help in deciding which. And how am I going to get your help in doing that? By making a poll on YouTube. Why not a poll on Twitch? Because the polls on Twitch do not last for longer than 30 minutes. And I want to let everybody vote, even those who have not come into the stream yet. Should be able to vote. The only way I'm going to be able to do that is indeed by putting up a poll on YouTube. So if you're not watching me on YouTube, feel free to come over youtube.com/nocommentchick. You will click on the stream, you will click on the chat, and then you will click on the poll, and you will make a choice between AOC, Woke 1.0, and Cancel Culture, Neera Tanden Drunk Interview, which could be a sleeper hit. That sounds like some good content, right? Hasan watched it and enjoyed it. I mean, everybody loves it when Neera Tanden is drunk, and especially Neera Tanden. Like, most of all, Neera Tanden enjoys that. We got Pierce Morgan and his anti-Hasan panel. Wait, do I have room? Jink. I'll put that in capital letters. Jink is on this panel. It's like all Hasan haters and Jink Uygur. Jink Uygur is the guy that is defending his Max Left nephew. Incompetent? How do you spell incompetent? Apparently I am incompetent in spelling. That's an irony. Incompetent with 2 E's, maybe? Yeah, 2 E's is the way to go. All right, there you go, chat. That's your poll. You can vote on this poll. All right? And the results of the poll will be the order in which I approach the bonus content. So in other words, whatever places first, I'll do first. Whatever places second, I'll do second. The other thing to keep in mind is that, wait, did I add time? Chat, I feel like I didn't add time. Did the time go up? Should it be 3 hours or should it be... I don't think I did. Sub add time is what I'm looking for. Is me typing sub add time. I don't think I did it. Oh, I see it. It's in the... All right, there we go. 1 hour. So no wonder. Chat, it says 3 hours, but look, it's actually 4 hours. We get an extra hour thanks to all the support for the stream that's come in. I'm going to stick around for an extra hour. I'm also going to give you some bonus content, so make sure to vote on that. Also, make sure that when you do Super Chat, Super Sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. When you do any of that stuff, or if you, gift subs like My Ruby Pearl just did, anything that supports the stream, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want. I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, your donation as a bonus to whatever you're voting for, or to whatever you want to see as bonus content, and I'll add that to the totals of the poll, right? So that's how that works. You can also say Vox Populi, which we've got to clear off from last night. We had a bunch of support for Vox Populi. Vox Populi is just you saying, hey, whatever the voters vote for, that's what I want to win. It decreases the effect of the donations on the polls, and it increases the effect of the vote on the poll. So if you're like, I don't like this money in politics shit, Vox Populi is for you. If you say, I would like Irene to play more video games, then video games is another thing that you can say to put more pressure on me to play more video games, which we do every Saturday night at the end of stream. So working through Persona 2 right now, and I would say at this point we're more than halfway done. We're about like halfway there. Is drinking just more poor behavior? I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with Neera Tanden. Maybe we'll find out though tonight. So anyway, chat, I think I've said all the things that I need to say, and I feel pretty confident. Oh my god. So there are timestamps for me somewhere here. Oh my gosh, more stuff. It really sucks that I had to shut down Discord, but again, you saw how choppy I was getting. I would way rather have Discord open than closed. What do we have here? Old Destiny versus New Destiny. Oh no.
At Omega 5 Tar, super chatted $20. Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64 guitar?
64 guitar? Are you talking about a guitar with 64 strings? Hell yeah, I'll need you. I'm gonna need you for my band, Omega Star. If you can play a 64 string guitar, those could be some beautiful chords, right? You know, I mean, I know about ninth chords. I know about major seventh chords. I know about, you know, add 11, add flat 13 chords. But what kind of chords could you play with 64 strings? I don't even know. We're going to be talking about like an add, you know, 27 or something. It might get into, I don't know. We're going to really expand our idea of the Circle of Fifths with that 64 string guitar that you're talking about. But yeah, it's 232 for Twitch, 305 for, okay, so I guess I just have to pull up Hasan's, there we go, twitch.tv.com/Hasan No, I can't type it right. Hasan B. Hasan, no, not Asmongold. No, fuck it autofilled to Asmongold. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. And that should be what we need. Oh my God, what is going on? Because I mistyped Twitch. God damn it. How hard it is. The hardest thing in the world, oh my God, is just to type the T after the I on Twitch, apparently. All right, there we go. That should get me to Hasanabi. And then I've got some timestamps, thanks to Direful, that are on my phone. Oh my God. This parasocial Hasan is streaming song. Isn't this, it's like a cover, right? This is not even the original song. The original song, I think, was a female vocalist. And then this is somebody that I think has just like sort of updated it and added some more verses about different things that Hasan has done, different things that oh my God, why can't I don't have the thing to make it, oh. I don't have the, what the fuck? Reload, I guess. What? I can't toggle. I can't, what? Chat, there's a bar. There's a thing. I should be able to decide, what? Is this a new innovation by Twitch that you can't move the, what is even going on here? Okay, massive problems right now. I might have to just nix those timestamps all together and maybe even depend on the industrial complex for this one. That's really frustrating. I don't know I've never had this happen before. Where is the thing where I can say, like, go forward, go to a different time? Why is that not there? What is even going on? I don't understand. Original jingle from Inside? Oh, that's the name of the, of all the stupid shit to have to deal with. Yes, I know you're currently offline, Mr. Piker. What is even going on here? Okay, this has got to be the, oh no. How does this work? Do I click here? Yeah, I think I click there. I click there. Oh, I get it. I was experiencing what you're all experiencing. Stop. I was experiencing what you all experience when you don't have a sub. Do you know what I was experiencing, chat? Can anybody call it out? Depression. That's what I was experiencing. Yes, you get depression when you don't have a sub. No, I was experiencing, you cannot, one of the advantages to becoming a sub of mine or of Hasan's or of any streamer that you like on Twitch is that you are able to rewind time. You're able to, while you're watching the VOD, you can change the time, and if you don't have a sub, you can't do that. So somehow I was on, I don't know. He stopped streaming, right? He's ended his stream. Maybe I was on. Maybe that was just his. What do you call it? Like the trailer for Hasan. Old Destiny versus New Destiny starts at 2:05. All right. Wait, is that right? 2:05:20? Let's make sure that this is the right VOD. 284 ends in 6464. Yeah, this is the right one. I'm in the right place, so it's supposed to start right here.
Media is out of step with the masses on this.
Okay, so
just like they were on the Israel stuff, and they kept hammering that over and over again. This is what they think is a better way to punish a prominent critic of Israel, by constantly being like, well, you guys care about 9/11. He said America deserved it. Come on, get mad at him. And people are just like, I don't care. Yeah, I think the idea that he needed a nod from Bernie to say he doesn't think America deserved 9/11 is ridiculous. You don't stand by it. Why would he? Exactly. I think everyone is just like talking over one another.
Oh my God. Thank you so much for making this make sense to me. Imagination Epoch. Yeah, no, I understand now. So I was there. I caught, yeah, that was he was literally ending stream right then. And me not being able to just, so does everybody understand what that was? Yeah, I was watching live with no sub. Actually, I wasn't even logged in. So even if I had a sub, are we getting a Hasanabi raid right now? Welcome in, Hasanabi heads. We're about to watch your guy, all right? And we're watching with particular interest towards the different disposition displayed by Destiny, displayed by Asmongold, and yes, even displayed by Ethan Klein towards Hasan, towards his controversial clips, his controversial quotes, long ago versus right now. And it turns out that all of these motherfuckers seemingly understood the concept of blowback, seemingly understood that blowback is what he was talking about there, and not celebrating the incineration of like, you know, a bunch of children or something, like, right? This is these people understood, these people knew. And then their disposition towards Hasan changes, and so does their attitude towards those quotes. They suddenly forget what blowback means. They suddenly seem to think that Hasan was talking about enjoying, I don't know, you know, civilians being killed in plane hijackings and you know, people being incinerated in towers, right? Which is pretty silly, you know. Pretty silly thing to assume, but
average person doesn't give a shit.
It was during the Master Chef era. That was when Destiny understood blowback.
It plays no bearing in their calculation. I'll give you one example.
So just to let you know, coming up after this, stick around, because we're going to be watching, you know, we're watching Destiny kind of debate his old self. We're watching Hasan and his community dig up the clips showing that Destiny indeed understood blowback, indeed was, you know, agreed with Hasan on some of these things that he is trying to demonize him for now, which, you know, proves what maybe you already all know, that this is a disingenuous guy, that he's all about his ego, he's all about his narcissism. He doesn't have an ideological bone in his body. And that is not to say that he's so open-minded that his brain is slipping out of his ass, right? That is to say that everything that Destiny's doing in politics is about, you know, his own personal narcissism project, his creation of his, you know, cult of brigaders and harassers to go after his ideological enemies, and just, you know, seeing himself as the #1 guy in politics, despite the fact that he's bored of politics, chat. He's a drama addict. That's all Destiny cares about anymore. He doesn't even know what's going on. Half the time, like, he has to be clued in about, you know, whatever topic Hasan's talking in order to criticize him, because he literally does not pay attention to politics anymore. The guy's addicted to drama. So yeah, that's where after we watch Destiny literally debate himself through like old clips, Ethan Klein literally debate himself through old clips and new clips, Asmongold literally debate himself. After that, we're going to watch what is, I would call a very, almost like the how do I say this? Watch old Destiny symbolically debate new Destiny through Jolah, who, like, I mean, look, we gotta watch this debate. I haven't touched base with Jolah in a long time. Apparently, we are homies on Twitter. So at some point, I knew this guy, and I followed him, and he follows me. These days, when I see him tweet, about half the time I disagree with it, about half the time I agree with it. So I don't really know where he's at right now. But I'm going to say that he's a lot more like the old Destiny. He's a lot closer to what Destiny used to be during this time than the current Destiny. So in other words, Destiny debating Jolah is kind of Destiny debating old Destiny. That's the closest that we're going to get in the present moment anyway. So enjoy it.
I thought it would be more consequential what Tony Hinchcliffe said about how Puerto Rico was a trash island on a campaign event in Madison Square Garden in the city where the most amount of Puerto Ricans live. Okay? Did that play a formative role in Latino voters being like, fuck this, we're not voting for Donald Trump? No, it didn't. And that was literally at a highly publicized campaign event. People don't care about the association politics. They care about the policies. I don't know why. I don't know why we still play this
I still want to see that 64-string guitar Omega Star
game. Okay, I'm not running for office. And I'll take it one step further. Here's the real truth. People don't even care about what the candidates have said. Like the Francesca Hong Thanksgiving tweets. People are making a mountain out of a molehill there again. I don't think people care. People that don't like Francesca, that weren't going to vote for her.
I gotta say, depending on the results of the election, all right, this is gonna either look really good or look really bad in retrospect.
Are just going to keep using that to be like, that is crazy. I can't believe she said that. She wants to cancel Thanksgiving. The average person does not give a shit.
Okay, so Andy Kowalski's giving me some tea here. The MasterChef era was when Lily Pichu was Hasan's outro. Oh, wait, is that so the original singer was Lily? I hate Destiny. I hate that Destiny always has to. I hate Destiny always have, and I find and in fact I hated that Hasan was friends with him and would not watch him during that time. Yeah, I was watching different streamers as well.
In some ways, the median voter is both simultaneously very...
Wait, she had a cute little jingle, but it was a different song. Who was the original? Did somebody tell me who the original who the original songwriter was of the Hasan is streaming song?
Stupid and very intelligent at the same time.
I feel like it's gonna get in my head so bad because I do tend to watch him. Like when I wake up in the morning, Hasan is on. And I end up watching the last portion of his stream. But for that reason, I always tend to hear that song, and it gets in my head. And I swear to God, chat, when I get a guitar out here, right, either through somehow being able to send the one that's in Seattle at a U-Haul self-storage space, or maybe buy a guitar, have enough money to buy a guitar here, I swear to God, I'm probably gonna have to do a rendition. That's the only way I'll get it out of my head, is actually singing it. Wait, Bo Burnham? Wait, what? Bo Burnham did what? Are you serious? It's Bo Burnham. It's a Bo Burnham parody. Okay. So so it's a parody. What is the Bo Burnham song? So the Bo Burnham did the original song. Somebody that nobody's telling me who she is right now did a parody of that song. Yo, we got weasels in chat. We got multiple weasels in chat. We got a ton of weasels in chat. So many weasels. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Look at all those weasels. 210? Are we at 210? What just happened? We just got the mother load of weasels. Look at that. Look at that mother load of weasels. Holy shit. Oh, I get it. Is this really more weasel dumps? Yes, more weasel dumps, and then we'll have more jellyfish dumps, and then I will never get off stream apparently because of the massive dumps. that are happening now. And like I said earlier tonight, earlier chat, usually you get massive leaks in the middle of the night, especially as you get older, right? It's more common to have massive leaks that wake you up and you got to go take care of them, right? But, you know, massive dumps in the middle of the night, that's a whole nother thing. Is it Phasaria who made it? Anybody think that's right? Phasaria, thank you so much. Stop the stupidity. I guess you stopped the dominance of like that. You're now ahead of Twitch over on YouTube. The weasels have regained control once again. That's a lot of weasels. I should read them out. So A. Williams, you just got weaseled. AJ Williams, you just got weaseled. Dank Prol, not to be confused with Theory Plebe, you just got weaseled. Low, and I don't hate you, Theory Plebe, if you're out there, if you're, I don't know, using that site to name search or whatever, you just end up being an object lesson, unfortunately, and it does make me sad. Anyway, wow, enough smoke for that old friend. Like I'm just burning old friends here. I guess. Smoke Detector Juice, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Lotus Empire, I don't know if I said this before, but you just got weaseled. Ava Cortesi, you just got weaseled. Colin Castor, you just got weaseled. Kevin Garcia, you just got weaseled. Jimmy R.R. Page, you just got weaseled. Ghost Girl, you just got weaseled. And Ice Ick Sign, you just got weaseled. Jerry McAllister, you just got weaseled. Max Tax Evasion, you just got weaseled. 1 Gigawatt, you just got weaseled. Bella Rose Thorn, you just got weaseled. Karmatic Demise, you just got weaseled. Bricks 89056, you just got weaseled. Sea Blaze, you just got weaseled. Mike Hunt. Not that I've never been accused of talking about Mike Hunt on stream. I feel like I feel like that was White Nervosa's main complaint, right? That talking about Mike Hunt while I'm reacting to Xanderhall was not transformative content. It's just me talking about Mike Hunt and nothing else. But you know, look, if I'm gonna step in dog do, I gotta smush it. I gotta step like way into it. Pratrazi 1920, you just got weaseled. Jack Smith, you just got weaseled. And that, my friends, is a good thing. That's a lot of weasels right there. So we're at 2:10 right now, and I gotta add another hour to the stream that never ends. Here we go. So again, we're at 210 out of 300, chat. If we get to 300, like, I don't want to disappoint you, but it does do something, right? We will get an extra hour, but any hour past 2 extra hours goes on the Saturday stream. So you'll be making the, you'll be making that longer. Yeah, look, yeah, Mike Hunt and also my good friend Amanda Hagenkiss, right? Seymour Butts as well. Yeah, all of the old crew, right? Theory Plebe, Seymour Butts, Amanda Hagenkiss. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Real ones remember that Lily Pichu wrote Hasan's first custom. Oh, the intro to Waiting for Hasan. Anyway, we got to get going with the content or else we'll be up super late. I'll be up it's not late for me, but let me sub add time really quick. Sub add time 1 hour. No, not 2 hours. That's crazy. Oh my God. I misclicked. I almost gave you 2 extra hours. Mike Hunt sounds like a expert at Kantian ethics. I think he would be. Yeah. Yeah, which is a different kind of, isn't it like a different kind of syllogism than the Hegel? Isn't Kant the guy with the other kind of, anyway. We gotta go. That funny feeling is the original. I'll have to listen to that off stream. All right, let's start Mr. Piker up again. I do have to pee now.
Same time.
I'm turning into Hasan, chat. When you start the content and you're like, immediately, I gotta pee now, right? You feel like you're turning into Hasan. But yeah, major dumps overnight, a totally different thing than just having some leaks, right? A few leaks here and there overnight. Sometimes it's major dumps, and then you really got to get up and take care of that and turn on Steve Kornacki to keep you company for those major dumps, for those massive dumps.
Okay.
Mike Hunt does his Hegels every day. Okay, the chat is is doing more comedy than I am right now.
Very dumb in the sense that like the contradictions are like the contradictory feelings that the median voter has, and every American has really, leads us into believing that the median voter is stupid. But at the same time, they're very smart. They're very smart in the sense that they just like look at policies and they go, I like that. They
A
look at
rim
policies
shot?
and they
Oh,
go,
no.
That seems good to me. I want that. Sure. Let's do it. I'm in. Huh. I also think people can be like, can tell like,
Wait.
suddenly
Oh,
every show
I
on
didn't
TV
hit it.
is
I didn't hit it.
lying about you without putting on a
There we
tinfoil
go.
hat. Does it feel like everyone in the news media got an email?
There's
2
the
weeks ago
extra
with talking
hour.
about that? It's hard not to roll your eyes.
I feel like that was more than an hour. What
Yeah.
the fuck happened? Okay. I'm never getting off of this. Decision Desk headquarter.
My mom, who was a 3-time Trump voter, is now a fan of yours because I spammed her with your clips and context and Zoran and Abdul clips, and we had lots of conversations and healthy debates. Even she agrees with your statement about American deserving 9/11. She understood the concept of she understood the context and the concept of blowback. She's voting Democrat this fall, by the way, and now identifies as a Democratic Socialist. That's what I'm saying. Like,
See that? Yeah, exactly. Right. Most well-informed progressive people, once they understand what Hasan was actually saying and know that it wasn't like a celebration of incineration, right? This is not that difficult of a concept. But the discussion never goes to blowback. The discussion always hangs out at, this is a bad guy. This man named Hasan loves terrorism. And you see Hasan's whiteness just melt away at that moment, right? That's when it melts away. Generally, like he always talks about, like, when people will accuse him of wanting white genocide, he brought up in his tweet, I am white. What he means by that is that in most spaces he goes into a place, he gets white privilege because people assume that he's white. And it's only, I don't know, when he takes out his credit card to pay at the end of the meal, and they say Hasan Piker on there, that all of a sudden no longer white, or like, right? If it comes up like this 9/11 thing, right? Is a big way to just like try to, try to wash his, superficial whiteness away, right? All of a sudden, when you can tag this guy with he's one of those terrorist guys, right? Then it's like no longer the white privilege just dissolves, right?
we hold a lot of power. We hold a lot of persuasive capability that we do not take for granted.
Is Hasan the guy that tasered his dog? No, he's the guy that used the vibration collar on your mom.
Or that we do not utilize, rather. Sorry, not take for granted.
Okay, no, you got I got to read this out from you. You're it, gal. This is an important bit of information you've just brought up. The Decision Desk, HQ, guys, let it slip that 2 of the key districts in the Hong race are having quote-unquote server issues, and that election officials can't decrypt the votes. Oh my God. New twist.
Like, you have unlimited persuasive capabilities with those closest to you. So you should never give up on your relatives. You should never give up on your neighbors. You should
Not as big as the twist that the shock collar that Hasan was using on the chatter's mom was actually a vibration collar, and not a bad thing at all, but
never give up on your community. I say it all the time.
Defend El Sayed and in a more circumspect way, at least differentiate myself a little bit from your views of Hasan Piker. So Piker's
look, Twitch chatters. I don't think you need to be Mike Lindell to believe that Hasan shocked his dog. I just think you got to let your imagination run away with you a little bit. You got to want to believe on some level. It's got to accomplish something for you, right? There's something that Hasan has said that you want to ignore and you're having trouble ignoring it. Well, if you think of him as the dog striker, then maybe it's a little easier. Maybe it doesn't get to you as bad.
And his apology in relation to that comment is that he says what he was seeking to argue was that America...
But I will say, and I've said this before, that I don't know that he didn't shock his dog. No, I really don't know. I don't live with the guy. I'm not his security guard, okay? I'm not watching a constant feed of cameras in his house. Nobody fucking knows what a streamer does in his spare time, right? Nobody fucking knows. Maybe Hasan, like, you know, eats booger cereal the second that he gets off. He's like, oh, time to eat. I can't eat this on stream because I don't want people to know I eat booger cereal. But this booger cereal is fucking delicious. I don't know. Maybe Hasan eats booger cereal. Maybe Hasan eats the booger cereal. Time to shock the dog. Shocks the dog. Shocks the chatter's mom. Vibrates the chatter's mom, right? Because, you know, that would be mean if he... I mean, that you know, people let you get away with animal abuse more than they'll let you get away with human abuse. But sometimes just the mere prospect that maybe this guy's an animal abuser, I don't know, could put some people off. But the truth of the matter is we don't know. And I happen to be a little bit uninterested in unfalsifiable, unprovable quandaries like whether Hasan used shock training with Kaya, right? I literally don't know. I don't think that clip proves anything, but again, I don't know what the fuck happens when the camera turns off. And it's a stupid thing to be obsessed with. Anyway, I think I've said enough already about we need to subpoena the dog. Yeah, I think you're right, card posting. I think you're right. And welcome to the chat. Good to have you here tonight. Card posting has blessed our YouTube chat, everyone.
American foreign policy
I know you got some fans in here, card posting. One in chat if you're a fan of card posting.
had helped create.
Wait, she tweeted this? Not a Loomer fan at all, although I agree with her Ukraine view, but on this, she's right. Neera Tandon, there is no amount of alcohol consumption that should cause you to repost Laura Loomer and say, I agree with her. You do not, under any circumstance, have to hand it to ISIS. Okay?
I only know of card posting from the Alec Gunter beef. Yeah, that was crazy. Card posting, I thought I got some crazy accusations thrown at me. You take the cake with the shit that Alec Gunter... Speaking of imagination, right? Alec Gunter, quite the imagination about card posting.
You do not have to, under any circumstance, hand it to Laura Loomer, you fucking dingus. The fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God.
He brought out the dingus card.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, she is fucking insane. She's god dang insane. Can you say I wasn't being serious in that clip? Of course, I've said it a million times over. Nobody gives a shit. It's very obvious that that's not a sincerely held policy position of mine because I've never repeated it in the last 13 years. It's a fucking LARP, dude.
See, chat, when I was criticizing Wick and I was like, I don't want to tell you what I really think of him, what I really think he is, right? And you pulled it out of me that I think he's a chungus, right? The real thing I was holding back on was calling him a dingus, right?
I'm having a conversation with a
dropping the D-bomb
person at the time who was my friend, who was a landlord himself.
Stalkman, yeah. Do people know this? Like, I mean, this is kind of what we're getting into here. Like, through the old days of Hasan and Destiny and Asmongold and all these people, right? This was back when Hasan and fucking Diddy Dan were friends. So Hasan, don't think that don't think that you did nothing wrong. I mean, you were friends with Stalkman. What is up with that? You know, they want to make all these weird controversies for you. I think the biggest controversy that Hasan has to answer for is the fact that he was friends with Destiny and Saltman back in the day. But like I told you, they were a little different back then. We'll see that in a second.
It doesn't matter. For situation monitoring later? Sure. People don't know what LARP means. You got to have a better way to describe it for the olds. Yes. Live action role play. I am being insincere. I'm being...
Word is Milwaukee has been retabulated. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Hyperbolic and facetious, and I'm memeing, joking. Yeah, this person said, I do not like Hasan Piker, but his ops are genuinely evil people. Hasan has said less than positive things about me on stream, and I still find the level of derangement about him insane. He's a Twitch streamer.
Chat, what is even going on
I'm joking.
in Wisconsin tonight?
Playing a
It's the weirdest election I think I've ever covered. Oh my god.
Remember when Asmon defended your 9/11 clip?
Whenever Hasan said, if you...
Okay, so this is from like an hour and a half ago.
What he really was trying to say, what I think every person that knows is trying to say.
Isn't this crazy, chat? Asmongold understood. Asmongold understood. I'll rewind this. I just got to show you again, chat. It's a weird night because we got an election going on, and yeah, I gotta pull away for a second just to see what this is.
I was
Are
hoping
you
for
serious?
resolution. Yeah.
They have to. God, what were they? Okay.
He is slowly turning into Brian Kilme. God damn. All right, what is this? There will be a very long delay to Milwaukee upload. 5 of the USB sticks were missing. Results from the election. What the fuck? Oh no. I don't know how bad this is, actually. That's a Grateful Dead fan, I think. Are there a lot of Grateful Dead fans in Wisconsin? I do not see Deadhead stickers anymore, very on the West Coast at least. Election official. Although I'm sure I could find them in Thailand. Election officials have to go back to the absentee facility, the central facility, the central. What was it called again, chat? Central something. Central. Oh my God. Central. Does anybody remember? Anybody remember? Midwest still has deadheads? Central count. Yeah, the central count. That's it. They got to go back to the central count. All right. Well, that puts a twist in my underwear.
Is America trying to...
I got to ask again. Is this too quiet? Are we too quiet? Milwaukee is the biggest Hong... What? That's crazy. Are you reading numbers? You're it, gal? And also, you're allowed to disagree with me. I mean, I saw you like castigating yourself over the dog shocker thing. I'm agnostic towards it, although I lean towards like that he didn't shock his dog in that clip. I don't like him pulling on Fish's tail. Of course, that was from like 10 years ago. And maybe he didn't know, like I know, that the dog's tail is attached to its spine, and you got to be real, gentle. You just don't pull a dog's tail. Bad idea, right? You don't do chiropractic. Unlicensed chiropractic on your dog, right? I'm somewhat agnostic, but I do think that the moral panic about it is bullshit. But you're allowed to disagree with me if you think he's a bad man that, electrocutes dogs for fun. That's on you. Big dump went in Crowley's favor. Minus 3,885 votes. Damn.
Fucking go in and meddle in the Middle East and fuck with them constantly.
I just don't want chatters to think that you gotta, I don't want you to think that you're not allowed to disagree, because you are. All right. Rewind this, maybe?
Yeah, this person said, I do not like Hasan Piker, but his ops are genuinely evil people. Hasan has said less than positive things about me on stream, and I still find the level of derangement about him insane. He's a Twitch streamer. I'm joshing. I'm joking. Playing a character, playing a role. Remember when Asmon defended your 9/11 clip?
Whenever Hasan said, if you
Are we temporarily boosting volume here?
America deserved 9/11, what he really was trying to say, what I think every person that knows is trying to say, is America trying to fucking go in and meddle in the Middle East and fuck with them constantly.
Did he turn him up?
This is before the turn. Same with fucking Sex Pestiny. Yes, back in the day, Asmongold, Sex Pestiny, they all understood what I was saying. They literally actively defended it. Okay? Yeah, I know. This is, of course, this is 5 years ago, before it became fucking favorable to just cynically lie about what I meant. What I meant was doing Islamic jihad to America.
It's going to eventually cause them to retaliate. So you sit there.
And every single one of these sharks fucking turned. Every single one of these sharks fucking turned around and now take the exact opposite position, like they didn't understand what was going on at the time, like they very clearly did.
You poke a bear, you poke a dog, you poke any animal, you keep poking it, and eventually it's gonna fucking turn around and bite you. And no, you might not deserve to be bitten, but you can expect that to happen. You don't do that to anybody. You agreeing with them?
Okay, I'm seeing chatters.
agreeing with them.
Just so you know, chatters, I am seeing what you're saying in chat. I am trying to find a definitive post on Twitter or somewhere to show you if the conclusion that you've come to is actually true.
I do think that America's interventionist policies in the Middle East, their nation building, and them trying to involve themselves in things, and probably for reasons for like oil and other types of resources.
His analysis literally applies to every Middle Eastern situation. You say that now, and he calls you a terrorist supporter. Yeah, exactly. Here it is. This is the
America deserved 9/11. It deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
The 9/11 point, I think it probably works because 9/11 is such a charged topic, but it is like the weakest factually, I think, of the points.
It's one thing saying America, the people who gave the weapons, this, that, but it's another thing to say the individuals that had nothing to do with it dying deserved it.
Yeah, I know, but that's great. It's great that we can do that as America, when we can say, well, hold on, these are our civilians, like blah, blah, blah, like that's the American government, that doesn't count. But we don't go to war with Yemen's government. We don't go to war with Chile's government. We don't go to war with Iraq's government. We kill civilians there, right? We don't kill the government. We don't attack the government. We don't go and bomb government buildings. We kill brothers and sisters and fathers and mothers, and that's who dies in a lot of the wars, is collateral damage that America supports. It's happening right now in Palestine. It's, I'm just saying, I'm not saying like death to American civilians or any crazy shit like that, but it's not that controversial of a take to say that the types of foreign intervention that the United...
Okay, so chat, again, like, hate to have to stop this, but it does look like we've got something that looks definitive, and that's it. That's it. I don't. What is Decision Desk? Is that like Kornacki kept on talking about Decision Desk? Like I'm guessing that's like the MS Now Decision Desk that he was talking about. Decision Desk HQ. What is Decision Desk HQ? It's a fairly large account. They are a corporate account. They pay for the gold star. I think she's currently down 3,800. With 18,000 left to report. Yeah, this seems definitive. Just want to see, following the following dump went big for Crowley. Milwaukee got closer after the retab, but not enough to swing for Hong. Yeah, okay, well, until we hear something else, it does look like this is the sad truth of tonight's just hope he can beat this this election denier that he's going to be running against in the general. So It's rough. Hong seemed based as fuck. And look, the takeaway from this chat is when they come for you with your bullshit Thanksgiving tweet or some, tweet that you had, or like, do you, I don't know. You got to turn that into like, hey, listen, this is what the data center guys would love you to talk about, but I'm going to talk about what the people of Wisconsin, what's concerned. This is not about me and what I tweeted in 2020. This is about, the Wisconsin residents who can no longer sleep at night because there's a data center that's built right next to their homes. Yeah, and don't apologize too, right? Even if you don't, it doesn't mean you have to like be like, no. Thanksgiving fucking sucks. And if you eat Thanksgiving, you're doing, you're enjoying a genocide. You're celebrating a genocide. You don't have to say that, right? I know that the public will not understand that. They're even less of an understanding of that concept than you've got for what Hasan meant when he said, America deserves 9/11, right? That one at least you can explain. If people understand the concept of blowback, they might agree with you, right? You don't need to like make you don't need to like plant your flag on your like weakest issue. You just need to just be 10 toes down and chop wood, carry water, and talk about the reason that you're in the lead, which is that you oppose data centers. Nobody else did that. That's what happened, chat. They were successfully able to change the subject from data centers. And like Hasan said, I don't think it's necessarily the Thanksgiving thing that moved the numbers. There was also, like a big endorsement from the outgoing governor of the state of Wisconsin. But it's just the perception that you're embattled, that you're changing your opinions, that you're, you know what I mean? That's what kind of does you in, right? And you got to realize, like, if you're ahead, there's a reason for that. Figure out what that reason is and talk about that shit. I'm not trying to, victim blame it here, because again, she was outspent massively in terms of the television ads. Also, television is still important. As much as we're moving away from it, as much as it's less important this year than it was the year before, television is still important. And if there's a perception out there that, like, because what it feels like, chat, when everybody, when all the ads are going one way, this is what happened to Mondale in 1984, right? The Reagan ad buys defined him, right? You got to buy ads even if your voters aren't watching television. And that was the calculus, I think, that, incorrectly, that Francesca Hong made, because her voters were young, because her voters are easier to reach through new media, through social media, and through ground game, right? She deprioritized ad buys so much. And the one thing that she wasn't really thinking of is like, look, if you don't buy any ads, that is more ads for your opponent to bury you in. And I think that's what happened. She got buried under the perception, I think mainly that she's not a viable candidate, that voting for her would be akin to a vote for an election denying, MAGA supporting Republican gubernatorial candidate. And there just wasn't any pushback. And what people do, and I told you this before, chat, a lot of people out there, they're voting not for their values, not for the future that they want. They're voting to feel like they're backing a winner. They're voting to feel like they're on the team that was right. And I think that's what happened with Trump. And unfortunately, I think that's what happened and just notice how those perceptions are changed. How massive disproportional media buys can completely change those perceptions, and hopefully do better next time. But look, there's at least 9 socialists going into the Congress in this January. Okay, 9 socialists that won their elections, that are in heavily blue districts, that are going to win their general election too. So don't get too down about this. But yeah, it does suck. It does suck that they're able, and it does. The big winner for tonight, unfortunately, is the data centers, right? Ultimately, I think that's what this came down to in terms of putting her in the lead. And unfortunately, because she wasn't able to pivot the criticism to talking about the data centers again, that's probably the moneyed interest that ultimately brought her down. Not being conspiratorial, just being real about how American elections work and how these massive ad buys are financed by moneyed interests that they're not putting money in there, because they just don't like the candidate, or they do like the candidate, right? They're putting money in there because it's gonna, there's gonna be a bigger return later. So I mean, that's still the 8-ball that we are behind is Citizens United, going all the way back to decisions in the late 70s, early 80s that allowed the entrance of dark money and slush funds and this kind of stuff into politics. And honestly, it's been pretty fucked ever since that. Anyway, back to what we were watching. Which is not, hey, you can also, if you want to do something good, if you're feeling down, go over and boost my tweet here if you want to, right? I'll put the link once again in the chat, try to bring some more people in here to talk about this. Is the outgoing governor of Wisconsin popular? Yeah, fairly popular from my understanding. But there you go, chat. That is the link that you can use to support me on Twitter, on that hell site. And if you want to do something good while you're disappointed with a bad outcome, there's something for you to do. Yeah, damn Reagan, but also damn the judges that brought him in, right? Damn the moneyed interests that, after the New Deal retook control of the country and really never got the leverage that they were able to use taken away from them.
United States directly or indirectly supports leads to a lot of civilians getting fucking killed. And when it happens to us.
Okay, so that's literally Destiny understanding the point of that clip that he now bemoans. I'm just going to bring us back to this.
9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
The 9/11 point, I think it probably works because 9/11 is such a charged topic, but it is like the weakest factually, I think, of the...
what is this? Pretended he grew up in the humble background, was actually born to incredibly wealthy parents, pretended to be Muslim, but only when convenient to him. Look, it's kind of like being Jewish, right? If you're born Muslim, if you're even born in like a Muslim country, you are effectively Muslim for the rest of your life, regardless of whether you're like a agnostic or atheist or a Pastafarian or whatever, right? But whatever. Spoke about how he's from the Middle East, but attended wealthy schools in the West. He's all over the map here. Justified the killing of women and children by jihadists, lived in a gated community, published content claiming American civilians deserve 9/11. So just in case you think that Destiny just always never had a problem with Hasan's statement about blowback here, no, he does he is 2023, and he was, that's a green text. That's like a 4chan meme that Destiny's doing. That's a good idea of kind of where Destiny and his community come from. Anyway, but hey, I can recognize that as a green text meme. So what does that say about me? Hopefully that I am a moral frog. Yes, the most moralist of frogs. And I hate Scientology. Anyway.
The points.
It's one thing saying America, that the people who gave the weapons, this, that, but it's another thing to say the individuals that had...
One more question, chat. Is the volume too loud? Yeah, the ivory towers of Rutgers. Yeah, and University of Miami.
Nothing to do with it dying, deserved it.
Yeah, I know, but that's great. It's great that we...
Do I need to turn down? Is this too loud? The Asmongold thing was quiet. I boosted it. It seemed like Hasan noticed it too. It seemed like he boosted his volume on Asmongold. I think I just need to take off the boost. Let me know. It's never too loud. Thank you, Lisa.
We can do that as America.
It's not too. Is this too soft now?
These are our civilians, like blah blah blah.
Kind of is.
That's the American government. That doesn't count. But we don't go to war with Yemen's government. We don't go to war with Chile's government. We don't go to war with Iraq's government. We kill civilians there, right? We don't kill the government. We don't attack the government. We don't go and bomb government buildings. We kill brothers and sisters and fathers and mothers, and that's who dies in a lot of the wars as collateral damage that America supports. It's happening right now in Palestine. It's
And correct me if I'm wrong, chat. At this point in Destiny and Hasan's career, like it wasn't an orbiter situation in either direction. Destiny was not like rubber stamping all of Hasan's takes. If Destiny had disagreed with what Hasan had to say about 9/11, if Destiny thought that he was way off or that, this is not the right way, dude, or whatever, right? It wouldn't have been out of, normal behavior for Destiny to say so. Just to say, I don't know, this seems a little like a I don't like what you're saying here, right? So this wasn't like Destiny just like rubber stamping everything from Hasan, and then his eyes got open and he's like, oh my gosh, I guess he really is bad. Maybe he really does want people incinerated in towers and airplanes.
Like I'm just saying, I'm not saying like death to American civilians or any crazy shit like that. But it's not that controversial of a take to say that the types of foreign intervention that the United States directly or indirectly supports leads to a lot of civilians getting fucking killed. And when it happens to us, it's kind of bullshit to be like.
This is why I say a lot of these guys are just purely expressing unadulterated, unvarnished personal animus. Okay, bro, what the fuck happened? Because he's a mercenary, dude. This is from 5 years ago. They're grifters. What is so hard to understand? Look at my positions from.
I think at the time this would have been Destiny's position, right? I mean, he might not have signed on to the original statement. Might have wanted that to see that reworded, but the principle of blowback was something that Destiny was aware of, and thought that related it to terrorist acts committed on U.S. soil.
From fucking 10 years ago, look at my positions now, you will see a consistency there. You cannot see that for Sex Pestiny. You will never see that for Asmongold because they don't believe in anything. They are at the mercy of either their own personal narcissistic desires in the case of Destiny or personal.
Yeah, I wouldn't think about it as the last chance for the left, Video Fox. The left has done really well in these elections, all right? Hong or no Hong. Right, this has been a massive expansion of, consciousness of the possibility that better things can happen, which is generally what the Democrats have stood against. Right, the Democratic, rhetoric is generally like, yeah, well, it'd be nice to do XYZ, but we can't because Joe Lieberman or because Joe Manchin or because Kristen Sinema or the Republicans. Right, there's always an excuse, right? I think that there's going to be more pressure now on Democrats to actually look at some of the better things that are possible and back them.
At the mercy of the crowd, where they've read the situation wrong, where they think like, oh, everyone wants like unlimited reactionary propaganda. So many of these fucking people are literally just grifters.
Is it before he was so jealous of Hasan? I mean, yeah, that was part of it. That Hasan was like smaller than Destiny, and it looked like it was going to stay that way. Hasan had something that Destiny wanted, which was the veneer of respectability as a as a like left of center progressive, somebody that leans into at least the concept of socialism, if not the means of production. And everything, and was actually bringing on Hasan to learn, bringing on Hasan to educate himself and his stream on what socialism is really about. And then, oh God, I did do a stream where I think we got into, and to my knowledge, adequately explained why Destiny turned on Hasan. It was a long time ago, and I cannot remember. I cannot remember the exact reason, but yeah, there was a lot of stuff happening, and you sort of saw there's one stream that Destiny did where it was clear it went from Hasan is another streamer that I'm associated with to Hasan is content that I'm gonna farm, right? And he went in hard, just farming Hasan. This led to like all of the LSF stuff. Destiny's community like taking over that subreddit and just demonizing this guy as much as they could. Hasan largely ignored this, largely just did everything he did to kind of quash the drama and tried to pivot away from really talking about Destiny up until October 7th, right? And that at that point, when Destiny went 10 toes down for Israel, that's when Hasan started talking about Destiny again.
That's why you look at my commentary on the issue of Palestine from
Wait, what is this? Kamala Harris arresting mothers for truancy led into the N-word manifesto? What? The N-word Andy thing? But as far as Destiny flipping on Hasan, I mean, what, like, part of, there was, like, I just also remember, like, a stream where Hasan had called Pete Booty Judge. Is Destiny, I hear him talk about Buttigieg a lot. So maybe he, insulted one of Destiny's personal faves, right? And at this point, Hasan is negative towards Buttigieg, but Destiny straight up accused him of being homophobic. Like, right? Said that the booty judge was an anti-gay comment on Hasan's part. I don't know if that's... Wisconsin is to the center. I had hopes it wasn't. Historically, that's not true. Historically, Wisconsin is to the left, but it's been pretty fucked up ever since Scott Walker and Obama's promise to go there and assist the teachers in their strike and their walkout that never came to fruition. Right? There's a lot of bad things that have happened to Wisconsin since. Oh my God, chat! I'm trying to remember. Is it Feingold? There was like one senator that died in a plane crash. There was, and then at his they turned his funeral, in which people were doing a little bit of like, hey, if you want to support this, the late senator, maybe come out and vote for the person that's running in his place now. That the Republicans turned into, they're politicizing the funeral of a very political man. Was it Russ Feingold? I don't even remember, chat. There's like a series of very left Wisconsin politicians, right? That sort of represent sewer socialism, chat, comes from, yes, sewer socialism, bad lefty, comes from a Milwaukee mayor, a socialist mayor that was very popular. It wasn't Russ. Am I getting my history wrong here?
Years ago at this point, from May 15th, 2018, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I'm saying the same exact fucking shit. Here, you want more? Ethan Klein on the 9/11 take. Ethan Klein constantly talks about my 9/11 comments as well. Ethan Klein literally had a podcast with me. And before we had a podcast together, he straight up agreed with what I was saying on 9/11. He understood what I was saying.
Paul Wellstone, that's who I was trying to think of. Yes, it's Paul Wellstone that I was thinking of that died in the plane crash, right? And then after that, you had Scott Walker and a million other...
That's the problem. So many of these people are unbelievably inconsistent, and yet their fan base does not care to understand, does not see that they're inconsistent. They don't want to recognize that these guys are literally changing their positions. That's it.
Yeah, it was Minnesota with Wellstone. Who am I thinking of?
That's it. So many people in this sphere, unfortunately, a sphere of influence that I also occupy, are just liars. They're just grifters. Genuine question, man, but how can they justify their positions now compared to their positions then? Like the hypocrisy baiters, let alone, would tear them apart? Because the hypocrisy baiters do not care about the hypocrisy of their own side. All of those hypocrisy baiters do not actually care about hypocrisy. They just want to weaponize it. They want to weaponize perceived hypocrisy against their enemies. It's like a cult. Or they delete the old VODs. No, the Asmongold stuff is out there. The Destiny stuff is out there. We don't weaponize that as much. We don't actually point out to the hypocrisy of our ideological opponents. We don't show that they're like fucking grifters. It's ironic.
So yeah, Feingold lost his seat to Ron Johnson in 2016.
Because there's never a point that you can like legitimately.
Scott Walker became governor in 2010, right? There was an attempt at a recall that was almost successful. There was a teachers' strike that was massively suppressed.
The point to where I'm saying like socialism is a poverty cult. That's not my position. I've never made that my position. I've never played that game. At most, they'll look at like massive houses that I've looked at and been like, this is such a large house, and be like, see, he has a house like that. And it's like, no, I don't actually. I don't have a fucking chateau similar to like the world's largest and most expensive house that we're talking about, you know? But for their side, the mere appearance of hypocrisy is enough to hold on to make a mountain out of a molehill out of, whereas they get to be as hypocritical as possible.
Oh, hey, member chat that I didn't read. Thank you, Crotchy, for member chatting. Epstein thinks stealthing should not be a crime. Yeah. Well, somehow, didn't he come out saying that like trans people that don't disclose their gender identity were, you know, akin to rapists or something? Yeah, Destiny's massively inconsistent.
Same damn outfit since 2003. I'm dying. Yep.
Yeah, and Scott Walker controlling the, if I remember correctly, Scott Walker controlling the state and therefore, you know, having some control of the elections is sort of what allowed some shenanigans in terms of Senate races. I didn't realize how much I forgot about Wisconsin politics. Says stop the stupid. Stop the stupid. Me too. That is exactly how I feel right now. Like in terms of like the overall, you know, historical arc of American, you know, the like politics at like the federal level, I'm pretty good on. But yeah, when it comes to remembering the minutia of elections in states, but I do think that Wisconsin, you know, this was important towards like setting the stage where Trump could, you know, Trump could actually win an election. Remember Wisconsin, Michigan, you know, these states were regarded as a firewall for Democrats, and because of that, Hillary Clinton never visited Wisconsin, never campaigned in Wisconsin, and ends up losing Wisconsin to Donald Trump.
Do you get it? Sex Pestiny explicitly says, I share the same belief as you about the 9/11 thing.
Hasan. Regardless of bad or good, I'm trying to be more mature about it and see it for more of, you know, the good. Am I wrong on what I'm saying about what I think he meant and intended by that?
What do you think he meant?
Well, what I just said, what Mo said I was wrong to say, that I know he didn't mean it in this like hateful, disgusting way.
No, you said that he didn't believe that America.
Yeah, no, I think
like,
he did mean
it.
I think he did mean it in that hateful, disgusting way, that like the United States is responsible for things like in a roundabout way, is responsible for things like 9/11 happening. I don't even think that's a controversial take.
Wait, if you think he actually meant it, then I have to retract that, because you know him better than I do. So I have to retract me saying that I know that he didn't mean it that way, because you know him better, aren't you? You've hung out with him.
I share the same belief, 100%. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But to say, it's one thing saying America, the people who gave the weapons, this, that, but it's another thing to say the individuals that had nothing to do with it dying deserved it.
Yeah, I know, but that's great. It's great that we can do that as America, when we can say, well, hold on, these are our civilians, like blah, blah, blah, like that's the American government, that doesn't count. But we don't go to war with Yemen's government. We don't go to war with Chile's government. We don't go to war with Iraq's government. We kill civilians there, right? We don't kill the government. We don't attack the government. We don't go and bomb government buildings. We kill brothers and sisters and fathers and mothers, and that's who dies in a lot of the wars, is collateral damage that America supports. It's happening right now in Palestine. It's, you know, like,
Devin Nash is in there.
Like, I'm just saying, I'm not saying like death to American civilians or any crazy
train
shit
wreck,
like that,
circa.
But it's not that controversial of a take to say that the types of foreign intervention that the United States directly or indirectly supports leads to a lot of civilians getting fucking killed. And when it
yeah. Anyway, yeah, I never said civilians deserve to die. That's not a position that I hold. Yeah. Nate Silver just dropped some midterms model, and it's one of the more bullish forecasts for Democrats. He has Democrats at a 57% chance to win the Senate. Democrats' chances to win the Senate on Kalshi climbed to 49% from 42. K-Pow moved plus 0.5 towards Democrats. Why are you sending me Kalshi tweets? I don't care about Kalshi odds. I do care about the Nate Silver, Nate Bronze analysis, though.
Yeah, seriously, we need to get these
Palestine 5 years ago.
Kalshi brain rot out of our head.
Bombings? No, this is 2019. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why there was that Destiny.
You know what the Kalshi thing reminds me though of is that like there's a look with Kalshi whoa. YouTube is making a play. Wait, what is unpleasant to your ears? The voice of Destiny or but yeah, the Kalshi. Okay, so the Kalshi thing it kind of reminds me of, you know, the Gemini search results, the AI search results. Maybe you don't know this, right? But if you search something on Google right now or for a while now, right? The first thing you'll see is a little AI synopsis of if you asked a question, kind of what it thinks the answer to that question is, or if you brought up a topic, what, you know, it's summary of that topic, right? And even people, like, because it's right there on top and it's just, there's no friction to just like read the synopsis. Kind of like the Twitter synopsis too on some news stories, right? The way that Twitter has like a, you know, different, like it looks like, you know, stories, right? But it's really just an AI synopsis of what people are talking about on Twitter. But because it's so easy to use, right? People that normally would not put a lot of stock in that sort of thing end up like just reading it, just looking at it, and then it sneaks into your brain. Same thing with Kalshi, right? You know that your best guess to, you know, what's happening in a political race, even though it's not perfect, even though it's gotten worse in the, you know, age of social media, is going to be it's going to be polls, right? And maybe like the aggregate of polls, right? You know, sites that aggregate polls together, right? They're generally where you want to look if you want to get a good, you know, read on you know, likely outcomes, right? But it's so much easier to just go to Kalshi and be like, oh, well, what are the really smart people that are actually putting lots of money on this and that need to know, you know, what the results are. What do they think, right? It's really tempting. It's really tempting. A lot of people are enjoying their membership. Stop the Stupidity. Thank you so much. Let me get a read on this right here, right? Stop the Stupidity with the 10 gifted memberships. That is YouTube taking the lead on in the battle between Twitch and YouTube. Let me read these out really quickly. Mujika, you just got weaseled. Richard P3, you just got weaseled. Adrius Staley, you just got weaseled. Mr. Jared, you just got weaseled. Sendat, you just got weaseled. DB, you just got weaseled. Pid Hainik, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. You just got weaseled. Blind Giant, you just got weaseled. P64P, you just got weaseled. Left of the snark, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. His voice is grating. Okay, I'm glad it's not the get wrecked Twitch. Yeah, I guess so. YouTube's back in the saddle once again.
Versus Destiny account that would show how his prior positions were totally normal on a lot of this shit. And how much they've changed. How much is the diametrical opposite? Because he's a mercenary, a grifter,
a debate mercenary. Yeah,
does not have any consistent real.
I mean, that's kind of a good way to understand Destiny. I know Hasan throws out all these metaphors, all these variations of debate bro. There's debate pervert, debate bro, debate bozo, and now we have debate mercenary. But I honestly think the debate mercenary sort of encapsulates the way these guys see it as a battle. The way they invest their egos in it, the way that it's about their ego, it's not about their side. You know, a mercenary, you know, will kind of go where the money is. That describes Destiny as well, where he thinks he can, that is 55 gift subs from Stop the Stupidity. That's crazy number of gift subs there. Thank you so much for you just just completely Destiny didn't even know who Adam Smith was. Yeah, correct. Correctstiny. That's Correctstiny. Kayla. I'm sorry, I had to go for the cheap joke. They're making fun of us in YouTube chat, Twitch. Oh, I don't know about that. I hope they're nice. I hope everybody's chill to each other.
Positions that he holds. It's just about. It is just
a debate P3DO, perhaps
about winning the immediate argument
I gotta
aesthetically,
pee.
optically. That's all it is.
I gotta make this happen, chat. I gotta
mercenary. It is a
I gotta make it rain.
Fucking grift. Do you understand? It is a fucking grift. It's that simple. Everything that these guys say about someone like myself is pure projection. When they say I'm hypocritical, it's projection. When they say I'm grifting, it's projection. Why the fuck would I grift to the left? I'm sorry. It's one of the most annoying groups. I myself am a part of it. We are one of the most annoying groups of people out there. Okay? It sucks. I wish we were less annoying. I talk about it all the time, but we're unbelievably fucking
I'll
annoying.
be right back. I'm going to be listening.
To maintain some level.
I'm going to be listening, so if anything comes up, I'll try to get to it, or I'll try to, address it when I come back. But yeah, I do have to pee at this point.
Level of like moral purity that doesn't exist in the real world. We refuse to reckon with the reality that human beings are imperfect. Okay? If someone was going to grift, they would grift to the right. That's what I always say. And as a matter of fact, all three of these people, from Ethan Klein to Sex Pestiny to Asmongold, have fucking grifted to the right. I've never met a motherfucker who grifts to the left, okay? Maybe one day, if our cause is so popular and we're winning so much, you'll start seeing that. But for the time being, it's not a real phenomena. It's not a real occurrence. You only see people grift to the right. And there's a reason for that. There's a couple reasons for that, okay? One of the reasons that people grift to the right is because, I'm sorry, I know this offends people's sensibilities, but right-wingers are kind of fucking dumb. There are plenty of people on the left that are stupid as shit too. We're all stupid, okay? We are all stupid people for the most part, myself included, right? But there's a lot more stupid people on the right. A lot more of them on the right. And they do not care. As long as you say the words, they're on board. Okay? As long as you say the words, they are on board. 100%. They will open up their purses. They will open up their wallets for you. Okay?
My critics also say that I think 9/11 was good or something. They're crazy.
Yeah, I looked into all that in preparation for all this.
Yeah, cancel culture, by the way, exclusively a leftist idea, yet for some weird reason, Republicans love doing it and manufacturing outrage.
Yeah, there was
weird.
I don't know but Hasan.
Wow, look at that. Podcast appearance. First podcast appearance on the H3 podcast, August 17th, 2020, 2 million views, having a conversation about how Republicans love weaponizing cancel culture while claiming to be in opposition to it. Another consistent position that has not changed. I guess the whole point for me is I don't have to change my fucking positions because I'm right. What sucks, at least from my perspective, to a certain degree, this is something I think about all the time, is that like people never forget how you made them feel. Okay? People never forget how you made them feel. So even if you're right, but too early, and people inevitably come back to your side, they never forget how you made them feel initially. If you made them feel small, if you made them feel stupid, if you made them feel immoral, that resentment carries over. And that's precisely the reason why there are so many people out there. Yeah, the axe forgets, the tree remembers. There are so many people out there right now who still say, oh, Hasan's a terrorist. I'm for a free Palestine, but Hasan's a terrorist. He's a bad dude. And it's like, what are you saying? So you came back to our side, back to the reality, back to the moral center on this issue, And yet you still have holdover resentment from, 2 years ago when I made you feel bad because you had to like address your own cognitive biases internally. It's crazy. It's crazy that the grievances carry over. Even if they're now on our side, the grievances carry over. And instead of just like reconsidering my perspective on other issues that I'm talking about where I'm also right but too early, most people go, nah, fuck that. He was wrong back then, even though I kind of agree with him now, but he's wrong now on this issue as well. It's like, dude, just be more charitable. I'm not expecting you to become a fucking super fan, but just be a little bit more charitable, please. Same thing with like juicers, former XQC fans who fucking hate his gambling now. They don't understand why they hate me, but that was the primary reason why they were geared. They were, led to believe that I was a bad person because of calling out his fucking gambling shit. And now they too hate XQC's gambling. They feel like XQC's gambling has like destroyed his content, right? But they still fucking hate my ass where they're like, no, you're a snake. You fall for the same thing you're calling out. Like what? Give me an example. The number one thing that people actually yell at me over is that I'm far too charitable to people that are undeserving. That is literally the common meta, the most common criticism against me from my community is that, it takes a very, very long time for me to recognize someone as like a bad person, to drop them, to stand in opposition to them. And yes, my charitability has burned me in the past, and yet I still remain charitable to a fault. And the reason for that is because I understand, ultimately, fundamentally, people's capacity to change. Okay? That's it. And I hopefully will never shed that aspect. I'm not trying to relitigate this now, but yes, about left of you, get left is quick. What? Relitigate this now, but about the left of you? No, man, I'm always pretty open about this, okay? I have no issues with people to the left of me. There are plenty of people to the left of me that I have a great relationship with. What I take issue with is when people are an impediment to progress, when people literally start uncharitably launching attacks and make the entirety of their output how much of a fucking awful phony or a grifter I am. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people out there who fall for that. Not a lot of people, but a significant number of people in my community will fall for that shit and will literally relitigate it over and over again as you're doing currently. People who say, is the progress in the room with us right now? I think if you were to fucking open your eyes to the reality, you would recognize the tremendous amount of progress that we have seen in this cycle alone. The problem is, here's what the issue is, okay? We can't be dumber than our enemies. And unfortunately for many people, they are dumber, okay? That's the real issue. What do I mean by this? There is a not insignificant number of people who literally think the way that the media is coming after me is actually a psyop to make them defend me. They don't realize that the reason why the media is doing it is because they do see what we are doing as a real threat, because it is a threat to their profits. It is a threat to the corporate oligopoly that exists currently. They see it. The super wealthy see it. And they send their loyal servants and their loyal soldiers to attack someone who is a prominent critic of this current system. And guess what? They didn't do this to me for years and years because it wasn't a threat. Because I wasn't a threat. Now they see me as a threat. So you might think the level of changes that we've seen are not fast enough, are not bold enough, are not radical enough. I don't even disagree with you necessarily. Okay? But it's very clear that very powerful people do see this as a major threat. Something shifted. Something shifted in the analysis. Something shifted in our reception. So if you can't see it on your own, if you can't see the vision here, if you can't see what this movement represents just by my commentary alone, then look to your enemies. Because if we have shared enemies, and I think we do, right? There's no one to the left of me that doesn't perceive Wall Street executives, hedge fund managers, people who are sitting on the boards of these corporations that are paywalling healthcare as class enemies. Let's be real, right? An impediment to progress, an impediment to changes that are absolutely necessary. Like, if you can't recognize, if you think I'm your enemy and you see yourself as being further to my left, and therefore you think I'm stamping out the revolutionary potential of the masses, wake up to the reality that we share the same. We understand that our villains are the same, and those villains are coming after me. There's a reason for it. And they didn't used to come after me with this same intensity. Something changed. Think about what that might be. I say this all the time. We talk about electoralism and its ineffectiveness, right? What do I always say? If elections and the democratic process did not matter at all, they wouldn't spend so much time and effort trying to stop people from voting. It's not the end all be all. It's not the only means of change, but it's one mechanism. It's one way to platform and legitimize our position. We cannot be dumber than our enemies. Our enemies are very intelligent. They do not control society by mere happenstance, by mere accident. We must not undermine their level of intellect. We must not undermine their depravity. We must recognize the tools they will use. This is one of those tools. You might think all of this, electioneering, all this running around the country and promoting candidates and promoting the Democratic Socialists of America broadly as a platform to try to bring people back into this broader movement. What did I say? Oh, did I say undermine? Sorry, underestimate. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Yes, do not underestimate. Do not underestimate their depravity. Do not underestimate their intelligence. They did not get to their positions of power through mere accident, a stroke of luck. I'm sure luck played a formative role. But they know they have the power and they know how to wield it. Abi senin İngilizce biraz zayıf galiba. Evet ya, ben hiç bilmiyorum konuşmayı. Günde 8 saat konuşuyoruz ama yeterli değil.
Dead Hasi. What is the Dead Air meme from? Does anybody want to remind me? The reason Hasan has been saying dead air lately. What's that from? Is that like It's Always Sunny? I always assume that something like that is going to be like an It's Always Sunny reference. Just because he's not white anymore. Wait, what happened? What washed away his whiteness this time? His white privilege that is so easily washed away. Like if somebody sees his first name, it's instantly gone. Am I up to date on our number? because although we can't add an extra hour, we can't add a third hour to this stream, we can add an hour on Saturday. And I want to make sure that if we cross that 300 threshold, that I remember to add that hour. Oh my God. Good thing I looked at the camera first. My hair looked goofy as fuck. Oh my God. What a night. What a crazy night. Hasan looking like Lennon nowadays? Wait, in the Destiny thumbnails, yes. Has anybody seen this? Where they like to make him look like Mao or like Lenin, but specifically with the Wait, I'm sorry. Are you looking at the guy on screen on the big picture? And being like, wow, Hasan looks massively different. But yeah, if you look at Destiny thumbnails, coochie mogging is wild. Wait, what is up with coochie mogging? Not cooter mogging? The coochie is the what you mog with now? Is this a new meta I need to adopt? I gotta start coochie mogging people? Chat, I'll know if this is a real strat if the ghost of John McLaughlin comes to me in my dream and sexually harasses me by telling me that I should be coochie mogging more. You could really go places, kid. Oh no, chat, I guess he's real. He's real. But you know what else is real? The fact that Irene is obstructing my view of chat just a little bit. Let me see what I can do about this. Kaya. Not Kaya. I'm looking for something with a K, but not Kaya. Why is this so hard to find? Ugh. There, at the very tip. Oh my God, that's why. All right, let's try to. Comedy of errors tonight, I suppose. There is Irene. What happened? How did his whiteness go away this time? Was it coochie mogging or cooter mogging? I'm just trying to figure out what the dead air meme is from. I know that's like a reference. Like that's not just a acknowledgement of dead air, which I hate and some other streamers lean into. No shade, okay? There's enough airwaves out there for all of us. If you want to do your dead air and I want to do my hyper obsessive yapping, I guess is what you could call it, hyper vigilant. Oh my God, thank you so much, Direful. Thank you so much, Direful. Direful is right. Yeah, Direful just updated me on what the number should say. Look, I know I am not a numbers guy, because I'm not a guy, so and I'm not a numbers gal either. I'm not although I did perform fine on yeah, I'm actually okay at math. Believe it or not. But you know what I'm not okay with is dehydration. Dehydration fucking sucks. So what am I trying to do here? Make some coffee. Yeah. Make some extra coffee and pour myself a glass of water before I completely become unable to do anything. So chat, I mean, like, I always thought that some of my controversies caused what I would think of as a disproportionate response, right? I was just like, hey, I'm a random small streamer chick, and the force is arrayed against me, or just like a little bit of over. It's like if you're, jaywalking or something, and like 10 cop cars pull up, like a SWAT team comes out. You're like, what? Hey, I'm sorry for not waiting for the walk signal. The walk signal was off, and I crossed anyway because I didn't see any cars. I'm so sorry. I'll never do that again. And there's 10 cop cars, right? I wonder, like, what do you think about Hasan's response? Do you think that's proportionate? Do you think that Hasan is actually, I mean, can you see what Hasan is doing that is making him a target? Is he just a target of opportunity in that, he's like almost like they are farming him, like the the White House and Fox News are just, farming him? The clicks are that good? The views are that good that they are able to farm him? Or do you think that there is really something like some lever that he's way too close to touching? If I live in Alabama, I can Kusimog. Wait, what is Kusi-mogging? Sam Cedar is the numbers guy. That would be Cedar maxing. Okay. But I still can't figure out what the dead air meme is. And it's going to bother me all night. Oh, well, chat. If it's going to bother me, it's going to bother me. Let me rewind him a little bit just to bring us back. If I can. Did everybody have a good stretch and like a... I should say that when I get up. I should encourage... No, is that a good idea or a bad idea? I feel like somebody has to be here to watch the stream, right? But I also want to make sure that you're stretching and hydrating yourself and taking meds. If, like, I don't know. I don't think my stream is that interesting, but if it's distracting you from taking your meds, just remember that, there's a time that they should be taken, and you should try to hit those numbers if you can. Med maxing, we call it, which is making sure you take your meds on time, even if you're watching a crazy lady talking about her kusi and mogging everyone with it.
Günde 8 saat konuşuyoruz ama
Oh shit, was there
yeterli değil.
Oh, there's a Turkish segment. Turkish segment. I missed the Turkish. I was listening, chat. How did I not hear this?
Create the conditions out of which 9/11
Wait, cuzzy mocking is when your cousin is hotter than someone else's cousin? See, that almost sounds like some kind of kissing cousins like reference. Like it's gonna lead to something, Like it almost sounds like it's like, okay, why are we mogging people with our cousins? What are we implying there? I don't know, chat. Maybe I'm seeing insidious shit and just like benign shit.
Right. That is obviously different from saying the people in the Twin Towers.
Oh God, the hill. Oh God, the hill. Remember this? This is the liberal that they've got now, chat. This is the Brianna Joy Gray replacement. And if you're thinking that this man could never replace BJG for better or for worse, you are correct. The Hill's numbers have been on a steep decline, almost like a hill, right? Almost like a downhill type of slope is. What's funny is that like as soon as their numbers started to go down, like I noticed their audio was sucking more, and it was never great to begin with, but it got so much worse, right? It's almost like they had to sell their microphones. I don't know, Chad. I don't ever want to have to sell my microphone. I like the SM7B, even if Hasan thinks it's causing social problems.
Or the people in the Pentagon deserve to be incinerated. So
causing podcast bros essentially to proliferate.
Well, I think that is
this microphone.
My bigger issue, though, is the idea of making a candidate answerable for what someone else says. If El Sayed doesn't believe that America deserved 9/11.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Direful's telling me lots of people are calling it after Decision Desk headquarters, which we never figured out, chat. Is that just an independent thing? Is that what Stephen Kornacki was calling? Is that why there's no coordination? Because I assumed he was talking about the Decision Desk for MS Now. And I was kind of like, you got two things, right? Steve Kornacki and the Decision Desk that seems to be that they would go better together than they are apart. And so why is Decision Desk something that Steve Kornacki has to call up to and not more of a part of the show? Maybe it's because it's this different thing, this different entity that's out there.
And there's no evidence that he believes anything like that. That is case closed in a sense. Whether he has
campaigned. Get an 7B and a podcaster magically appears? Try telling that to Aiko rules. Oh my god, I'm sorry, chat. Let's not be mean.
With someone who said that and then apologized for it and then caveated the thing by saying what they really meant. That all seems to me beside the point. A candidate should be judged by the things that they believe and the things that they say.
I think I have a little note for myself here from early streaming days that says you will always feel bad if you say harsh things towards Aiko.
El Sayed has not said that.
I mean,
you'll always end up feeling bad about it.
But it goes to, again, Hasan Piker having a much richer series of controversial things. I mean,
God, Robbie, damn, falling on hard times. What is going on? Is that a new hair color? Or did he always look like that? Is Robbie trying to... It feels like he's doing like a alt-right haircut, but he's like 10 years too late. No, not 10 years. He's like 8 years? 8 years too late? Decision Desk is real numbers, people. Kornacki just plays one on TV. Okay, but it's a separate entity, right? Is he talking to a separate entity? Is that the Decision Desk that he means? Or is he talking about... Because, like, I could imagine, like, if networks having something called a Decision Desk, like some central office that is responsible for making the calls when the calls need to be made. You know, if you or think you got the numbers, some might say, if you got numbers guy and you think you got the numbers and you like that number, you want to commit to that number, you want to put a ring around that number, then you can go ahead and make that early call. All right. But you better not be out there all on your own, and you better not be wrong ultimately. But most of the time you are pulling your hair out as you see Fox News call it, or CBS call it, or, you know, other people, and you're like, okay, you know, we probably should have put a ring around it. We probably should have locked that in. It's gotta suck. That job does not sound like fun. This shit is very frustrating, right? Funny Valentine for POTUS. That's very funny. Funny Valentine for POTUS. Wow. Need the D4C. Would that be his vice president?
I don't think it's unfair. Maybe you'll probably disagree with this, but many on the right are making this this comparison. If any Republican figure, no Republican figure has done this, campaigned with Nick Fuentes, and then later was like, well, you know,
Oh my God, there's a chair, and the man is being compared to Nick Fuentes, and he's gonna come on and be like, yeah, Robbie Suave is chill. Like, what? I like Robbie Suave. Robbie Suave compared you to Fuentes, Hasan. He did? I mean, this is what he was just talking about. No, this is what he was just talking about with, like, the main complaint from my supporters, my chatters, is that I am a little bit too generous with people. I'm a little too trusting of people and a little too slow to see when people should no longer be trusted. And I mean, that's real. That is real, and I kind of understand why he, wants to extend a lot of faith to people. But yeah, it does seem to bite him in the ass a lot. But yeah, there's Robbie Suave. Robbie Suave comparing Hasan to Nick Fuentes, which is now how I'm going to pronounce his name.
I don't
Mr. Fuentes.
Agree with, Nick Fuentes said something bad about black people, women shouldn't vote, whatever it is. I don't know that he said exactly those things.
Sure.
He said bad, racist, sexist things about those. I don't agree with those things, obviously. Well, I don't know. You are campaigning.
Robbie always has said Nazi stuff? Yeah. I think you're right. I haven't watched this guy in a long time.
Alongside him. I don't know that his views are in totality more loathsome than, I mean.
Look at that. That is a Hitler Youth haircut if I've ever seen one. That is like a haircut that wants to go like hiking and sig heiling all along the way. That is a haircut that wants to make Germany great again.
Or someone dressed in a Nazi uniform. Wearing a very directly, obviously...
Crowley has declared victory.
Modeled in the architect.
Well, he obviously doesn't. No, I'm not gonna. There was a fight, wasn't there, in chat about some USB like some USB what do you call it? Like put it in stuff. A USB stick. Yes, it's simply called a stick. And yeah, I just hope nobody left with hurt feelings.
Architect of deliberate famine
Because these elections suck, okay? You know.
that killed millions of people
It should be kind to each other.
not something you should do. I like that. That's not something he did 10 years ago at a college party or something where people were dressed as, bad costumes or something. This is now. This was last week when he spoke to the Democrats.
I mean, firstly, I think you're more exercised by Hasan Piker's mode of dress than I am. But I mean,
you would be if it was a Republican in a Nazi uniform.
Well, I mean, a Republican in a Nazi uniform, I think is. I mean, he's not wearing.
He's like, I've got one in my wardrobe. I'll put it on if I must. Robbie Schwab. Yo, Robbie Schwab is like the supreme commander of forces or something. Like I'm imagining him. He's like is Franco the one that did the Cape, chat? Which was the? Am I thinking of Pinochet? Is Pinochet who's the Cape guy? Was that Franco or Pinochet? Was that both of them? Did they both rock a cape? I feel like Robbie Schwab would be one of those Nazis that actually rocks a cape, right? Which is, I feel like, isn't it more of a reference to like World War I era Germany rather than World War II to have the cape? Or did the Nazis also? Were they cape enthusiasts? I feel like Hitler would have gotten, nobody's allowed to be fruitier than the Fuhrer. So I don't think Hitler would have, if he rocks a cape, can they rock a cape? Nobody's gonna be more. Anyway, I'll stop. Hasan can ask for medical for all, but if I start goose stepping and seek healing right now, that would be a problem, right? Yeah, basically, that's the you synthesized what I was trying to say, Direful. But yeah, I mean, I do think it's over. From what I can see, although I've like, what's the status of the recount? Are they doing a recount? Is it close enough for a recount? Can we get a recount? Recount on aisle 4, please. Pinochet is the Cape guy. Okay, so not Franco. What was Franco's deal? What was his like aesthetic? I feel like I haven't looked at. I've seen pictures of, Hitler and Mussolini. I don't think I've seen a lot of pictures of Franco. The different. Did Pinochet get it from Franco? No, is that just me being weird and thinking there has to be some kind of tradition? They hand down the mantle of Nazism, of fascism, from one generation to the next. Like, sorry, chat. This is
He's not wearing
this is headcanon, okay? None of this is official.
Uniform of the Chinese Communist Party.
Okay, I think that's what he was trying to evoke.
He's going to get a cape. He's going to get him a cape, chat. He's going to be the caped Nazi. He's going to have a cape and a cane, and it's going to be fabulous. It is going to be like, I mean, it's going to be fascist. So I'm not like, yay, Robbie Schwab's, new outfit, right? But it is going to be fascist. So yeah, that's not so great. Recount can be requested if it's within 1%. Hong likely won't oh no. Well, if she doesn't finish within 1%, it's fucking over. I am pissed.
I mean, well,
I'm also kind of pissed with the polls. Maybe, I don't know, chat. I don't know if there's something that the polls are getting wrong that is forgivable, that there is some unpredictable element to these races. There's some kind of X factor that goes on when you've got a like multiplier effect of donations arrayed against you, or if the polls just really do suck complete ass, right? I mean, they sucked ass before, but it was ass within what is it called, the margin of error, right? That's how much ass they sucked. So it's hard to tell if they really sucked ass or not, or if they were just unlucky and, right? If there was like an understandable reason that the polls were getting something wrong, or if they just don't like legit do not know what they're doing now for whatever reason, like they had never adapted to the new, polling landscape, I guess, and they're just getting worse and worse at it instead of maybe adjusting like one might hope. The polls have been complete shit for over 20 years. Hillary and Trump was the first huge disparity that I questioned them. I do remember like the New York Times, for instance, predicting a 99% chance of Hillary, or something like that, some 90 something percent chance that Hillary would win, and their certainty just ticking down throughout the evening. However, when I looked at some other pollsters, the odds were more like 2 out of 3 that Hillary wins, which, Donald Trump winning in a 1 out of 3 scenario, not at all unlikely, right? Not at all out of the realm of possibility. I guess it would be more like what you'd want to look at the RCP averages or something to really know like how off they were, or if there were just people. Because, like, I think from my perspective, and I could be wrong about this, I don't think I followed as closely as I would now, and I didn't know as much as I do now. But I seem to remember the average, trying to remember. The average did not have Hillary that much higher, right? Am I wrong? Like she was ahead and she was, maybe 4% ahead or something like that. And it was thought that if you're like that much ahead, and she did end up ahead in the count, right? People sometimes forget this, but Hillary Clinton won the popular vote in 2016. So she did get more votes, but like part of it I always thought was an issue of maybe people that were predicting not realizing that you could be ahead by that much and still lose because of the electoral college, because it hadn't been, that much of an issue since 2000, and 2000 was incredibly close.
He's gone there for a propaganda tour with those people.
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's Travacol. That is actually exactly what I'm inquiring about, right? Given that we saw massive either a swing or just bad polling, I guess, in Abdul's race against Stevens, or whether polling is bad at measuring likely voters when you've got like $70 million poured in on one side, right? That's what I'm asking. Like that seems reasonable. That seems like, okay, well, you didn't get this. You didn't select the right sample of voters to get the good results because you were not accounting somehow for the blanketing of ads that fell on Michigan when that happened. A similar thing has happened in Wisconsin. So if it's that, it's the kind of thing where, okay, well, maybe you can learn from this and here's a bug. You want to fix that bug, right? That would be what you'd hope for. But then, like you're saying, there's a possibility that the polls have just been off for a really long time. And in 2016, they weren't much good. And in 2026, they are worthless, right? Is that what we're coming to? Are the polls just worthless? This is what sucks, is it's gonna, if the more people think that the polls are questionable, the more they're gonna rely on stuff like Kalshi and Polymarket as the great deciders. The more they're gonna ignore the polls, and they're just gonna look and see where the money's going, and that becomes like a self-perpetuating. That really encourages some shenanigans with elections, like whether it be by actors involved, like candidates or teams of candidates, or whether it be by people putting money on the markets.
Look, yeah, but
trying to mainstream their ideas.
But
bro, that is a crazy assessment, by the way. Like, visiting a foreign nation is not a fucking propaganda tour, man. What the fuck are you talking? It's just hysteria. But because it's
hysteria in a fash haircut. Please, Hasan.
Overwhelming majority position.
Being too kind.
Because the masses don't necessarily think about these sorts of things. Like, it's just something you can say. I've traveled all around the fucking world, man. What are you talking about? It's a propaganda tour.
Ooh, wait a minute. This is an interesting theory. I entertained this idea. I'm not sure if I believe it, Travical, but I think it's an interesting thing to consider. Travical says, I guess you have to wonder if people see a candidate up by like 20 points, then it's easy for would-be voters to not actually go Pokemon go to the polls. Yeah, since they think it won't matter. I feel like a lot of old school pollsters, when they're brought on to talk, they'll say stuff like that. They'll say that you actually would like to maybe underestimate your results, right? That if the last poll that comes out is like, oh shit, we're down by 3, that's like really good for you. And if the last poll is like you're up by 20, it's kind of bad for you. But you would think that the advantage would like outstrip any, reduction in voters showing up. And again, like I said early on, and this is a sad fact, right? There being more voters, right? The vote totals kind of inflating over the night in several different counties. They don't necessarily bode well for one or the other. You could make an argument, that you could make an argument that would seem like Hong voters, right? Given her, her campaign ground game and the excitement around somebody that will actually go 10 toes down on issues like data centers that people care about a lot and do not often have politicians that are truly responsive to their needs. Was it that inflated the numbers? Are these Hong people coming out of the woodwork to vote for her? Or is it, people, boomers watching ads on TV, hearing people talk, this sort of, word of mouth campaign that they're trying to instigate in Wisconsin and maybe succeeded at, where people are like, oh my God, if this chick wins, not only will we not get to eat Thanksgiving again, but also they're going to lose to this Republican. So, and he right. So, it's hard to tell. Just there's an argument to be made either way. What I was really interested though, it was the numbers, right? That you expected her to do, super well in, I think it was the Madison area, and him to do well in the Milwaukee area. He is a politician from that area, and Madison is sort of around a bunch of universities. There's a lower average age of the population there. The video is way louder than you. Yeah, thank you. We have had some issues with audio tonight, very inconsistent audio that I've been watching. So I do appreciate the feedback from chat. I can officially say, someone who has followed politics for a while now, I have zero faith in any poll done by any major network. You, me, and anyone can make up any numbers. So you don't think, you're not taking it as the proliferation of bad polling and maybe some good polling still existing if you know where to find it. You're saying, you're just like, yeah, I don't think anybody knows what they're talking about anymore. I do think that these are not normal, elections, right? And that, I think that, that the amount of money that's come in is somewhat unique, and so the usual metrics might not work as well. But you are right that it's not just this poll. It's not just this poll in Michigan. It's a lot of polls. Wait, I wouldn't be shocked if the crossover voting mattered. Yeah. What Hasan's I think perspective on that was that crossover voting would be for Hong because they would think that she was easier to beat than Crowley. That whereas racism maybe motivated Republicans in Michigan, that what was really going to motivate them here was like which opponent did they want the Republican to have if they did crossover voting.
First you go.
Oh yeah, Red Scare too. Sorry, I didn't mention that. You're right, Snowhawk. You're absolutely right. That was a big factor in the crossover voting in Michigan.
Oh, he's wearing a Chinese suit. That's obviously, he's a Maoist, and he went to China. That obviously means he did a propaganda tour. Yeah, it was such a propaganda tour that I couldn't even get back into mainland China after I went to Hong Kong because my visa was limited. My visa was limited to single use and was discarded after the fact. It was such a fucking propaganda tour that I had a Shenzhen leg that I couldn't even go to because the Chinese government, due to its,
I'm sorry, can you imagine turning it on right now? I had a Shenzhen leg that I didn't even go to. What is he talking about?
Limitations on how much propaganda you can do, I guess, decided to void my fucking my visa because it was a single-use visa. Why are we dehumanizing Chinese people in 2026? I mean, it's just so dumb. The posture Americans broadly have towards China will shift, for the record. It's going to shift. It's inevitable. We can no longer maintain this like saber-rattling pro-war posture against this foreign adversary. So it's going to shift eventually. It's just going to take time. People will arrive at our conclusions sooner rather than later, honestly, because of what has taken place.
Oh, wait, so you got real-life experience with this shit, Travacol. I moved from Wisconsin due to Scott Walker. And we have tried, but there's no saving Wisconsin. You know, that is a sad dynamic that I sort of know of. It feels like what happened to Indiana. Like I lived there when I was really young, and it seemed pretty like purple. It was like the, just straight down the middle, and it got more right wing with time, and people just moved out. Anybody that was not like that was not excited about Mike Pence, they moved out. And so it's like a self reinforcing cycle, right? When that happens.
Strait of Hormuz. If America can't defeat Iran militarily, America has no shot at defeating China militarily. A lot more reasonable people are going to start changing their perspective on China. It's going to happen. Okay? It's an inevitability. It's going to happen. I guess we have to make sure that the people that felt some type of way when they first heard me talk about China will no longer feel that way, or will not carry
the great sort. So what is it? Because for me, it's like I moved to Seattle, right? So I'm moved to a very blue state. I guess it's not the bluest. Wait, is it? It's like close.
Over that resentment when they arrive at our conclusions.
What's the bluest state? Is it like Massachusetts? There's some like Sam Cedar always talks about Massachusetts hogs, and they're not too far out of like Boston, or maybe in Boston. What is it, like Worcester is where he was? But like, what happens, chat? Does like everybody just like move to one blue state, and it breaks off? Everybody moves into Minnesota? Is Minnesota getting better? Yeah, California or Minnesota. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Like I've seen the numbers be the numbers again. I've seen the numbers be pretty close in a few recent elections in Minnesota, but I never really, it always seems to, it never goes red. Yeah, California, I was gonna say, is not the bluest state. There is a whole effect that I feel like, I don't know, like, chat is the Casparian effect, by which I mean like upper middle class people. They run into, there's like, they encounter homeless people, and their reaction is like, well, somebody should do something about this, but it's not like somebody should, actually do something for these people. It's like somebody should make it so these people are not allowed to go here where I am, right? That's the Casparian effect. And it's like a pipeline that they go down to through, and they get pretty freaking conservative. And if you've followed fully Anna Kasparian's career trajectory, you would see that right there. I mean, there are some issues that she's not right wing on, but more and more, she does seem to be agreeing with a lot of further right stuff. And I wonder if that's bi-coastal, right? Because I've definitely seen it in California, in Oregon, in Portland, in Washington State, right? That there's a whole news channel in Seattle that went full hog. These guys, Como News, they used to just be a channel. They did the news. It was just news. And now it is like the threat of homelessness. See the death of Seattle. The homeless are killing Seattle. It's like hardcore, like, like eugenic, like it has the, I wish Washington was progressive. I mean, it is, but there's just like more, and when we're talking about the Casparian effect, right? A lot of times, I mean, with the Anna Kasparian, these people will classify themselves as progressive and maybe continue to believe in what they see as like the progressive take in various issues. But it'll be like one thing, like trans people or homelessness or taxes even. It'll be one thing that just gets, that grinds their gears and turns them into a hog.
Yes. Comparing Mao to Hitler is Holocaust and World War II revisionism. Nixon met Mao, for fuck's sake. It's also unfucking believable because Mao and Chinese people actually withstood a genocide during World War II in the hands of the Japanese. Like, it's insane. Oh, he manufactured and engineered a deliberate famine? That's crazy. You know who actually has done that? Israel. With our aid. So many more of my friends are doing China trips and coming back so radicalized. I know. Don't say that out loud because then the government's going to make it illegal to go to China and see for yourself. Yeah, you said you love Japan and it's better than America in terms of food, people, and transport, but nobody called it propaganda. Yeah, I say that about European countries as well. Like when I go to Europe, I'm like, look at how beautiful the cities are. Like, look at how beautiful the city planning is. Look at how beautiful robust public transit looks like. Look at what we could have. Nobody freaks out about that. I've said very similar things about Japan that I have about, Chinese high-speed rail. I want high-speed rail in America. We have the money for it.
Anyway, epic rant, dude. That is Ethan Klein, Asmongold, and Destiny defending Hasan before they decided in some cases to forget what they knew about what Hasan was talking about in terms of blowback, right? But I mean, I guess it, it's I mean, there it is. Somebody, when I was starting this, somebody was like, oh yeah, show the clips. Well, we did. We watched the clips. Caught in 4K. But at the same time, to a lot of you, I'm sure it's not surprising, the hypocrisy and just sort of listlessness, right? I mean, guys like Ethan Klein, guys like Asmongold, guys like Destiny, they don't actually care about politics. They certainly don't care about politics in the sense of those of you who, either are marginalized in some way or, have marginalized people in your life that you are worried about. There's certainly not, there's no, that's the common thread that I've noticed, is these are people that have got really no stake in terms of the oppression side of things, right? That are not subject to that. But what else do we have tonight, chat? Well, we have 3 hours, so I've got to fill it with something. No, we've got bonus content that we're gonna do, and we've also got, how the fuck did it get up to 3 hours? I am gonna end up doing 8 hours tonight, chat. 8 hours and 30 minutes. That's crazy. I mean, I know why though. It's like I really wanted to. I wanted the election to be off meter. Do you feel me? Pisco and Owlish, yo, Snowhawk. Didn't I even say that yesterday? I think I proposed that. I was like, we gotta sneak that in. I think we will. Okay, so but next up we got. Wait, really? The Destiny debate against Jolah? Oh my god, chat. I don't know what to think about this. Do you want to do Owlish first? God damn. See, this is the thing. Owlish, I'm not trying to farm you, but you've got some fans in chat. Damn. See, I feel mean. I don't want to be like mean to, like if there's like a streamer that, is kind of helpless in whatever way, and I'm mean to them, I feel bad about it later. I always feel bad about it, even if they're mean to me. You're a tandem. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, what are you voting for, chat? I've been so out of it. I don't think, I've been thinking about numbers, other numbers, right? Patrick Bet David numbers. You're voting for AOC on Woke 1 and cancel culture. Oh my God, you're going to make me have to. And then Nira Tandon as the drunk wine connoisseur, second place. And then Pierce Morgan, the anti-Hasan panel, which I made sure to put Jink in capital letters. Just so you would know that Jink was there at the panel to defend his nephew, his max left nephew, right? Who he doesn't always agree with. 7 a.m. stream end? That's crazy. Okay, well, I guess we're doing actually. Yeah, Hong loses. Why did Hasan cause this? So what are we gotta do? We gotta stick to the content. Even though I have trepidations about this, okay? I gotta say, I don't know what to old Jolah versus new Destiny. Okay, that's a good way to put it. That's what I was trying to describe. Oh, okay, this is not, oh, shit. Wait. Wait, that was 39 minutes of content? Holy shit, how did I make it last that long? Oh god, it's on Wik. Okay, I was like wondering where to find it. Because I had to close down my Discord on stream just to have system resources that I need. I'm looking at it on my phone and unable to click the link or copy the link, so I have to just go to youtube.com/ oh no, it sounds like I'm doing a call to action here. No, I won't say the rest of it because, oh no. Wait, would it be at? It's gotta be like, no, okay, let's try just searching it then. Fun. It's the first stream in a long time where I have made the thumbnail on stream. Oh my god, why does Wix, everything about his branding, it looks like a smoky jazz bar or a comedy club? Is it supposed to be a comedy club, chat? What do you think? What do you think about this branding? What is, oh no, gotta change the thing. It's not quite right. Twitch capture goes off. This thing, chat, what does this give you? What vibes are you getting from this? LA Noire, yeah. Maybe he's just an LA Noire fan. Maybe that's as simple as that. Maybe I'm thinking too deeply about it. I'm like, does Wick think he's funny? Does Wick realize that there's a penis in the picture? It's got comedy club vibes. It does. I mean, and there is comedy. I just don't know if Wick understands where the comedy actually comes from. It's not where he thinks, but we're going to hopefully have a comedy tonight. And that is Destiny debating Jolah. So Direful has titled this Old Jolah versus New Destiny to go along with the theme of Destiny, New Destiny versus Old Destiny. And this is what I was thinking too. In some ways, Jolah embodies what Destiny used to be, the quasi-progressive Destiny to the extent that he ever existed. And so, yeah, this is going to be kind of like a Destiny. This is Destiny on Destiny violence, I believe. We're about to see. But I have to do a thing to make it so. I bet chat is like, does she not know that you gotta toggle it forward? We gotta toggle it forward. There he is. Okay.
Interesting conversation today. Destiny, you made a
So that's Jolah. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm mixing. Am I mixing Jolah up with some other old school streamer? I'm pretty sure this guy was like around in, I don't know, 2021. Maybe took a break or something. Maybe he went to school. I don't know. And has popped back up. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of the other. There was somebody else, Jay, that would debate Destiny. All right, let's see what the fuck this is. Jolah versus Destiny. Oh my god. Runtime an hour. We may not, if this isn't good, chat, we will switch with great alacrity to the Owlish versus Pisco, because I know you want to see that.
A tweet a few days ago, and I'm going to read it back to you, and I wonder if you stand by what you said. In a quote tweet to our interlocutor Jolah here.
Interchocolator.
You say
interchoculator.
This. Okay, never
interjaculator.
Mind. I think
there's the comedy.
This person is an op. LOL.
Enjoy.
Every single message and statement is literally the exact perfect thing that libs need to do to get eaten alive by the far left. I'm wondering, I guess just to start off.
Anybody hungry?
Dan?
You want to eat some liberals? Is that what we do? Are we cannibals? Why is Wick naked? Wait, is he naked?
By that statement, or was it just kind of made in jest?
No, I stand by it.
Okay, what makes you think that Jolah here is an op? And what is an op in your mind? What is he doing that you find?
Jolah is an op? I'm interchocolating. Wait, intercholtating myself? Completely nude as far as I can tell. Well, don't you understand? These clothes are beautiful. It's the most, it's the most beautiful outfit ever to be made. How could you say there's something wrong with his outfit? There's no magical robes. Wait, what is the deal with the magic robes? Are they naked under there? Is that like a wizard thing? Are the wizards like jerking off to make the magic work? Is that how? Because I always worry about like magical stuff, that it's going to actually be something that's a lot more mundane, or it's going to involve something really gross that they're like hiding from you under those robes, right? How does the magic actually work? Do you really want to be around a magician, or is it maybe just not a good idea? Because like, yeah, what's going on under the robe? You never thought about it that way? Yeah. How does the magic? Where does magic missile come from? Oh no, I'm sorry. I think I ruined D&D for a lot of you just then.
Find to be cringeworthy.
Like if I were to think of like, I need to insert like a lib-friendly
Oh
person
God,
to slowly.
Thank you so much. If anybody has information about Jolah, we follow each other on Twitter. I should know this guy. I just cannot fucking place him. I'm not trying to be. I've met a lot of people.
Siphon.
I have a lot of mutuals on Twitter.
More people off further and further left. Like, what are the strategies that I would want this person to engage in? So you have to do a little bit of like mudslinging at the left to earn some credit. You have to do a little bit of support from your moderate Dems to earn some credit. But by and large, you're engaging in the same types of lies and misinformation about your moderate Dems. You're never really attacking your further left people that hard. You're always like...
Yeah, this is kind of crazy because if I have any problem with Jolah, it's like the opposite of what Destiny is saying. Like I said, half of the time I see him saying something I'd agree with, half of the time I see him saying something I don't agree with. And I feel like the ones I don't agree with, they're, kind of like slightly, anti-communist in flavor, right? Like it's the same thing that I dislike about, Destiny, just way less of it, right? It's Destiny Light. Maybe it's Destiny 1.0. Oh my God, chat. Is this 1.0? Is this woke 1.0? Oh no, chat. It's not only woke 1.0. It's also Destiny 1.0 and Destiny 2.0. We're gonna have to put this on the screen. Holy shit, chat. I've just got a coffee. I think I need more coffee. I think I'm gonna kind of load up on this, if you don't mind, because this might be fun. And if this is not fun, we've got the Owlish debate. And if that's not fun, we got Neera Tanden drunk interview. And wait, what is the one that's not on screen right now? I kind of fucked this up. Let me fix this. Boom. Oh yes, the woke conversation. I feel like I need to let this cook a little bit more. Like my feelings on woke, whatever that fucking means. Ask Bethany Mandel. But yeah, we're going to do more coffee and maybe some more water. There we go with the coffee. Okay. Make it happen. Oh, hell yeah. Is there anyone to toast me in this late night / early morning void coffee I am about to consume? The original reference to void coffee came when I had a green screen. And I also had a green cup, a green coffee cup. So when I would drink coffee from the green cup, it would look like it was like not really there, or it was like half there. It was like ghostly. And so that became void coffee. Wait, you wouldn't be derailing, Nathan. I'm the one who's derailing, and I really should get back to that. We need to get through this so that we can get to either this is gonna be great content, because Destiny hates this guy. You notice that? Destiny fucking hates this guy, and I'm just wondering, yeah, because I don't know. My guess would have been that maybe this guy used to be an orbiter or something, or he had some kind of friendly relationship with Destiny. And that this was just going to be something that they would, they would like, I don't know, fight a little bit, but not really dig into each other. And it looks like Destiny wants to impale Jolah from the, where the sun does not shine, with a giant pike, like Vlad the Impaler. That's what this feels like. NCC lore.
Endorsing and supporting the further left people, and then you're constantly trying to hand wring or fearmonger or tone police people that are being critical of further left people. Like that would be like the ideal plant.
Well, Jolah, how do you respond to the allegations? I'm going to give you the floor. Go ahead.
I would say that recently, for issues that are kind of connected, kind of disconnected, and I am not talking about the personal issues that Destiny has with these online communities when I talk about this, but I do believe there is some sort of radicalization here where you have Peace goes anti-Semitic now, soy pills, a socialist sweeper, Josiah is completely just...
Okay.
Just disconnecting from all of GGG. DGG, and it's just like it's at the point where you need to have some contact to other communities to influence them, and it's very
Oh shit!
to me that
Oh
Destiny has
shit!
no confidence
He's giving Destiny advice, chat. Oh, I'm sure Steven will take this well.
in the ability for liberals to do what he's describing the left does to liberals, but for liberals to do that to the left. And I'm somebody, which I don't blame anybody for not knowing my entire track record or anything, because I'm not very big on YouTube or in general, but you know, I have criticized Hasan Piker heavily, for example, about being pro-Russia, attacking Crimea, saying they're ethnic Russians, repeating blatant Russian propaganda, doing propaganda for Mao and the Chinese
Attacked or farmed?
Government. So I have all these similar criticisms, but like individuals like Adam Mockler, I understand the pragmatic solution to build my coalition and to move Democrats in a better direction. And I think that's the primary disagreement
So wait,
that we're going to be having here.
Okay, so I remember Jolah debating Destiny. Yeah, me too. Okay, so what he did debate Destiny. I just like there's another streamer too, I think. Right? There's another streamer with a J name. And again, I apologize. I just am mixing the two of them up. My Ruby Pearl with the five gifted subs over on. Look at this. This is Twitch Strikes Back. Twitch is striking. Yeah, YouTube. Now we got like a beef, a cross-platform beef. But thank you, my Ruby Pearl. No, it doesn't have to be a beef. You can love and support each other. My Ruby Pearl, thank you for the 5 community subs there. Suke Monostone, you just got weaseled. No, you just got jellyfish. Wave surrenders. You just got jellyfish. McAsach. Am I saying that right? You just got jellyfished. Bella's free. You just got jellyfished. And Princess Pixels. You just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing.
Okay, you got a response to that?
Although it sounds like a bad thing, doesn't it? I've always thought about that. Like I always say, you've got weaseled, and I guess that sort of makes sense. But I gotta say, it's a good thing, so that you don't think you're being like, I don't know, attacked by weasels, or weasels are gonna rip your flesh, or anything like that. You know, you're gonna reach for a shaving razor and accidentally pick up a weasel. But then the jellyfish thing, it sounds like catfish, but then you're like, wait, if a catfish is somebody misrepresenting who they are over the internet, then what is a jellyfish? What would that be? They're actually jelly? Like you go to meet them and they're like a slime and they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. But maybe you're into that, chat. Maybe you have interests in slime people and it works out. Who knows? Who knows?
That's near.
Put it towards Donkey on Miss Tandon. I will indeed. And that kind of makes it more likely that we're going to encounter Miss Tandon first in the bonus content tonight.
I guess there was one part of that I didn't understand, where you said that I don't trust liberals to do the same thing that DSA types are doing to liberals. But could you expand on that statement? I don't understand that.
So I remember back when Adam Mockler spoke to. Am I still connected? You guys just okay? We're all good.
No, he's playing piano, Jolah. He's playing piano.
When Adam Mockler spoke to Hasan, and some dumbasses in your community, which no offense to you, but I think you might have been upset as well. They were like, "Why is
slime people?" Yeah, but not just slime people. Like also goo people, which also sounds like a new slur. Like this is a monster people kind of thing. I think that's what this is. I'm forgetting a few variations, aren't I? I think there's a lot of variations, and I just am not urbane enough to know them all.
Adam Mockler not going hard on Hasan. Now, in my opinion, Adam Mockler is very intelligent. I think he's probably...
I have not ventured into that part of deviant art.
Like the young LeBron James of liberal politics. I think many of us agree. He knows that in order to vie for influence in our coalitions, and a competitive coalition, which we need to operate, it's difficult, but we need to operate that. He needs to not go out and just be like, there's not going to be a big, you shocked your dog with the power of Zeus, and you are terrorist, and you are whatever. That's never going to happen. If anything, most of Hasan's fans, which you agreed with me a few weeks ago when we chatted, or they see themselves as normie progressives. So when I see someone like Adam Mockler make that pragmatic decision to not go scorched earth with Hasan, I see very clearly the role he wants to play and the strategy he's using to get credibility with Hasan's fan base. So whenever there's a flashpoint, so whether it's an election or another big controversy or another October 7th or Ukraine or whatever it might be, then Adam Mockler has legitimacy with Hasan's audience, where he can be convincing to Hasan's audience and pull Hasan's viewers away from him.
You guys are scheming to steal Hasan's viewers in broad fucking daylight. Chat, what the fuck is this, I ask you? Is this the war room going on? Are we redoing that? God, I think Invader Cly should wait, was it Invader Cly? I think Invader Cly should sue. That's okay, I'm sorry. Like, I shouldn't put all the war room stuff on like one person who was involved. That's bad. That's obvious. Like, I don't think anybody cares about it anymore. I never actually figured out what the fuck it was about. Something to do with Hasan, right? The war room. Anybody know about that drama? Talk about an old drama. Talk about like 2022. Was it 2022? Yeah, coming back
way more effectively. Like, I think you have little to no impact in that.
Mockler hardly knew her.
And people like Adam Mockler, Josiah, Pisco, you can argue they're good or bad at it, but I think that is the...
So he's saying like Adam Mockler because Adam Mockler is actually trying to mog Hasan. He's being nice to Hasan now so he can mog Hasan later. Or it could just be clout. Or it could just be clout, right? That's the answer for a lot of tough questions in the streaming space. The answer is clout. The answer it is good to have a working relationship for Adam Mockler with Hasan, however he might disagree with him.
Role they are trying to play, and myself as well. But your community assumes all of us are either useful idiots or, you don't think we can be effective in doing the reverse.
Wait, maybe Jolah's gonna steal Destiny's viewers. Maybe that's what's going on. Chad, is that what's going on? Maybe this is gonna be a double Uno reverse, right? Because I feel like Destiny's viewers, like a few of them might be searching for a replacement comfort liberal. And maybe Jolah is doing that shit. Maybe Jolah is like, I'm a little bit like Destiny, but not as pathological. You could be there could be JGG instead of DGG. You could hang out on my offline chat instead of his offline chat. Even bring back a few of the Glup Shido crowd favorite orbiters from the days of yore. I don't think that would be too hard. And yeah, Destiny's losing a step. I don't know, chat. We're speculating. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's see what they say. I just want to see Destiny get mogged by Jolah, and I feel like I am. Look at that. Mog. Get mogged, Destiny. Get mogged.
So the reason why I would say that they can't do the reverse is because
Wick is mogging them both. Let's be real.
You won't let that happen. So there's two easy questions that I can ask here. So the first one is, if Adam's fans watched the conversation that Adam had with Hasan, and if Hasan's fans watched the conversation that Adam had with Hasan, who's more likely to be pulled in the other direction?
I believe that in the real world, Adam Mockler...
I'm just saying in general, fans of these people, not like in the real world on CNN. I'm just saying...
More towards Adam Mockler, for sure.
Okay.
He has a point. Adam Mockler came across very well in that discussion. He did come across as a bit of a lightweight, but he wasn't obnoxious.
I think you're 100% wrong.
Have confidence in liberals, you don't. That's the issue here. You want to act like we lost already to DSA. I don't agree.
So there's people are asking me earlier, what do you disagree with Jolah on? That would probably be a pretty big example there, right? He sees us as being like he's identifying with the Democratic establishment straight up. And I mean, like, not trying to, not using that as an insult. That's just literally true. That's just literally who this guy is, right? That's how he thinks. That's where, he places himself in politics. So question answered. There we go.
Okay. Is that what you think I'm going to say? I'm going to say I have no confidence in liberals? What do you think I'm going to say?
You'll probably say that we have liberals go on these shows. They are not antagonistic. Meanwhile, the left can be antagonistic towards us as much as they want and have endless charitability. And when we do the opposite, they just shun us. I assume you're going to say something.
I feel like endless charitability is the LMNOP of DGG. You know what I'm saying? Some kind of thought-terminating cliche. Do you know they got rid of LMNOP Anyone in chat? Is that? I hope I'm not the bearer of bad news once again. There's no more. They got rid of it. They got a new alphabet song that weighs each of the letters equally.
Something along those lines.
It's very woke.
Nice. Okay, that was good. So a more correct answer did exist in your mind. You just decided to say the retarded one. That's fine. So Hasan has prepared that conversation. Hasan does not openly and blatantly attack people who are friendly-ish towards him. He's very explicit and very clear to that in his audience when he says things like, "Oh, like, I think Brian messed up here deleting this tweet, guys. Like, I think that, but he's not an enemy, guys, right?" But for people like Hutch,
Is he mad at Hasan for not blowing up at Brian Tyler Cohen? Is that how Destiny envisioned this whole thing going when he went and Karen'd about the quote of Hasan that BTC had up on his website? Is that what he was thinking he would get? Is like for Hasan to be like, Brian Tyler Cohen is an evil Israeli plant, and he's, yeah, no, he's not. That's not Hasan, right? Brian Tyler Cohen could straight up, I don't know, like turn state's witness against him for the Trump administration, and Hasan would still be like, look, I don't think he's doing it in bad faith. I think he's just misinformed.
or like Lonerbox, he signals these people are fallen enemies. You agree that Hasan does that signaling very explicitly, right?
But he's mad because Hasan's better with social situations. Yeah, chat. And generally, if you blow up less social interactions, you will have a better social life. You will, if it's clout that you want from that, clout you shall get from that, right? If you're easy to get along with, it tends to be that a lot of people get along with you. And something I could, learn from as well, right? Be a little more generous with people and not assume the worst.
Do you?
100%.
Okay. So in a conversation...
But then again, I am famously way too charitable, way too often.
Where Hasan has already signaled to his whole audience who Adam Mockler is and, how to treat Adam Mockler. And when Hasan is the one trying to control the pace of that conversation, which he did halfway through, he was like, bro, why are you trying to debate me so much? I don't see how a Hasan fan watching Mockler is going to come away thinking like, man, this Adam guy made a lot of really good points. Like, they already know all the points that Adam's going to make. Hasan does a huge engagement already with like lib-left media. His fans already know all of those people and all those arguments. Adam Mockler's fans might not have dipped in as much to the far-left Hasan types, but it's not like Adam Mockler's position in that debate was significantly removed from the positions that he actually has. But Hasan was made a lot more palatable in that debate than he would be watching terrorist attacks and cheering them on Twitch. That's why I would say that in that conversation, a neutral Mockler fan would be more likely to have a much more favorable view of Hasan coming out than like a neutral Hasan fan who basically already knows what Adam Mockler is all about.
Out of
My
curiosity,
question,
to
yeah, sure.
Just real quick, out of curiosity.
Might we consider the motivated reasoning from Mr. Destiny in hoping that Mockler does not develop any sort of bonds with Hasan Piker? Might we consider the possibility that this guy basically his whole life is an attempt to isolate somebody that has a lot of connections, and that for every connection that gets disrupted or broken, tends to replace it with 3 or 4, as opposed to Destiny, whose world is getting smaller and smaller each day as more and more orbiters, realize that the juice is ultimately not worth the squeeze when it comes to Destiny. That which comes easily in terms of fame as a character in the Destiny cinematic universe goes just as easily when he invariably decides that you were too friendly to one of his enemies, and you got to be. He's got to push you out of the community. He's got to make sure that none of his do you hear how Machiavellian this is? I guess this is what I want to emphasize more than anything, right? Is the Machiavellian way in which, this whole conversation is a little bit like Jolah. I don't know his history. I don't know. Like, I remember him being around. I remember being chill with him, but I don't know that much about him. But this is, this is shit that you might not want. I don't know. The whole stealing Hasan's audience thing.
City of Destiny, what is there anything that Mockler could have done in that conversation?
Well, I mean, whatever. It's content. It's entertaining, chat. And I hope you're entertained tonight. I also hope that I'm not keeping anybody up too late because we're doing entertaining stuff super late at night. I don't want to ruin, my schedule, and I don't want to ruin yours too much. But that's kind of what we got here. So hopefully, if you need to hit the, like, here I am telling my chatters to go to bed. No, go to bed if you need to. I don't want to be your vice. Okay, I don't want to ruin. I don't want to make it hard. I don't want to make your workday hard for you by providing such interesting shit so late at night, which I've been doing for way too long, and I realize that is just not acceptable. Not acceptable in any way. Even though I live 12 hours away from a lot of you, all the way across the world. Yeah, Chicago time zone, literally 12 hours away from you. Or is it 12, or is it like 36? I don't know. No, it's not 36. It's got to be 12.
To change that dynamic.
Too late for that. Sorry about that, Nathan Drake.
Right? Like, is there anything?
I mean, it depends on what Mockler's views are, and it depends on what he's trying to accomplish with his audience. But I mean, I would want to fixate on some differences because there are beliefs that I think Hasan has that are beyond the pale for what I would want in my political party, and I would.
What do you think, chat? Is this
my audience to be
seem interesting?
Falling into those types of, I guess I don't know if you call them radicalization traps or whatever else.
More interesting than Owlish?
Like, think that I'm supportive of that.
That's fair. You
Sure.
had something to say, Jolah? I just wanted to ask that question before you went through.
Yeah, so it's very important to distinguish what are we using to measure our units of success. So this can be,
what are we using to dick measure?
Online followers. It can be a media environment that we're.
What is this discussion? What are we doing?
A vote total. So
wait. I got some questions now for Direful, like about this debate, right? This is the premise that Jolah wants to become. Like, is Jolah on track to become the Destiny, right? The way that he's talking here, or is Jolah just trying to like mirror Destiny, just make him let his guard down? Because he is very guarded, if you've noticed, right? Destiny came in hot.
That's fair. You
Sure.
had something to say, Jolah? I just wanted to ask that question before you went through.
Yeah.
What is the point of Wick?
So it's very important to distinguish what are we using to measure our units of success. So this can be.
Which guy is Jolah? That's Jolah, the guy that's talking about units of success. He's engaging Destiny in a discussion on fighting the DSA, I don't know, liberal praxis, if you will, just on like, how to best steal Hasan's audience be like the battleground. And Jolah's argument against Destiny, is that actually my method of taking down Hasan is way better than yours. You're coming in too hot. You're alienating people. You're pushing people away from you, which is true, which is absolutely true. But it's just such a weird discussion. Now we are wanting to quantify our success against the extreme left. Do we do a hedonistic calculation of the number of the minds that we've changed? I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, this is like what I mean to say, chat, is that Destiny famously embraced an idea that he has. What is it called? The triangle. What is the something triangle? Like the evil shit. Where you're like Machiavellian, narcissistic, and antisocial, right? What is that called again? The dark triad, right? Destiny has at times like branded himself with the dark triad, as being portrays himself sort of as a sociopath, right? He's the Patrick Bateman streamer. He's the Patrick Bateman comfort streamers. For all the wannabe sociopaths out there that are just not, good enough to be able to gaslight people the way that Destiny does. That's what he is. He's like a antisocial influencer. That's what this guy does. If you want to get down to it, and instead of being like, you were kind of a scummy dude, Jolah's like, hey, listen, I want to do the scumminess right. Can we do the scumminess in a little bit more of a controlled, planned sort of manner? Because I want to make sure that the scumminess actually goes through and we successfully rat fuck the DSA, right? We successfully limit the Overton window and make sure it doesn't slide too far to the left, right? Don't you think this would be the better way to do this scummery? Yeah, Jolah's like a good scumbag is a smart scumbag. It's a strategic scumbag, not a scumbag that blows up all of his bridges, blows up all of his connections, burns all of his bridges, but a scumbag that hides in waiting until the right moment. Adam Muckler might be such a scumbag. Maybe that's what he's planning long term. Maybe we shouldn't be so hasty to judge him, but for he may succeed where we have failed. Me because of my lack of content creation, and you because of, well, your personality, to be total. I am putting words in his mouth, chat, but I don't think I'm too far off in describing what's going on here, right? I don't think I'm that far off, okay? Destiny isn't a sociopath. He's way too emotional to be an actual sociopath. Maybe he's a wannabe sociopath. He's a wannabe Patrick Bateman.
Online followers. It can be a media environment that we're influencing. It can be a vote total. So for Adam Mockler, I believe that litmus tests that reside in demands that result in real world changes. So vote blue no matter who, for example, I think is a huge tool for liberals, which my response to you initially was that it's a very dumb idea.
Just going back,
sure.
Do we disagree with my take on how I view the neutral Mockler fan and the neutral Hasan fan viewing that debate? Because that was my
wait, maybe Destiny is the narcissist and Jolah is the dark empath.
Text. Yeah, I agree in an online context, but this is where I have no confidence in Hasan's politics to survive outside of the internet. So when I talk about flashpoints and vote blue no matter who, when there's another big election and Hasan is a little bitch baby about not endorsing someone, I need Adam Mockler there, at least, somewhat palatable to Hasan's fan base, to be the guy being super rah vote Democrat. And Keith Edwards, he sounded like a dumbass in that other conversation from a week or two ago, but he was a cheerleader for voting for Kamala Harris. So far lefties that followed Hasan versus Keith Edwards, I would rather far lefties follow Keith Edwards for the overall pragmatic consequence or outcomes of overall votes moving towards the Democrats' direction. So I think Adam Mockler, there's more concrete demands that Adam would make with his content, and it's more actionable, where Hasan will fade into obscurity the moment that the moment moderate Dems have good candidates against the DSA types.
Sure. So
we just got to get good candidates again. Not that we have to change our issues or anything like that, right? No, that's not how. We just got to get good candidates. We just got to get real charismatic people that can go around and be like, "Hey, vote for me. I'm not going to do anything for you." I don't know. I hate Trump though. Yeah, fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA.
The second question, because I said we'd have two questions regarding that. Well, so the first was the performance, where I feel like a neutral viewer of both fans is going to be more pulled towards Hasan afterwards. They're going to get a more palatable view of Hasan.
The obsession with Hasan seems very unhealthy. Well, for Jolah, maybe he's taken a larger view, and it's more of an I mean, for both of these, I do believe, Dadops, that Destiny, his opposition to the DSA has a lot to do with Hasan, right? For Jolah, he may just be a concerned lib that's seeing more and more of his, duopoly spot in the American political process sort of evaporate, be taken up, be eaten away at by the DSA, and he wants to do something to stop it because he doesn't like that. He wants to make liberalism cool again, right? Well, I mean, he's cooler than Destiny.
Of Hasan. The second question
Are they just brainstorming about how to take down Hasan? No, Destiny's mad at this guy. Destiny pushes away fucking everybody, even somebody that's literally trying to have an evil genius convo, right? Jolah just wants to have an evil genius, evil villain convo, and then afterwards they laugh. They go, hey. They do the evil supervillain laugh, right? And Destiny's like, no, I want to drag you across the coals first. What the fuck, Jolah?
Would ask is,
we need to snark Mogler. We need to snark Adam Mockler. Why can't I snark Josiah?
Ever in your entire life seen any of these lib-left people that have been cozying up to these weirdo commie types? Have they ever
weirdo from Destiny? That's a real insult.
Been able to call them out on their platforms to hold them accountable for anything? Can we think of a single example of this ever happening ever?
Yeah,
that's where I would. here's probably the issue you have with the other.
I gotta say it too. Jolah looks like a ringer. Okay, do you see that eggshell back there? This guy's got a pretty decent like he spent. I mean, it's not necessarily money, but he's definitely spent some time in creating his streamer space, right? This guy's got he's hungry, chat. He's hungry, and Destiny's looking like a tasty treat, I think.
Creators I mentioned at the beginning.
Wait, hold on. You can answer?
Destiny's looking like a string cheese that needs to be peeled.
Give me your longer answer, but I was just, do you think has that ever happened ever? And then you can give your longer answer. But I'm curious, have you ever seen that happening ever?
No, recently there's been kids gloves in independent media for people like Hasan.
So it did happen in the past, or because you said recently, implying
It's
that in the
a
past
relatively new phenomenon, so I haven't seen
Okay,
it
so
yet.
it's never happened. Okay, and then go give me your longer answer.
Well, I could probably prepare if it never happened. I think.
Wait, when's the last time a dark manipulator manipulated Destiny? Did Mr. Girl get, did Mr. Girl manage to sort of pull the strings for a while?
The real world consequences did smack the left back in the face, and the left can take a back seat when it comes to real life organizing and politics. And a lot of these DSA elections I view as flukes. So how transferable is Hasan's political movements into the real world? I would argue not very much. But Adam Mockler would be more effective in moving people his direction. Now, when we talk about how we approach these independent media platforms, if you see Pod Save America give Hasan an easy interview and the portrayal, let's say someone from their family.
I mean, this is good advice. I sure hope Destiny doesn't listen to it, right? He'd do better at being chill. He's got one friend at Pod Save America. I'm trying to remember who it is. It's the guy. Is it Dan Pfeiffer? If I remember, am I thinking of JVL? Chat, who's the guy? It's either a Pod Save guy or it's a Bulwark guy, which not too different. Is it Dan Pfeiffer or am I thinking of JVL? Who's the guy that Destiny's like, oh, we got to protect this guy. This guy's the best. I mean, I can't remember. I feel like he made inroads with like one Podjon.
Basin.
But it's like the less
on your video, and I think you called him like a mindless, a dumb fuck idiot, like that one guy, like John Favreau or something, because he was like cushioning.
Who weaseled the weasel?
The blow for the questions he was asking Hasan. If a Pod Save America fan goes on your channel, or if a Pod Save
I think there's a very good chance you can thank Stop the Stupidity for that.
If one of them looks at your channel, they are very there's a very little likelihood they'd ever invite you on to their platform to have a alternative opinion. And when you are on platforms,
and if you want them to do that, maybe stop being weird around little kids. Maybe stop being weird about kids, Destiny.
Work. After you talked to Tim Miller, he was talking to Pete Buttigieg about
be a little bit more normal towards the underage. Then maybe you too could go on a podcast without people worrying about the association.
About tankies, and Americans don't even know what tankies means. I'm not sure if you were the main influence for Tim Miller talking about tankies, but that type of language is not transferable to real politics, and I just feel like there's better ways to attack it.
I have
again, chat. Sorry for the late the late time of the stream. All right. I've been doing better. I've been getting on earlier, but we had to cover the election, and I took that stuff off the meter because I felt like if it'll either be just an election stream or it'll be, like we would run out of time basically covering Steve Kornacki. And I'm glad I didn't stick on that idea. But here we are again covering the main content super late at night.
I don't know.
I'm trying not to make a habit of it.
Every part of that was meaningless. I don't know what that was even responsive to. When you talk about like Adam Mockler can have more reach in the real world because of the networks he's on in his messaging, I agree with that. Nothing about that requires him to cozy up to commies. Like he can do all of
commies.
I don't know what
is he cozying up to them or just keeping the
Wick looks like an Animorphs beaver. Oh my god.
Possibility for like coalition, like an off ramp from like keeping the off ramp available
of what
for
he's
Hasan
doing.
fans.
I'm just saying that if Adam Mockler never contacts far left communities, nothing changes about his reach at all. He doesn't go on to CNN or whatever to talk to Hasan's audience. He's not getting big new reach talking to Hasan's audience. All of those people probably know who he is anyway, but they're much further left. And then even when you're bringing up other people, you brought up that Keith Edwards guy, and you're like, well, he was a Kamala supporter. Yes, you can find these people, but I feel like sometimes people try to cite these as like, well, these guys are part of a broad coalition, but no, I think you're just finding a bunch of people who are more radicalized, who have been more moved down the pipeline because these systems are working. Like, yeah, he used to support Kamala. Now he's a fucking super DSA far lefty type. That Umish voter guy that everybody's so bad about or whatever, whether they're mad about the guy himself or mad about me for spotlighting it so much, that guy was also like a McMorrow supporter. It looked like, and if you dug more into his past, he seemed like he was a little bit more moderate. But like a lot of these people become super radicalized because of this one-way system we have where we can't really critique the far left that much because
this is maybe part of destiny. I don't know. I don't know what to believe with him, but I think he's kind of saying that it's bad. It's bad, man. The DSA's made inroads, right? We got all these people that would naturally be liberal, but instead now they are socialist. Oh no, we can't have this. We got to do something about this. So yeah, his justification for him being, I don't know, hyper vigilant and hyper reactive and cutting anybody off who shows like any signs of the far left zombie virus that he is so afraid of. You know, and whereas Jolah is making the argument like, bro, you got to catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. You know, try to, you know, even when people go on Hasan, talk to Hasan, they're nice to Hasan, they defend Hasan, you know, you shouldn't just like flamethrower them immediately. Just, you know, give them a little bit of a chance. I mean, because something, come on. Twitch recommended Wick to me the other day. Oh, I didn't know he was still on Twitch. Then again, I've seen Hutch and Chud Logic on Twitch. Well, not anymore, right? Is Chud Logic currently streaming on Twitch? I don't think so. Depps with the community sub to LC3T. LC3T, hopefully you did not just get me to say a slur, but you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up to 279. Remember, chat, if we hit 300, that's going to make for a longer stream on Saturday, because we're sort of maxed out, although, yeah, Twitch will find a way, I suppose. They always do. Yeah, Twitch is like the, although, yeah, YouTube has taken the lead. Twitch, you are still clever girls and guys and them bees over there. You can't jellyfish? Wait, did I say it? Did I say it wrong?
People like you're going to say, well, I don't really think it's effective. And for the far left people, I don't know. It seems like they're gaining more popularity. It seems like it's working decently well for them.
Yeah, a question I had for you, Jolah, right? Because you mentioned that
what is up with oh my god, Chad, I should not say this. I should not say this. I just got reminded of a certain cartoon character by Wick, but it's not a good one. It's one that I think Family Guy phased out. Do you think so, chat? Does he sound a little bit like that one character that Family Guy used to play for laughs, but has now phased out?
Tell me if this is...
Like when he starts talking, he's got a little bit of like, listen here, Jolah. No, chat, no.
Mischaracterizing your argument, but you seem to be arguing that if we are...
Did I say weaseled? Oh my god, I did.
Or if we are too...
You just got jellyfished.
...threshold of meanness towards people like Jon Favreau or other people we feel are running cover.
Jon Favreau,
left,
he's got creamy thighs.
That they will not come to our show and that it will limit our reach.
Chat.
Is there any conditions where we can be mean to these
Why am I
people?
hearing this
like,
voice?
Is there a line that they can cross where it's now acceptable to be mean to Hasan or someone?
Oh, great. Now that he's won the primary, David Crowley posted homophobic crap on a personal account. What? Oh no. Thanks a lot, Democratic establishment. If this is true, did they just elect a homophobe
that is running cover for Hasan? Like, say, I don't know, Jon Favreau or Pisco or Josiah.
Are we in a Graham Plattner situation?
Whoever. Right?
Check that man for tattoos. That's what I'm saying. Check that man for tattoos.
Right.
I agree there are times to be mean, but I would not do anything that is terminating a possible relationship. So we're in a competitive coalition.
Of a time to be mean. That would be okay to be mean. In your mind.
So I might make a video about, I have a lot of Hasan and Destiny fans in my chat, and I have moved both of them, in my opinion, to the middle of like progressive and more like a...
Wait, I'm sorry. Is he talking about two fans? Like there were two people that came in and they were like, oh, I really like Hasan. And Joel's like, well, you know that Hasan's actually bad because XYZ. and they were like, shit, I never realized that. Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't a dog shocking allocation.
Pragmatic
I
liberal.
moved them over to the left as a pragmatic liberal to fight against the DSA menace. That's pretty cool, Jolah.
Sense. And the Hasan fans will come into my chat and talk about
Cool story, bro.
like, you know, Hasan wanting healthcare and just being a normal progressive. And I'll say, you know, buddy, I really don't think it's good to, you know, be pro the authoritarian Chinese government. And you might think it's dumb to be that light on people, but it also keeps people's minds open. You could be stern and be direct about your criticisms of someone without calling someone, like if I'm working on a job with someone that I know I need to work with in the future, if I call them or their boss a dumb...
Is it just me, or does it, like, and I don't use this word lightly, but does it feel like he is woke scolding to the right with this China thing? Like, does it not feel like, you know, kind of cudgel that this guy is using here to be like, well, you know, you might think it's okay to be friendly about the Chinese government, but you don't understand. They killed all the sparrows.
A dumb mother effer, a lunatic piece of shit with a terrible family background and whatever. Some things are going to be so beyond the pale that that rhetoric is going to cut me off from ever having influence in that community.
This is totally non-responsive. If the conversation is just like, is there certain rhetoric that I engage in that's really radical and cuts me off from certain audiences? That, like, I would almost certainly grant that that's probably true. It's the way
Yeah,
that
surely that backwards flag is treason. That's what I was thinking, Purple. Wait, it's 4-3? It's the wrong ratio? Is that not how a flag is supposed to look?
market myself online. I'm not
Is
saying
it like a junior flag? Like for a flag for, like, you know how they got those guitars for kids that are like, what is it? Like 3/4 of a guitar? Is that what they call them? Is that like the flag equivalent of a little kid's guitar?
that. Do you think that I'm saying that every single liberal needs to say that Hasan?
It does seem to have a weird ratio. Yeah, you're right about that. And also, what's up with the? Oh, there's something behind it. Maybe I thought for some reason I thought it had like extra fabric attached at the top.
As a dog shocking sex freak?
Oh, I'm saying
You
that
think my
your
criticism
audience
Well, no,
is
wait,
getting
we're not
the
talking-
sense.
Are we just talking about just my audience, or is this about like the broader
That's-
like left discourse versus like socialist discourse?
That's the issue, is you talk about marketing yourself
to flag for idiots like Wick, yeah.
Online. I'm talking about
it's his sigil.
Pragmatic action, and your audience does not follow pragmatic action, in my opinion, if you're going to be kicking out Pisco and Josiah, and even myself, someone who criticizes Hasan and the far left all the time. It's pretty ridiculous. It's not very conducive to coalition building, and this is a long battle of vying for influence in the Democratic Party between coalitions. That's why Vote Blue No Matter Who was so important, because that is the guiding principle. When it all comes down to it, like William Lawrence won in Michigan. He's a far left DSA Sunrise Movement candidate. He won because the field was split between two like more moderate candidates. He already
The weird entitlement that gets me. Yeah, well, I mean, you see that a lot of that around the Destiny community or in Wick debates in general.
Right when he won
is Wick Canadian? Actually, I don't know. I don't remember.
Primary endorsed Hakeem Jeffries for the House. That signals to me that they are not seeking to destroy the Democratic Party. Anyone that is not seeking to destroy the party, who wants to compete aggressively within it and still move it forward, we need to be making some peace and work.
Okay, that's pretty reasonable. Again, like, you know, this guy is definitely fighting on the side of the libs, but, you know, he's kind of like, but you know what? Actually, it's not reasonable, right? Anybody who wants the Democratic Party to succeed, or anybody that wants the Democratic Party to suck less, should want Hakeem Jeffries replaced with someone better. Now, there is a whole strategic, you know, question, I guess, around that for people like AOC, right? People that are actually seeking to possibly run for president, right? Does she want to piss off Hakeem Jeffries, right? Calculation around Zoran Mamdani, right? And in some cases, Zoran Mamdani has you know, refused to back challengers to incumbents, or you know, refused to you know, call for to make an enemy of certain establishment figures. And sometimes that has been a good strategic choice by him. Sometimes maybe you could argue not so much.
Working with them.
What does this have to do with the question I asked?
Because
mediate more vote blue number, how it really means vote for our centrist, no matter what. I mean, that is how with the level of hostility here, the level of fragileness from these liberals about, having actual left-wing challengers to their shit-ass incumbents, it's and very entitled, like you said, Midi, but it's something about, I think, so I mean, just so you understand, like Destiny was one of the earliest not just political streamers but live streamers. Like, he was, I guess, good at StarCraft. He was a professional StarCraft player, as wild as that sounds. Back in the day, that was a thing, and he did that thing. He wasn't terribly good at it, but he figured out like how to stream, I think, before even Twitch or Justin TV existed. So he's that early actor, and because of that, because of him being so like old school and having been around forever, he's kind of always been bigger than everybody else, and also had like just a very parasocial, very online community, the kind of people that you do not want to piss off because they will do weird stuff. They will plan weird ops against you in their discords and in their, wherever they go. And so because he benefits from that sort of first mover effect, that is, I think, part of why he's so narcissistic and entitled. But yeah, you're right. He's absolutely
So if we have 100 Hasan viewers or 100 progressives or 100 members of DSA, DSA is largely going to be younger people. They have the ability to change over time, believe it or not. Many people want to join the DSA. I see DSA posts often saying, can you please join and help us moderate the DSA if you join? And you probably think that's a commie trap or whatever. But if you have 100
commie
people
trap?
who follow that kind of politics.
It's a commie trap? We trapping?
And your message, are you seeking to influence anybody who's a member of the DSA to leave it, or are you just here to like yell about them and make people not join the DSA?
My goal is not to de-radicalize DSA members or like believers. No, that's not my goal. My goal is to strengthen liberal arguments and call out the further left stuff that's like growing and cannibalizing a part of the party. So my function that I see myself.
But yeah, his whole career track was he did his esports thing. Eventually, he couldn't make money at that anymore. He switched to, I guess, politics at first, maybe as a libertarian, but over time became more of a liberal and then sort of a progressive. And at that point is when all of the so it was like the heyday of right-wing blood sports debate culture. Right-wingers were getting huge audiences by having people endorse, Nazi ideas and race realist ideas, and they developed their own little debate scene. And so Destiny figured out, well, hey, there's nobody doing this for the left. If I do this, maybe it'll be really popular. And it was because leftists somehow were sort of pearl clutching about like, oh my gosh, they've got this debate scene and we don't have any. The left can't debate anymore. And here he comes and says, I can debate. And this is where you have the beginning of the myth of the edgy boy messiah. This is this is what Destiny was trying to do. This is what Vosh was trying to do. Xanderhall. All these people want to be the edgelord that comes back to the left and teaches them how to do politics right, while undermining, watering down any sort of socialist or progressive message that might exist on the left at the time. Right. This is it's where Vosh came from.
Serving right now is strengthening the lib-left resistance against the infiltration from the far-left element. I'm not trying to de-radicalize DSA members.
Okay, I would argue that when I try to go into this, I'm trying to explain the thought process that someone like Josiah also shares.
Wait, what is the blue tea scandal? This is like a Destiny thing?
I think him and I are very aligned in this, where it's very complicated.
Wait, was this like with an underage person? The blue tea, I vaguely remember hearing about this. I can't remember. It basically axed his attempt to have a pro career. It turns out nobody wanted someone that shared non-consensual nudes. So wait, even back then, I vaguely remember hearing about this, but I don't know if I got all the facts.
it's very complicated to orchestrate and to be a part of a competitive coalition like this, where you may say, if there's 100, more far left progressives, maybe your message can reach to 1 through 5 of them because of whatever reasons, because of the media landscape, because of your reputation, whatever that might be. But for Josiah and Pondering Politics, and he doesn't comment on, he's definitely not going to come out on the left moving forward. Let's say he can move 30 of them over or 60 of them over of that 100. So when we take these certain actions, it's not an attempt to be like snaky or whatever. It's an attempt to broaden your ability to influence different coalitions and to vie for influence in different coalitions in the Democratic Party.
So,
which is
chat,
why
would I be right to say that it feels like Jolah is not? He's not. I don't feel like he's attacking Destiny at all. It feels like he is trying to make good with Destiny. It feels like Destiny's trying to call this guy out and say, you're just as bad, not just as bad, but you're bad in the same way as these tankies, right? Pretty much the same thing that he says to Pisco or to Soy Pill or to anybody that is within the range of his influence, but that is not, singing the same chorus as him, right? It tends to get called a tanky in some way, or an anti-Semite in the case of Pisco.
Attack Cori Bush, who lost. She is.
So wait, Sex Bestie shared this person's nudes, and she found out. Oh, so she shared a picture of a certain part of his anatomy while he was at a tournament. It ended his pro career. In response, he tried to get her fired and kicked out of school. God damn, this sounds like the Poppy situation, but actually maybe a little bit more egregious. Isn't that crazy? Destiny went after Vosh over the Poppy situation, which, you should as any kind of steward of your discourse, right? Shit like that happening there should be something that you want, that you speak out against, right? But yeah, crazy that he had this whole scandal prior to that.
A sore loser. She was in for one term. She got her ass kicked by Wesley Bell. She blamed AIPAC. She came back again this year. She's
so
like,
for all those people that are like celebrating cancel culture is over, AOC is against woke 1.0, AOC is against cancel culture, right? Just remember that there might be certain people that for which, you know what I'm saying? There might be certain instances in which not, people knowing what somebody is about and not fucking with them because of that is appropriate, which is the canceled thing, right? We talk about like the etymology of woke. There's also an etymology of cancel, like where that idea came from. And might be surprised to know the original idea of cancel culture was just a single person saying, this thing that I used to like, after finding out more about the person, after finding out more about the thing, I no longer fuck with this thing, right? That's what it meant. It wasn't an idea of like, everybody like isolates and scapegoats someone. It was an idea that like, hey, I liked this band, but when I found out how they treated groupies, it kind of affected, my ability to enjoy their music, right? When I found out about the whole Red Snapper incident, right? I was no longer able to listen to Houses of the Holy.
Oh, AIPAC is off the table, blah, blah, blah. She lost by even more, I'm pretty sure, this election. I went super hard on Cori Bush, and I'll go super hard on Andrew Cuomo, because I just want, pragmatic elements to succeed in the Democratic Party. And I want everyone to know I can be a conduit to have that conversation and in my own organizing. I'm not going to shut out someone for being far left, even if they are a 20-year-old dipshit that believes in like communism or whatever.
You have no line?
Okay, that's fine, but so again, nothing you said was really like, you don't have to shut out like 20-year-old commie DSA type people, especially people who are just followers of other content creators. What I'm saying, the big argument that I've had with people is that fundamentally you will never be able to compete against that other.
Destiny's like, no, don't shut out the young people. I don't know.
Side when it comes to taking members, they're always going to be funneling more from you than you are from them if they have no rules and you're held to a very restrictive rule set for how you can respond to them. So for all the times you keep saying, well, my goal is to show them something better, my goal is to convert them, blah, blah, blah, my answer to that is always, you're never getting an example, or you're never going to get an opportunity to do that. That's why I ask, like, can you think of a single example where Josiah or Peace Corps, anybody has been able to go onto breaking points or has been able to go onto any of these far left areas and call them out? And I know the answer to that is no, because I know how they operate, and they never will. That'll never, ever, ever happen. There will never be a time where Pisco or Josiah are having like a big argument, substantive argument with Kyle Kalinske or Crystal Ball. I'm 100% confident.
I mean, I can understand Destiny, given his politics or what he says they are, wanting to swear off people like Hasan or I don't know, DSA people or whatever, but it's wild to me how low his tolerance is for disagreement when it comes to, wait, why am I turning off the subtitles? We don't really need to see Wick's face, do we?
But
I agree with
you
that.
can say otherwise. Okay, then in
that's
that case,
bad.
then all you're doing is facilitating an audience transfer to that further left area, because what it looks
Oh wait, did I miss that? Did they call breaking points far left? Yeah, that's not my problem with breaking points.
what the average person's perception that engages in these spaces looks like is it looks like the left people who are me are like pragmatic, maybe left people, but like the better morally pure position is the further left position, which are like the Hasan type. That's like the impression.
Yeah, this is true of Destiny. This is true of Vosh. These people will not tolerate anyone to the left of them because it makes them look a little bit reactionary. And if you scratch the surface, they are a little bit reactionary. It turns out that Edgy Boy was not all an aesthetic. Part of that, is just like unexamined privilege. I don't know what you want to say. Yeah, Kyle and breaking points far left. That's kind of crazy. Extreme centrism is a horseshoe with fascism. True.
These guys are the ones who are like idealistic and they really want to do the best they can. And I guess sometimes we have to make these like dirty moderate deals if we're just trying to get some stuff done maybe, but like the better position are the further left people. And then that's reinforced by the fact that they can infinitely attack people to their right and then never really get attacked by people to their right. And that one-way transfer is just not possible. This is why I say there are no coalitions with people where the attacks are only one way.
My goal is to have Democrats beat Republicans and also to have Democrats elect Democrats who are able to sustain powerful liberalism and to correct the
powerful
faults in the system
liberalism.
Right now. So when we have the DSA, I do not agree. The way you
the Michigan Fist,
I would assume they are so powerful and subversive. They're in every corner of American politics. And you said about Keith Edwards and myself even that's exactly what I would say if I was trying to subvert the party. Oh, don't worry about the DSA. They're tiny. They are tiny. I'm very confident we can overpower the DSA. I'm very confident Daria Lisa won't be around long. I'm very confident Francesca Hong won't be around long. All of our top leading Senate candidates, whether it's Turek in Iowa, whether it's Ossoff or Tallarico, the only one that's more further left is going to be El Sayed. And even he describes himself as a capitalist, and he's moderating. He's forcing the more socialist types to moderate on issues like Ukraine already, saying that it's conditional aid, and Ukraine fits those conditions, so we're going to help fund Ukraine. And Dylan Burns is a fantastic example of someone who is in it. He's in it with a lot of these progressive lefty types. Dylan Burns is the perfect example of someone that picks an issue like Ukraine and uses that as their key point, their driving point, to have a litmus test in the real world, not like, oh, do you think Hasan shot this dog? But in the real world, to have pragmatic political change. I just don't agree the DSA is that big and scary where we need to worry about, we go on Crystal Ball's platform. I think we can really only benefit from that. I'm not seeing it. And the top presidential candidates are all moderates. Maybe AOC is like 4th, 5th, or 6th with like 10% of the vote. I'm just not seeing that. They are successful in crafting the online media conversations. But in my concern of democratic politics, I just don't see the success that you see from DSA.
Okay,
wow. It's what he wants to raise up as his standard.
You said you're 20 years old? 21?
A true hero. Yeah, Dylan Burns.
Oh, you're 26. Okay. Have you ever heard the word MAGA in 2015?
No.
Okay. So these people didn't exist at all. Obviously, Donald Trump becomes very popular and then kind of fosters this new movement in the Republican Party.
Or as
I don't think this argument of like, they're not.
Or as he's called by the people of Ukraine, Dilunchka, or Little Dylan. Dylan the boy is his moniker over there in Ukraine. Yeah.
Popular now is a very compelling one because one, they seem to now have a coherent political program that involves a media apparatus. And then two, they are becoming more popular, right? You agree they're more popular now than they were 4 years ago or 8 years ago, right?
Slightly.
Slightly?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's a huge jump.
You don't think Mamdani represents a huge entrenchment of DSA type power.
I think AOC already represented that. Mamdani is the only, he does have the ability to push it further. I do agree with that.
I think the executive of New York City has more of an entrenchment power than a representative in Congress who, to get anything done, has been forced to moderate quite a bit. And I would argue is significantly less popular today than she was, especially when she was first elected. So I think that they have become more popular.
You
They do
know,
have a coherent-
that's actually, I mean, like it's hard to judge these things, right? But poll wise, it's not true what he's saying, right? She does have her negatives have been driven up by, by Republicans, right? But they're not really out of whack with anyone else that's got name recognition. That is the the art of raising your profile to be able to run for president, right? Is you've got your negatives and you've got your name recognition, right? And when your name recognition goes up, people don't want you to come to power, especially the other side, right? They're going to concentrate on you. You're going to become a lightning rod, and yeah, that will drive up your negatives with the Republicans. Although, yeah, it does sort of depend on your identity a little bit too. It seems like it happens easier with women than it does with men. I don't think Bernie's negatives are as high as someone like AOC, but obviously Bernie is not running in 2028. Oh no, it's beyond that. Mediate more. This debate is petty, is the word I would use to describe it. Right? This is a weird super villain strategy session of how to stop the hero from saving the princess. I mean, that's what I'm getting from it, and it's weird that Jolah would want to engage with it. Like, I mean, I understand he's trying to change Destiny's mind, but it's just the shit that he's leaning into, like the sort of op status that the Destiny has adopted against the DSA, and that Jolah, I guess, is echoing as well. It's just it doesn't really put you in a good light, right? That's the one thing that he hasn't. I mean, he's correct that Destiny burning bridges and blowtorching anybody who's slightly out of line with his opinions is probably not the best strategy. He's absolutely right about that. But yeah, he's still kind of leaning in of like, no, here's how we really take down the DSA, like, right? Here's how we really take out Superman. And yeah, maybe without realizing what sort of power that you give both of these characters are giving the DSA and the left flank more power than they actually have right now, just through their overreaction.
Political program. They do have a media infrastructure that supports them, and now they've entrenched themselves in at least one office, potentially multiple after this midterm cycle, where they'll be able to hold the door open for other people. And I don't see, and this is the argument I've made a million times, is I don't see people on the lib
Yeah,
left
sadly, Leslie Ann, that's what it looks like.
having the ability or competency to push back on these people at all, because there are far left people that say you're never allowed to, and then there are people like you that say they're not a big deal. When I'm curious, what would be the marker for when they would
changing Destiny's mind or capturing his audience? I don't know, chat. Like I said, I know of Jolah. I vaguely remember Jolah. I don't know that much about Jolah other than what I'm seeing here. But he is like it does seem like he's at least trying to keep he's trying to minimize like the enemy status that he attains in the Destiny community. He's trying to present something, where he's like, look, you and me, we're trying to do the same thing here. All right. You want the DSA gone? I want the DSA gone. I just don't think that the way that you're doing it is really the best way. And if you'll, right, he's trying to, he's going out of his way not to, kind of clap back at Destiny with anything insulting, anything that might burn bridges and
be a big deal? When would you be concerned where you're like, okay, well, we need to dedicate like 5% of our media time to talking about this far left wing in our party?
I dedicate 5% of my media time talking about it. You dedicate.
And chat, if the sort of postmortem on the Hong campaign is going to be all about data centers, right? This was what brought her into prominence. This is what let her rise above her Democratic establishment opponents. But ultimately, this is probably where the money came from that took her down. And yeah, it is difficult to go up against moneyed interests like these. And also the lesson, that, like I mentioned earlier, is you gotta, if they attack you, whatever they attack you with, tweets from 2020, jokes, shit posts that you made, whatever they attack you with, change the subject back to data centers, right? That's what brought you there. That's why people are supporting your campaign. That's what's working for you. And that's what they want to shut you up about. And unfortunately, they were able to really change the discourse from being about data centers, from being about what the, people, where the people of Wisconsin were really resonating with her, to being, oh, she's unelectable. Oh, she's a radical. She's she's in the faculty lounge. Even though she's a chef. That was her career. She's not an academic. She was a chef. She cooked food for people. That's where the Thanksgiving quote came from, right? Was she was talking about cooking.
Asking
60
about
or 70.
your coverage directly? Did I
No,
ask?
but
Has Hong for sure lost the primary at this point? I guess there might be a chance of a recount, but what does it have to be, less than 1%? There has to be. It doesn't look like she's going to finish. She has to finish less than 1% behind, basically, for a recount to go on. So yeah, it does not look good for Francesca Hong at all.
What would it take? Okay, so we're talking about in general.
YouTube deleted my long ass chat. That's the worst. That's the worst when it's a chat you spent some time on.
So like the Josiah and the Pisco types, right?
Justify your amount of coverage, maybe like 5% of Congress, not less than 1% that they are right now.
I'm not for my amount of coverage. I'm saying to like criticize them 5% of the time. What did I say with Josiah? Maybe for every 100 anti-Trump videos, you have like one anti-love video. These guys will basically
that
never.
was my saying, but fair enough. You're still stealing valor here, Destiny. But go
I
ahead.
feel like I said it first, and you stole it from me. You didn't really. But
That's
regardless,
not true. I tweeted it out. You may have read my tweet, but anyway.
Sure. Hold on. Also, a lot of these interjections you're giving are in bad faith. Just because I'll ask this question: do you think that I'm telling Josiah and Pisco that they need to cover the left like I do, as much as I do? Have you ever heard me say anything remotely like that before?
No.
Okay, so I don't know why you're saying
the fact that he would even think that he has the right to tell another content creator what to do is a little bit
to cover them as much as you do. I've never given that prescription. My issue is that they are never able to do it. And it seems like they basically never do. And then they're giving reasons why, and you've given reasons why they never should. So that's my issue. So at what point is the DSA large enough that maybe they should cover them 5% of the time in their coverage?
If we have a strong, it'll be large enough when we have enough DSA members to say things such as they're not going to be following the line of like Mamdani endorsing Jeffries. Once they say they want to destroy the Democratic Party, which I think there might be one who wants to destroy the Democratic Party. Other than that, we need to compete for influence in the coalition.
I wonder if he knows how many Democratic voters want to destroy and reconfigure the Democratic Party. Like, it's not like they want to destroy them, like, as in, like, yeah, so the Republicans can win everything all the time. It's like they need something strong to replace the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party does not look like it's a fighter. And both in the sense of unwillingness to take on issues that might get, money spent against you, issues like Israel, issues like data centers, right? You also just got a, like you've got a strategy that just stopped. I mean, you really make an argument that it never worked in the first place, but certainly has outlived any usefulness that it ever have. And in terms of organizations like the Third Way, the DLC, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the voters are tired of of them not fighting and of them conceding on so many issues, right? And I say this as AOC has been accused of conceding on maybe sort of a meta issue. But we'll have to get to that when we can chat. We've got 2 hours left on the stream. And
and when we talk about like overall media coverage and time covering them, I agree, like we can do more to cover them, but the real factional fights happen in the primaries, and you guys barely paid attention to the primaries until they were pretty much already over. Zohran Mamdani, the mayoral primary in New York, if you really think about that flashpoint, like if Zohran Mamdani had a real competitor that was not Andrew Cuomo, none of this would be possible. Do we agree that Zohran is like a huge gateway for what's happening right now for DSA, for these other like DSA members from New York?
Yeah, but that's my argument.
That's crazy. Okay, like, look, the thing about this is, right, if you want to be a pragmatic liberal, you might not want to pick a fight with Zohran Mamdani. And Jolah basically said, God, if only we could have coordinated our rat fuck better. If only we could have done that, right? only we could have, run somebody. I don't. Is that what he's saying? If we could have run somebody who was not Mayor Adams or Governor Cuomo against him.
A level of entrenchment that they didn't have before. But my question was, so it's just a messaging then thing? Like if, let's say that all of the DSA people lose their election somehow in the general in New York, and then let's say that Mamdani says we need to take over the Democratic Party, and they have even less power after the midterms, then you think it would be more of an issue because of the message?
I have confidence that reality will conflict with them, and it always does. They either crash right down to earth or they will.
And at the same time, not noticing reality conflicting with the Democratic establishment. Right, which a lot of Americans are seeing. A lot of Americans are seeing just that right now.
Be out of Congress. I don't think they'll be around very long, or they'll have to, like Zoran Mamdani had to keep Tish, the police commissioner of New York. She's like the biggest like pro-Israel, like billionaire backed whatever, like everything the left hates. He forced the DSA into submission to accept her for pragmatic political reasons. I think that's a sign that their power is very limited.
But yeah, I don't think he understands what the effect of that was. Right, as much as these assholes bemoan defund the police, Zoran's been able to accomplish some of the policy goals, let's just say, right, while not really crowing about it, not really using the the slogan, right? What he got out of the Tish thing is I think a little bit more than Jolah realizes. He's a little more pragmatic for somebody that's coming to Destiny, trying to talk some pragmatism to him. He sure doesn't see it. I don't know. He looks at that as oh gosh, that was a cave. That was a weakness. That was him giving in. They'll all come around to our side of our way of thinking. I don't know. But yeah, sure, if you want to. But yeah, he's meanwhile sort of thinking of like, how could we have undermined Zoran Mamdani better? It couldn't be that he's like a generational talent when it comes to politics, and that there's very few candidates that you could have put up against him that would have won. Certainly couldn't be that.
Limited. Like, what has Zoran actually been able to get done?
Well, he endorsed 3 DSA candidates, one that everybody fucking complains about, and all of them very handily swept their primaries and are going on to now be members of Congress. I would say that's a pretty big deal.
Okay, if a DSA candidate wins a competitive seat anywhere in the country, I will be worried if they win a competitive seat someday.
Here comes the rain again, chat, falling in my head like a memory. Falling on my head like a new emotion.
Do you consider the Wisconsin general election for governor? Is that like a competitive seat in your mind?
So that'd be a sign of Francesca Hong that we'd have to be very, very staunchly in the coalition, but also.
Chat, what do you think? Should we get in a little bit of the owlish debate? Is this exciting still, or is this like trailing off? Because there's like, I don't know, like an hour. Yeah, it is monsoon season for sure. It's really starting to come down. Should we switch to the owlish debate? We got that, and then we got bonus. I want to make sure to leave at least like an hour or more for bonus content.
Against her, so I would say that it's a completely harm reduction for her. So I do.
Kind of sounds like they just hate democracy and think they know better than voters. That's the rap against the Democratic Party, right? For a long time now.
I agree. That's the biggest blip that we can see right now.
Wait,
she's a terrible candidate.
So do you think then that it would be worth, like, when do we cover her?
Because I mean, I'm excited for the Neera Tanden interview. Do we want to watch? There's a Hasan version of the Neera Tanden. Would that be best? The Hasan version? We've already watched a decent amount of Hasan today, though. I don't want to like oversaturate us with Hasan tent.
Negatively, then, would you argue that we should cover her negatively in the general?
This is boring as fuck. Yeah, fuck these guys.
Wins the general election and is able to be.
It was only exciting when they were doing the supervillain thing, where they're like, "Here's how we'll really get the DSA." Saying way too much out loud.
Popular governor, then I think it'll be a serious discussion.
Hasan does bail early on the interview. Ooh, I don't know. It's tempting me to do a longer watch.
But I don't see that happening. I mean, I don't have much confidence that'll happen.
I don't know why you keep saying I don't have much confidence that'll happen. I'm not asking what your confidence is that'll happen. I'm just curious where the line is for you. Because if it's Mamdani is in one of the most powerful political positions in the United States, right, second to President. I mean, the mayor of New York City is a huge political office. So Mamdani is there. We might have a governor in Wisconsin that it might be DSA aligned. Once she's governor,
People are excited.
Talk negatively about
People
her.
are excited about the Nira Tandon.
You would. So if I started
more
to,
than the owlishness,
or if Josiah Pisco or other people started to give negative coverage now of the new democratically elected Democrat Party governor of Wisconsin, that would be okay. You wouldn't view that as like just furthering party infighting.
Eliminate the threat of MAGA first and then go ham on her is my position.
yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any timestamps that say like this thing happens like 45 minutes into the debate. So if there's anything really like magical, if there's any magic moments, if there's Destiny losing his shit, I'm hearing a lot of Tandon. I'm hearing a lot of Tandon from chat, right? This would be a world record as far as getting into bonus content with 2 hours left. I'm hearing a lot more requests for Tandon than for owlishness. Should we give that a spin? Give that a try? Yeah, bro forgot about the vice president. Well, JD Vance, does he even count? The Bira Tandon interview overtook David Frum hitting on Shannon Watts for an hour as funniest political pod. So what do people think? We want to let's get into it with Hasan. Like let's open that up, and then if it's like if it he's getting in the way of the if the funniness is coming from the wasn't Dylan supposed to debate Jolah and some other people yesterday? I don't know what happened. I still see his name on the thumbnail though. All right, Nira Tandon drunk. Oh, here we go. Damn. Yo, I don't think I've ever seen her before. I gotta be like 100%. I don't think I've ever. Okay, wait. Is this like a short Bira Tandon? So how early does he dip? This looks like 16 minutes. Let's give this a try.
So much gaslighting. I love how the people who got us into this mess think they're best suited to get us out. Let's listen to one of the biggest losers in the past 2 decades. Nira Tandon is just freaking out because she can feel money, power, and influence slipping. Good riddance. America's discovering social democracy. Moderates have no ideas, plans, or vision. Their only argument is that they're more electable, yet they keep losing elections. Democratic establishment is in a free fall. Oh no. Anyway, is she drunk? Oh, okay.
Got one for owlishness.
Let's look at
we could probably do both. This is bonus content, by the way, chat. This is your bonus. This is what's ahead in terms of adding the donos to the. Let's look at the poll. I have not looked at the poll nearly enough, because when I look at the poll, I usually remind you to like the stream if you have not done it already. 77 votes. Is that correct? Or should I try to update and see if it is 77? Okay, that's not a lot of votes. But then again, I haven't mentioned the poll very often, so I'm mentioning it now if you want to vote on it. Oh my God, Nira Tandon would be in second place and is a very close second. But yeah, with the donos, it's blows it out of the water. So yeah, let's do Nira Tandon, I guess, and then we'll take a look at the Alish debate, and then we can, and then I can, I don't know if the AOC thing is gonna make me cry or what, but we'll take a look at it.
I want to get a little taste of this.
Pretty clear that the progressive wing is winning that war, at least for now. Nira Tandon, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
I'm good. Great to be with you.
You've headed the Center for American Progress. You've broken barriers in the Democratic Party, and you've also become something of a legendary keyboard warrior yourself. We're going to go through all of those things today. But I wanted to start by just saying, like...
Wait, is you having to use candles in the August heat? Wait, light from... Oh, okay, yeah. I'm hoping I'm not gonna have to deal with a power outage myself here, given the. It doesn't look. It's not super windy, so probably we'll keep power.
For those who are unaware, you've had
It is raining though. It's raining pretty hard.
Great influence in the Democratic Party, but you've never had formal electoral office. Like, if someone is
Wait, is that what that is? Saved by the Bell? It looks like a trapper keeper from the 80s.
Familiar with what you do.
Like a Lisa Frank trapper keeper.
With what the Center for American Progress does. How would you explain it to them?
The Center for American Progress is an ideas institution. It's a think tank. We also have a C4, which is an advocacy arm.
Oh my God, I think she is drunk. Oh my God.
But the question is there a time when she isn't drunk? That's what I'm wondering at this point, right? Is she drunk while she's tweeting? Is she drunk while she's making an appearance on a podcast?
Oh no.
It's like a certain design style, right? That was like popular in the 80s.
To develop ideas that solve the problems of the country. And we hope to build a, broader scale, progressive, center-left majority, like pull the country back from the authoritarian grips it's in right now.
Is it me, or is she kind of doing like, a little bit of weebling and wobbling?
And we think
You see that?
ideas are central to that.
How much of your
She looks none too steady.
mission is within the Democratic Party and steering the direction versus kind of a broader opposition of Donald Trump?
I think it's both. I think it's, when I came back to CAP, and ever since, I've said it's really crucial that we oppose Trump, but that's not enough. It's not enough to just be critical of Trump.
She sounds drunk.
An alternative.
Yeah. An alternative.
I think fundamentally, everything is a competition of ideas. I mean, I think a lot of kind of liberals and progressives and moderates even think that
is that what goes through like liberals' minds when they think about podcast, or like, I don't know, not liberals, but maybe like a certain age group, like, right? They're like, okay, so podcasts, they're more informal. It's not like being on MS Now. So maybe I should be a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more comfortable. Hey, what if I had a beer, right? What's the, like just be like, I'm talking to somebody at a bar. I do that all the time. No problems there. Nobody's saying, I'm too drunk to understand. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Neera Tanden. I'm worried now.
Trump is actually just a kind of like message machine.
Yeah,
but he has ideas, and I don't like many of them, or if not all of them. But he is a disruptor, offering ideas.
Disruptor.
And I think that we have to compete.
Oh no, I feel
with
bad
those
about
ideas
watching.
for the country, and I
Wait,
definitely
chat.
believe that we have.
Chat, what are the number one and two? Or no, not the number one and two. Okay, the number two from last night and number one from tonight, right? It's like a humiliation ritual, whether it's Owlish being humiliated from knowing nothing, or Neera Tanden just showing us what a day in the life for her. I feel drunk, chat, just watching this. I feel a little woozy, a little something.
Compete everywhere for ideas. So
She said ideas like Dave Rubin like 15 times. Bro, what is going on? Yeah, smear Neera Tankery. She got the Janine Hero special. Beer Tanden.
Is about Twitter. I mean, I feel like in recent years, you've become known in political circles for your account, and you have recently like taken on a role that I think is interesting. You've become like the establishment's strongest soldier. Like you certainly have made.
I really don't like the establishment.
We've watched this guy before. Was it? Maybe it wasn't this podcast, right? Was Emma on here? Was Emma Vigeland on here?
I know.
Oh no, this is embarrassing, chat. I would not want this to be like my mom or my aunt.
I'm throwing it out there early because I know I know it's an imperfect term, but I just wanted to ask, like, I know.
What's going on? Oh no.
Establishment.
I know.
Oh no, what is going on? What is going on? Who is manipulating the video?
Out there early because
he's not even at the desk. What's going on?
Because I know
is this just editing? Was there boring stuff that got cut out by the channel? It must have been, chat. This is a Hasanabi Industrial Complex channel. So Emma was on there. She said she didn't. Oh, that's where she said that. Oh shit, that thing about the Nazi. Yeah. It was in the FD video. That was super. It feels like I don't know, like it's like a live stream fails kind of. Let's really concentrate on where she looks the most drunk, where she looks just completely out of her mind drunk.
It's an imperfect term.
Oh my God. She's fucking wasted, bro. What is going on?
Yeah, I want to separate a few things out. First, I mean, over the last couple of weeks, I got very invested or involved.
I thought she was going to say I got very drunk, and I haven't really gotten sober since. I've just been kind of staying up 24 hours a day, tweeting, clapping back at people on Twitter. And
You know, in my view, defending.
Yo, no, she is not in a good place. She is not in a good place right now. This is not okay.
Haley Stevens from what I thought was pretty close attack. Now, I worked with Haley way back in 2008. You know, she's a friend of mine. I thought she was getting really attacked. And I do think this thing happens in Twitter where you say something, people kind of attack it, then you end up counterpunching, like you're not.
So let me be real clear here, chat. Just like I said, we don't know what happened with Hasan and Kaya. You know, I don't think he shocked her, but I wasn't there. I'm not a security guard. I wasn't watching a feed of, like, you know, all of the cameras in that house, right? We don't know what we don't know. You know, but with Neera Tanden, I gotta say, she seems drunk. But she just seems drunk. I don't know that she's drunk. You know, I don't know that she didn't get hit on the head before coming on this podcast, or something else might have happened to her. Maybe she had a trip to the dentist, and, you know, it was that stuff that makes you kind of woozy. She's still sort of, she just got a tooth pulled out or something. I don't know. I mean, I guess there could be other explanations. Maybe this is just what she sounds like.
Defending myself, but it does feel like
the spiral is hard to get out of. Yeah.
He's calling her out. Is she getting it? Wait, I'm sorry. That hair might, yeah, you know, be like, yeah, it could be like a post-coital kind of situation. Or what do you call that? Wait, there's a name for that, right? The post-nut clarity. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, the spiral is really hard to get out of. And so, you know, I hear that, and you know.
Well, if you think the spiral is hard to get out of for her, just wait until this Thursday on Wick TV, right? When they bring on the unwell person asserting that she's being gang stalked by Hasan and his followers, this writer from Twitter.
Like, I hope we'll move out of the primary.
I wonder, maybe Wick could get Neera. Do you think Wick? We should ask. We should we should all tweet at Neera to go on Wick.tv. Sorry, not Wick.tv. Wick TV.
Defending all these candidates, but I also think, honestly, that's a place where a lot of narratives get born.
She literally lost a Senate confirmation because she couldn't stop fucking tweeting. By the way, just a, you know, funny reminder of what her career looks like right now. So she's in the trenches with us when maybe she should be spending a little bit more time at AA or something and, like, fix her fucking life.
I lived through the first Trump term, and really importantly, the Democratic primary in 2019 and 2020. And I thought that was a place where Twitter narrative.
Chat, is this going to be all over Twitter now? Are there, like, I feel like this, you know, appearing on it's one thing to, like, drunk or it's one thing to drunk and seem tweet. No, it's one thing to tweet and seem drunk, right? Or seem like you're on something. It's another thing when there's clips of it, right? When you're on a podcast seeming like this. I cannot imagine this not going, like, wild on Twitter.
Became like
she said Destiny is interesting. Apparently she retweeted Nick Fuentes and Tectone. Oh wait, or was that Elon? Did she retweet? I think she retweeted something from Tectone.
Lens by which people, reporters and political actors. And
So yeah, I now see why Hasan dipped, right? It is actually the kind of embarrassment that causes secondhand embarrassment, and that's what I think Hasan is feeling right now.
Looked at where the debate
A water
was.
cooler of a lot of people who were setting narratives for the larger race.
100%. So to me, I think it's really important to disrupt some narratives that I think have taken hold. And I think, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because I totally understand.
Okay, I don't know if it's bars or if it's actually alcohol, but it's something. Like, she is definite. She seems inebriated.
Oh no, I was referring to Magdi Jacobs. Wait. Yeah, no, that's who I was. That's Magdi Jacobs is going to be on WIC TV on Thursday. WIC is irresponsibly bringing on an unwell person to pump them for content. Sick man. Sick man indeed.
Hated man.
100% why, people are angry at the quote unquote establishment, and I believe there's a competition of ideas. I just personally, just to say this, think that there is a real opportunity over the next 3 years, 2.5 years, to build actually a strong majority, not just like a 50-50 election,
the HD model
majority against this authoritarian threat, but also for, not just against, but for, essentially.
Yeah, Tanner, dude, man, I don't want to speculate on that, which I cannot know, but it does sound about 4 shots deep. Yeah, that is
a Democratic Party that represents the underdog. Which to me, in my whole life,
it's the stage of being drunk where you're like, I'm not drunk. Do I sound drunk? Do I seem drunk? I feel like I could drive perfectly fine right now.
When I've thought about the brand of the Democratic Party, I've always thought about it.
And then you drop your keys. You pull out your, I could drive right now. Whoops. Maybe not.
I mean, people.
Maybe not.
Well, people will think this is weird if they're like only on Twitter, but like I actually believe that the Democratic Party.
It's funny because she also knows like how she comes across on Twitter. Like she literally just said, "Oh, people would think I'm like pro-establishment if they only look at my Twitter." It's like, okay, well then stop fucking tweeting. What the fuck's wrong with you? God, she is so ass. It's hilarious. This is better than I expected. I'm gonna be honest. Like I when I clicked on this interview, I was like, yeah, we'll maybe look at it a little bit because I can't stand her at all. But she is just rambling. It's like, it's sad as hell.
And like all 3 presidents, I will say, I'm very lucky to have worked for 3 presidents, 3 Democratic presidents, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden. And
it's making me feel it's making me feel drunk to watch her. This is not good, chat.
Like every day got up thinking about how they can
position themselves.
Opportunity people.
Abdul El Sayed pulled off a win in Michigan over Haley Stevens. And this was the original impetus of why we wanted to talk to you. This follows a string of progressive victories in New York and Colorado, and even possibly Wisconsin this week. What is your kind of primary read on what has happened in the last year of Democratic primaries? What do you take away?
Yeah, so I think you see a kind of insurgent left in, until the Michigan primary and in blue cities and blue areas, very blue areas. Not 100% victories. Ed Case won on Saturday in Hawaii.
Yep.
He's a pretty moderate person for his district against
Wait, Ed Case? Edgar Casey?
A liberal insurgent. Wesley Bell defeated Cori Bush last week.
Wow, you got all the heroes.
She's not talking about Edgar Casey, is she?
Wow. Star-studded cast, dude.
Hi, everyone. Mira Tandon here, president of the Center for American Progress. Donald Trump just took to Truth Social to attack us for telling the truth. We issued a report that found that there's been no discernible impact on the rate of violent crime from his deployments of National Guard troops in cities across the country. I think that demonstrates that these National Guard deployments have been a waste of money.
It's nice to know, though, that she does sometimes talk shit about Trump, too, right? Because I was beginning to wonder.
And that's a message he does not want you to hear.
It just feels weird. Well, 1, seeing her sober, and 2, doing a normal job. Like, this is what you're, like, this, it's strange. Not only is she sober, but also, like, kind of doing her job as a person tasked with like heading a liberal think tank. Like it's whiplash. It's like a real Jekyll and Hyde situation. You know what I mean? Like where she's like, yeah, Donald Trump, here we have a new policy paper that identified that the National Guard deployments were not only costly, but also had no impact on lowering the crime rates. It's shocking. Yeah, from liberal think tank to liberal drunk tank.
That is why he's threatened us with a lawsuit. But I am here to say that we stand by our research 1,000%, and we are happy to be in a fight against the president around the truth.
Genuinely, a
Kind
lot
of
Democratic
information fight, a type of
incumbents have lost against, and to be fair, mostly kind of liberal Democratic incumbents losing against a more more left candidate.
We live in a time where this administration wants.
Oh my God, chat! I am trying to remember, what was it that Lefterly, right? When Doobie and Aristocracy ran the Twitch poll Discord, they would refer to anyone that is to the left of, I don't know, like a Democrat, like a liberal capitalist Democrat. They would refer to them as Lefterlies. Oh, we love our Lefterlies too, ha ha ha ha. Right? But there was like this weird, like, I don't know. Oh yeah, no, she's a Lefterly, right? And they succeeded in doing that. They succeeded in marginalizing anybody to the left of just like a Democratic establishment supporter, right? With shit like that. The unfortunately Twitch streamers did not know what hit them, and they didn't realize that it might not be a great idea to join a Discord that is run by right wingers. Maybe even if it is, hey, you could go and network here. You could talk to other people. You could do a collab with someone. You meet other people. You meet Chud Logic. Chud Logic's in here. Come on in, everyone. The water's fine. And it's this like omega racist Zionist and this fucking Nazi that runs the biggest collection of far right weirdos on the entire internet, right? And they're just like, no, they're just like, I mean, they're just a little bit edgy. That's all.
Live with his set of facts, Trump's set of facts, not the truth.
I think it's
leftward. That's what she said. She said leftward.
It's a combination of things. To me, the fact that Donald Trump won re-election, he's been around for 10 years. He's not an aberration. He's, first term you could say is an aberration. Getting reelected, to me, means.
And that is why CAP is so important.
What is he doing? Why is he switching back so fast? I don't understand.
To demonstrate the facts, to do the research and analysis that will show Americans.
I can't even tell, Chad. Is this what Hasan, is this the way that Hasan covered this? Or is this like did the streamer just like mix up two segments? Like to cut them in, like did the not streamer, but did the editor cut these like cards? This is like shuffling cards. We get a little bit of the Nira on Twitter, a little bit of the Nira on the podcast, just switching us back and forth so we don't click off. Is that the idea? Oh, comparing and contrasting drunk versus but it is Hasan doing it, right? This is how he covered it. Okay, thank you.
That Trump's policies.
I'm gonna grab some more food for me and be right back.
Are a failure.
In fact, yes. And I would say, in fact, to me, obviously in the Biden administration, there are a lot of failures. There are a lot of successes. There are a lot of
She sounds very drunk.
failures. Like, you don't get Trump again unless there's some significant failures.
Hey, I don't think people have heard everyone say that. So I want to just.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm very candid about there's policy failures. And I think the left. I mean, I'm very candid about there's policy failures. And
that they hurt Americans, not help them. We know bullies attack when they feel vulnerable.
And I think the left and the center should acknowledge that immigration was a big issue and we should have handled it in the administration earlier.
You're talking about that kind of 2021, 2022 surge.
2023 surge.
2022 surge. Yeah, surge at the southern border.
Yes, at the border. And that, and I think, honestly, there were a lot of people who wanted to handle that later because of, inter-party friction,
Facts are a vulnerability to Donald Trump. And that is why we are in this fight.
Every election since 2006, except for one, Barack Obama's reelection, has been a change election. And it's not that Joe Biden wasn't offering change. He obviously was. he passed a lot of bills that really help people, but the message
how it was
of
pitched.
restoration. Sorry?
But how it was pitched was around
Yes, but I
restoring the country from said
returning to
aberration of Donald
norms.
Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, returning to norms and and I genuinely think that the president, really a lot of his political advisors, believed going through 2024 even, the country wouldn't return to.
And why we believe CAP's mission is more important than ever.
If anyone in the party or anyone in America really thinks that the way we're going to address, fight Republicans is to go back, I just think that's wrong. And I've said this multiple places, my view. And I would say one of the challenges for moderates
is pitching that forward first.
Is pitching not just restoration, but
We are
almost
grateful
like
to our friends around the country rallying by our side. We are grateful for everyone.
incrementalism versus versus more transformation. And my view, and I've said this, I say this all the time to all my friends, is if the choice is between incrementalism and radicalization, you'll be pulling the party to the left. And I think center left folks or liberals, or I would describe myself as kind of a traditional liberal. We have to offer a vision that is transformative, that actually addresses how did we get Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think this is the central question in the Democratic Party. What I think in my head is it is possible to put together a coalition that gets out of this 50-50 politics. One of the big problems of the last 10 years is that Republicans
51-49. Yeah.
51. Everything is 51-49, and it's
saying
never caused either party, but particularly Republicans.
Your goal is Your goal is an undeniable.
Bro, it's so crazy that Ested has to literally finish half of her ramblings. So far, it's been 13 minutes, and I'm almost certain that Ested spoke 13 times to basically try to wrap it up, to try to get her to find a coherent through line. He's mansplaining? No, he's not. He's just explaining. He is trying desperately to make a coherent narrative stick here. That's why he just keeps going, yeah, and that's what you want to do, and that's what this is happening, and and that's what Joe Biden did. Yeah, he's sober-splaining. He's trying to sane-wash beer attendant to the best of his ability, and I'm afraid he's kind of failing to do so here, okay? He's sober steering the booze cruise. Yeah, he's the designated driver. Yeah, I can't watch the rest of this. This is a ramble.
Just in time. Just in time to save you from being sold fast-growing trees or Sunset Lake products. I return. There we go. Oh my God, chat. That was a woozy interaction. It's hard to tell through. Anyway, let's get back out from under. Irene there. So yeah, it's hard to tell really what she was getting at, but it almost sounded like, chat, that she blames not being cruel enough towards immigrants for the loss to Trump, right? I do agree that you can't go back to 2016 as much as somebody like Neera Tanden probably had some very fabulous brunches in 2016, right? That was the age of the brunch. I'm sure she would love to go back to those mimosas, those brunch mimosas. But as much as one might want to go back to that, there's no real path back to that. The 2016, and the failures in some ways of the Obama administration are what brought us Donald Trump. But I think that she thinks the failures were we should have just we should have just thrown immigrants under the bus. Like I've told you, chat, a lot of these establishment liberals, when a constituency seemingly goes south on them, their first instinct is well, fuck fuck Latino voters, right? Oh my gosh, they went more for Trump this time. Yeah, fuck them. It's always like well, wait, we supported policies we don't even believe in, for to get your votes, and you're not giving us the votes. Yeah, fuck you. Right? I mean, this is what James Carville is doing, and letting Trump run buck wild. And anyway, let's see. We got 1 hour and 32 minutes left here on the ticker. We got to do some Owlish, don't we? This is the day that we finish the Owlish debate, and try not to be mean or too mean. I mean, like, I obviously disagree with almost everything Owlish is going to say here.
Thing that they're entitled to.
In fact, the only thing I'm going to that maybe I did agree with Owlish on, you already heard, right? The data center things, and I'm not even sure what Owlish meant by that. Just like I'm not even sure if did Nero Tandon really mean like, we should have just been more right wing, and then you never would have had. We got to do the tough stuff ourselves, and then you won't have Donald Trump come along and fuck it up. We should have invaded Iran and like all of this shit. Cut the what's left of the social safety net. Yeah. If we had only known this would not win Biden / Kamala re-election.
That sounds like the exact thing that, first of all, it's controlled. It's mostly doled out by the states.
And we're not entitled.
So I don't know if you know how Medicaid works, but the government basically gives money to states, and most of this is like state operated. But even putting that aside, the government has always, whether it's state or federal, controlled Medicaid, and your objection basically is that they're putting like conditions on your access to something you're entitled to, which is precisely that.
Do I need to rewind this, or should I just explain to you what's going on here? So Owlish has become confused, I guess, about medical care, and seems to think that through I guess the Medicaid expansion of Obama, one of Obama's better policies, right? That or through passing Medicare for all, health insurance reform, that you're going to put the U.S. in a position where a president like Donald Trump has too much control over Americans' medical care, and that somehow if you don't have a program like that, then people will keep getting their Medicaid, right? People that need it will still keep getting taken care of, but you won't have Trump able. So Owlish has picked up that Trump is about to do something bad to Medicaid, which is absolutely, or maybe even, I mean, Pisco's trying to, anyway, I guess I do need to take us back a little bit, because I'm not doing a good enough job explaining, because I cannot make coherent sense of Owlish's point of view here.
Security for everybody?
No.
Is social security for everybody?
No,
well, then there you go. That's why.
Okay, but so you're saying the universality of it leads to communism and socialism?
Yeah. You put everybody on the same playing field, and then you have the government controlling things that you don't want them to control. You want the government to control your income?
I don't think this.
I believe that's an argument against the minimum wage. Do you want the government to control your income? Maybe you don't support a minimum wage.
It's like puts a limit on how much you can make. It's like a bottom floor.
So you still have to get a job?
Presumably, if you want to go above the UBI, yeah.
So
we're going to do AOC after this.
You understand that this is essentially what the Trump Medicaid cuts are, right?
Why is this like Trump Medicare cuts?
Because you have to have a job in order to get them, which is basically what is universal basic income in this circumstance, where the government is controlling whether or not you get the thing.
You mean
and
Medicaid?
If you,
want
more money.
You mean Medicaid?
Yeah.
You said Medicare.
Right?
Okay,
so
you
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. Good to have you with us this morning, Unelectable Airwaves and company. We are in the middle of watching a debate. I don't know, we've tried to watch this debate twice already and always been interrupted or run out of time or whatever. Tonight, we actually see this, right? And by debate, I don't mean like a competitive battle of ideas. I mean the exact opposite. I mean a lawyer trying to explain basic political concepts to a very green, let's just say it in a nice way, Destiny Orbiter, this owlishness character that's showed up on WIC debates and seems to be a new Destiny Orbiter, although I'm not sure if they've really got, I'm not sure where they're streaming or anything like that, but not sure why they're streaming politics when they don't seem to know anything about it. But let's see if Pisco can maybe teach owlishness a few things.
Medicaid.
I'm
not
sorry,
Medicaid.
Medicaid.
Yeah, Medicaid. So you think the jobs, the working guarantee, you support that from Trump?
No, not at all.
Okay, then help me.
So I don't think, so what I'm saying is that if you have a universal basic income, that means that everybody gets the same amount of money. And there are some people who will post off of that or who will be reliant on the government. So basically what's going to happen is everybody will say, oh, wow, I don't have.
Yeah, good to have you here with us tonight. How was your stream, everybody? I don't know if Unelectable is still amongst you or if it was super late at night and Unelectable has hit the hay for tonight, but we're in the midst of this debate about, well, I guess we're talking about Medicare now or Medicaid now with somebody that just does not understand the concept. So let's
have to work anymore. I don't have to do XYZ. I can just budget my money, and then all.
So
of a
I'm sorry, I'm
sudden,
not understanding the comparison.
The government cuts
You're
again.
you're
The
comparing
government cuts again.
Wait, you're comparing it to what Trump did.
Medicaid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you support what Trump did? Trump put a
No.
requirement. But you're saying that you want means testing, you want work requirements, right?
No. I'm saying that is the bad thing that he did. He has turned Medicaid into something that is controlled by the government, where people actually need to earn the thing that they're entitled to, right?
That sounds like the exact thing that, first of all, it's controlled. It's mostly doled out by the states.
And we're not entitled, but
so I don't know if you know how Medicaid works, but the government basically.
I'm still trying to understand, like, owlishness's misapprehension of all this. Like, I'm still trying to understand what exactly owlishness thinks is going on with the Trump work requirements for Medicaid. Just in case anybody out there in the audience does not know, Trump has cut Medicaid and Medicare to the bone, right? But most of those cuts do not come into effect until after the midterms. So that I don't know if the Democrats were to win majority, they might be blamed for that, right? It's like, oh, well, that's what happened after the Democrats took control of Congress. I mean, I don't know if that's the plan. I don't know if that's the idea, but certainly the idea is they don't want these cuts to hit before the primary and for people to correctly place the blame on the Republican Congress and Senate, which might make their, results in the midterm elections even worse than they're going to be already. So that is what has actually happened to Medicaid in that effort, right? Trump has put on, I guess they're going to be like sort of ever increasing work requirements, right? And in what this sounds like is, you can only have your Medicaid if you show you're looking for a job. If you show you're looking for a job, or you've got a job, or you're working, this many hours a week or something like that, right? But in practice, it's just another barrier. It's hard to get Medicaid. It's hard to, apply for it and keep up on all of the paperwork that you have to do to get it. And Trump is seemingly making it harder. And ultimately, chat, because the programs are cut to the bone, they're going to knock almost everybody off these programs. This is the Medicaid expansion. This was the innovation of Obamacare. So although Trump failed multiple times to abolish the ACA, right? In a sense, the most progressive part of the ACA here, the Medicaid expansion, is being dismantled by Trump nonetheless. So this is not something that owlishness is understanding. Owlishness is looking at this as like well, if you don't have it through the government, if you don't have the medical care through the government, then Trump can't cut it. Wouldn't that be better for people to not get cut off of their you know, to just like not have medical care in the first place, so it can't be taken away from you, or you know, have a work requirement attached to it.
It gives money to states, and most of this is like state operated. But even putting that aside, the government has always, whether it's state or federal, controlled Medicaid. And your objection basically is that they're putting like conditions on your access to something you're entitled to, which is precisely, I think, what UBI is meant to address, is to say, let's make it universal and let's get rid of these like thresholds and cutoffs and just bite the bullet, something like that.
No, because you understand that Medicaid.
Sorry, unelected airwaves. Who's Jay? Are you talking about Joe Biden?
Doesn't go to it's.
I am talking about changes that were enacted under the Big Beautiful Bill, or the Big Beautiful Bill Act, which you know, were made to go into effect after the midterms, right? For the reason to stop it from you know, I mean, like this. It's crazy, Chad, that this hasn't been more of an issue, right? It's crazy that Trump cutting the medical care for millions of Americans to the bone, right? He's gotten sort of away with it so far because it did not come in, it did not take effect, and it specifically, you know, the legislation that was passed last summer is taking effect after these elections, specifically to, you know, stop the you know, implementation from having negative electoral effects for Republicans.
Based on
J.B. Pritzker. Okay, nice. So your governor is hopefully keeping people on Medicaid.
Income overall, and it's based on,
among other things, but yeah, sure. But I don't understand why that.
Right.
Why is this an argument in favor of, or sorry, against UBI?
So I may not have given the best example for this, but universal basic income overall does not benefit everybody, because essentially you have people who think that they can coast on the amount of money, but then you have, and this is the commonality that I was trying to join.
Yeah, that's what the Trump people say about the reforms to Medicaid. Wait, can you pause right there? That's exactly what the Trump people.
I'm sorry, this is a really weird argument for no social safety net. To say that, like, if you have a social safety net, you may come to depend on it, and then if Republicans in the future cut the social safety net, well, it's not going to be, you know, you're going to have to recalculate things.
And Republicans say about the reforms to Medicaid, we're stopping people coasting by when they don't deserve Medicaid. That's exact argument.
No, because what I'm saying is that the government can now control whether or not you receive something that you before had entitlement to. So let's say that you have your universal basic income. It's good at first, right? Like, oh, okay, everybody has universal basic income. Yeah, amazing. It's great. Everybody's getting money. Everybody's getting X amount of dollars a month.
I don't think Elish, I don't know. Were they trying to imply like entitlement programs?
And then all of a sudden everybody gets...
It's a huge misnomer. A lot of people do not understand that you're entitled to things like Social Security because it's literally your money, which you put in.
Everybody gets accustomed to having this universal basic income, so they start slacking off, or they
slacking. The Republican argument against welfare.
They start budget.
Mm-hmm,
No, it's not. Can you?
It sounds
can you
similar. Yeah, go for it, sir.
No, because this isn't like, oh, lazy people are lazy, they need to get jobs. No. What I'm saying is that after you've become accustomed to something and the government suddenly yanks it out from under you, you're fucked.
Oh no.
Right? Because the government controls it and you have,
speaking of Doobie,
no way to stop it. That's why universal basic income is...
Speaking of that wretch, and chat, no, I'm not insulting Doobie. I'm just saying that Doobie's avatar, it looks a little bit like a wretch in the backrooms. Any backrooms fans here? One in chat if you're a fan of Kane Pixel's Backrooms, or the new Backrooms movie, or maybe even the crowdsourced, I don't know what, creepypasta? I guess you would technically call the Backrooms a creepypasta.
Is a bad thing.
Do you know what a wretch? Do people know what a wretch is?
You're saying that
I don't want to show you a picture. Yeah, it looks kind of like that. It looks a little bit like that's what a wretch looks like in the back room. I think it's like you're in the backrooms too long, and what is it, like your skin starts to peel off or something? Or like your skin like turns inside out. It's like if you drink the water from the back rooms and it's not almond water, you can drink the almond water, but if you drink like the water on the floor, I'm pretty sure it yeah, the movie was made. I haven't seen it yet, so thanks for ruining it for me, Unelectable Airways. Just kidding. anything but a spoiler there, and I figured it does look kind of mid from what I've seen so far. It's not yeah, I was a fan of the Kane Pixels series and of a lot of the, kind of lore that's been built around the backrooms. I think it's a pretty cool world to mentally inhabit. Haven't seen the movie yet, but the YouTube videos were really good. I was just hoping for some continuity with the Kane Pixels, the async series.
The government could just turn off the faucet. Yeah, this is what sounds like the argument against welfare is that these people are getting accustomed to it, and so they stay on it.
No, that's not the argument at all. Why are you making my argument something that it's not? I'm saying that it's a bad thing because the idea of it allows people to get into it allows people to think that the government is on their side by giving them free income, and then the government is able to yank it out from under them, fuck them over, and then say, well, this is, I don't know, say whatever the fuck they want to say about it, but like it's manipulation by the government, and then you end up in a communist situation where you have
I don't understand that part. Why does it end up in a communist situation?
You see what's going on here, chat? Now look, I don't want to I don't want to put any words in Alish's mouth or tell them what their political identity is, but it sounds like Alish has like right-wing beliefs, maybe even libertarian beliefs, without even realizing it. Somehow, because the vibe of DGG is, I don't know, jibes with people like Alish. Alish is like, well, yeah, isn't this what everybody believes? Yeah, I don't think they shouldn't do anything for the government shouldn't do anything for people, because then whatever the fuck this nonsense is. But I'm not a right winger. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, this is again. I blame Destiny. I blame Destiny for this. Good call, Jess Jean Short. I'm not paying for a movie. I'm not paying movie theater prices to watch a YouTube video in a theater. Yeah.
Situation. I don't understand. It was like fascist now. So it's like, so it's not. Have you ever seen South Park?
Or, it is communism because it's the government controlling.
What? Fascism is when people get social services. Fascism is when social safety net. Every country in Europe has been fascist after World War II. What?
I don't know what you're. I don't know what you're asserting, but I just want to finish. I don't know if you've seen the South Park underpants gnomes, where it's like collect underpants.
Nope. ...
profit. That's what it sounds like. It's like, okay, UBI. People become reliant on UBI. ... communism. ... fascism. I don't understand that connection.
I think I explained this adequately to you. So this is a belief that in good faith, UBI is a good thing, right? In good faith, right?
Huh? I don't know. I told you I don't know.
Pure contrarianism. I mean, that's perfectly on brand for Destiny.
I don't know enough about the studies. I don't know enough about the projections. I don't know. I told you, and you're like, you should know if you want to be an informed voter. I'm like, I don't have. It seems like a very complicated issue.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I'll just stop talking about it if you don't even know enough to. If you don't want to make the argument, if you're just gonna argue.
Yeah, stupid Pisco. Pisco, why are you so stupid? Jesus Christ, Pisco. What the fuck?
From ignorance, not in a mean way. I'm not saying that in a mean way.
Not in a mean way, but you suck.
We should have the discussion if like
not in a mean way, but you don't know what you're talking about. This is the craziest thing, to accuse somebody of not knowing what they're talking about when you know less about what you're talking about than almost anybody that I've ever seen in the entire content sphere. This is a record-setting level of ignorance, right? This person thinks that they're a liberal, actually believe in some kind of libertarianism, and yes, like you mentioned, Nathan Drake. Does Alish even know that Milton Friedman himself supports the UBI? Even something like that is not, far from being communist, right? That is a neoliberal economist, the neoliberal economist.
We're not informed.
Bro, are you condescending to me because I'm just being intellectually honest and saying I don't know enough about the fucking studies?
No, I'm not being condescending. I just said.
Oh my God.
Rude.
I just meant I just
That's exactly the.
I just meant you're a fucking idiot in a nice way, Pisco. I'm trying to not be, you know, too mean, you know, for to Owlish, right?
I'm not understanding how
why are
this
you
relates
taking
to.
what I'm saying and then making it what you think I said?
I'm just telling you what I'm hearing, but I'm glad. Okay, you're not saying that. I accept that you're not saying that.
No. What I'm saying is that neither of us should have the conversation if we're not 100%, you know, able to articulate what we mean.
Okay, let's stop then. I didn't want to have a UBI conversation, but I'm willing to talk about what you want to talk about.
Right. Okay. So essentially, what I was saying, that everything he says is very shallow. He's making a lot of prescriptive arguments, and the entire reason I brought up the UBI thing is because that's something negative that like is a very big unknown. So we can just argue from the fact that it's a very big unknown. He's going to go into the Senate, perhaps suggest it, and it's going to spiral from there. These are the types of things that the MAGA party did when they made.
Does anybody remember who Owlish is morally panicking about? Like, who is the senator? Who is the candidate that we're talking about? Who is going to do communism through UBI?
Their ideology more present. They would say things that kind of appealed to like people, and they were kind of just like, "Oh, okay, that sounds good." But once it played out in a way that they didn't think it was going to play out, all of a sudden, you know, they're fucked over.
Yeah, I'm not
They
tracking
voted for it 'cause
this.
they thought it was a good idea.
So because
why not?
I'll explain it to you. I think that you're saying that these policies are vague as you're reading them, and that leads to MAGA. I don't get it.
Because the same thing happened with MAGA. So, for example,
is this about Syed? And oh my god, this would be so messed up. Syed's not even a DSA member. Syed is not a Syed has declared himself to be a capitalist, right? I don't know if that's who we're talking about though.
So for example, they were completely lied to about let's do it broadly, where it's like, oh, we're gonna save the government money by cutting things, right? And that led to the big beautiful bill cutting Medicaid. So it kind of leads back to Medicaid, right?
Why? I don't know. Did they ran not on cutting Medicaid? I mean, they're liars in bad faith. I don't know why it would.
No, they save.
Actually, I don't even know if no. Sorry, I just said something I don't even know is true. They've always been in favor of cutting quote unquote entitlements, and so I'm not so sure that there's a disconnection there. I think there's a lot of Republicans who believe that like we should cut welfare and that this is hurting our society. To be honest with you.
Right, and what did that lead to?
Them doing exactly what their ideology calls for, which are like tax cuts and spending cuts.
Right, so they made their idea. There you go. So they made their ideology vague enough to put across an idea that maybe sounds appealing, but then when they get into office, they iron out these ideas and turn it into something that is actually negative. Right, so if you just say, "Oh, we're gonna do spending cuts, and we're gonna cut things, and we're gonna make the government balance the government budget," but then they get in and they cut Medicaid, they cut Social Security, they cut what is it?
Yeah, it seems like the opposite of what Al Sayed would do. Al Sayed wouldn't cut these programs.
That's who we're talking. That's crazy, chat. This is so disconnected from anything approaching reality. Does Al Sayed has Al Sayed endorsed the idea of a UBI? Is that where this is coming from? I am searching through the transcript trying to find where the fuck this is coming from. Yeah, no, Owlish is, I don't know Owlish's pronouns, but Owlish is a conservative without realizing it. Yeah.
How do you know that? No, I don't mean those specific programs. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh, then what are you talking about?
I don't mean those specific programs. But giving vague ideas leads you down the path of not knowing what's going to happen once that person gets into office, right?
I pretty much think everyone.
Does that make sense?
No, I pretty much think every politician gives like vague ideas and shit. Like Obama, change, a hope we can believe in. Like I'm not so sure that there's a predictable connection between vagueness and bad.
So let's look at Kamala Harris's campaign promises from when she was.
I mean, yeah, she had some specific proposals. I understand El Sayed has some
Yeah.
specific proposals.
Gene Short says, someone said to go easy on owlishness because apparently there's an intellectual disability. Yeah, that might be true. If that is true, Pisco should not be putting out this video. I saw a little bit of the stream where Pisco Owlishness was in chat, and Pisco was like, "Hey, Owlishness, we're gonna put out that video with you debating me." You know, and I'm just kind of like, really? Is that like,
They also have some vague generalities. I don't understand. What is it about?
Like I said, I blame Destiny for this. All right. If like, what is fucking going on? That Destiny would send somebody like over to like, to use as like fucking cannon fodder against Pisco. How did this happen? That's what I want to know. But it was like on a WIC debate. Somebody said that.
Sayed is more vague than Kamala Harris. That's kind of what you're going to have to show. You're going to be able to find, fully thought out, fleshed out Kamala policies, and I'm sure you'll be able to find out some fully fleshed out El Sayed policies.
Okay, I'll let me read this. To address risks of massive automation of our job, they support exploring income protection programs such as wage insurance and basic income. What is wage insurance and basic income? These are the types of things that we.
But I'm sorry, this is the DSA platform, right? This is like the national platform that Alish is reading from. Wow. And how are we tying this to El Sayed? They're just vague vibes of like, well, one of those left people. El Sayed is one of those left people, even though he's not a socialist and has not. Like, I was wondering if it was something that Sayed had said, had said, like, that he supports, or if this was just this is just vague association through the ironically from the person who's complaining about vague policies.
We need fleshed out that needs to be explained to voters, because there is no such thing in my knowledge, in my working knowledge,
it's a web page.
Wage insurance.
Yeah, it's like a web page, right? Like if you. So I'm
wage insurance, not page insert. What?
What I'm telling you is, wherever you're finding these, it's not a white paper. It's not fully fleshing out those concepts. And I'm sure if you asked about it, where he just says we should explore what those things are, whether they're good ideas, I'm sure if it's not fleshed out somewhere else more specific.
Oh, it is the campaign website. Thank you, Nathan Drake.
You can like ask him about it, or people can ask about what wage insurance is. What is he referring to? I'm not fully a policy wonk. Now, I imagine wage insurance is insurance for your wages, that like if your wages get cut or something, or if you have to take whatever, that the government will like insure some amount of your previous wage. That's what it sounds like to me, but I admit I'm not a policy wonk, so I don't really know what it entails. But I'm not so sure that like the lack of him defining it in like a campaign portal shows he's more vague than other politicians or Haley Stevens even.
So let me give you an example of something that was Harris's campaign proposal.
No, bad lefty. It's I'm kind of concerned about this too. It doesn't seem like that's what's going on, any more than just like, I mean, you wouldn't gatekeep, like I have, ADHD and maybe a unique mind. You wouldn't gatekeep me from participating in any debates. So like, I mean, sometimes stuff like that, technically is a disability. So I'm not sure exactly what people in Wix orbit are talking about, but yeah, to kind of, like, yeah. I mean, I guess to even do this debate would be questionable if that's, like, I don't think Pisco's like that though. I don't think he would do, like, I feel like he would know because he hangs around with those Wix people enough. If this was an issue of learning disability or something like that, or, and make this more of a, I mean, it is. I mean, Pisco's not being, not attacking owlishness, is maybe trying to, do a little education, which is probably the appropriate way to handle somebody that just does not understand anything about politics. Like I said, I blame Destiny. It is Destiny and Wick, you know, sort of weaponizing whoever the fuck they can get, whoever they can pull out of their audience to, you know, to serve as content or to use as like, I don't know, shock troops. I mean, this does not seem like a very effective strategy, though. That's what blows my mind. That's what blows my mind, right? I understand the concept of orbiters. I understand that a lot of the orbiters have left Destiny, and that the service the function that they used to serve was sort of to defend Destiny against all the obvious accusations that anyone would make. But yeah, replacing the orbiters with like people that don't seem to understand what, you know, the conversation is about. Like, I mean, what I legitimately do not understand what's there's something going on weird here. I think Wick and his orbit are toxic. So you think Wick are bringing on Alish to make fun of? Because I mean, I guess Alish did get kind of shut down a lot in the previous debate that I saw by Wick and his orbiters.
This is not, I don't know what a white paper is, but this is like something that was on her website. She said, wait, what was this?
I didn't say anything.
What year was this? Anyway, she had specific tax cuts, specific
yeah, that's the irony, right? Jeddah Fakey, that Alishness was just calling Pisco ignorant and stupid, right? It's some unbelievable levels of confidence here.
Percentages in mind that she wanted taxing for the wealthy. Oh, here it is. The 2024. We project spending increases by 2.3 trillion over 10 years, while conventional tax increases by 1.1 for a difference in primary deficits of 1.2 trillion. For negative economic feedbacks, primary deficits do increase to 2 trillion. Yeah, so these are very specific things that she's suggesting, whereas like you're giving very vague concept. Let me read something else from his website.
The wretch is back.
Well, this is surprising. I'm surprised nobody would ask him any of these questions, because this is like kind of weird things.
Is Pisco on the Doobie payroll now? Like, is it? I mean, like it's one thing if somebody's like a big donor or something, but I'm not seeing like other. I don't know. Maybe they're donating through other means.
Hang on a second. Let's see here. Let me see what I can find. You might have a
Here's
point
another thing
about some of this. Let's see. Safer communities. Advance fair and accountable policing, invest in community-based violence prevention, and strengthen common sense gun safety laws to protect families and rebuild. That is kind of vague, right?
No.
No, it's not vague?
Very specific.
Okay.
No.
How about this?
Is Pisco like a BoJack Horseman fan? What's up with the horseman? See the horseman down in the corner there?
One. Expand access to capital and training for underserved communities and advance an industrial.
Okay, there are other people. It's not just Doobie.
Policy that creates jobs, lowers costs, and
Okay,
strengthens
I see
Michigan's.
what you're doing. You're doing this thing where you're just reading from the DSA website, right?
No, that's Haley Stevens. The fact that you confuse it with DSA.
Oh God, you're right, Nathan. You're right. Yeah, Pisco is reading the Haley Stevens website and being like, "Yeah, no, you might be right about this. What do you know?" And it turns out to be Haley.
Is that Haley Stevens? Well,
Yeah.
So when you say common sense laws,
I didn't say it. Stevens said it.
well, I mean, those are very specific things, though, right? If those are specific things that somebody said, then like I don't know why you're reading me specific things. I'm talking about one.
Yeah, I don't know what the point is of flexing on Alishness.
Specific. I don't know why you brought up Haley Stevens when I'm talking about Kamala Harris. I was trying to draw like a very concrete example.
Yeah, this is the concrete example where we're comparing vagueness, and Haley Stevens, it's just like a campaign website.
Yeah, so hers are more specific.
I don't know how we're judging this vagueness. It seems pretty like I would need to ask her like, oh, what do you mean by common sense gun regulation? That could mean anything. What the fuck does that mean?
Okay,
Do you
so
know what that
let's
means?
just take out common sense, gun regulation.
Yeah, what
That's
the
very
fuck is just
specific, right?
No, it's not. What do you mean?
What? I'm sorry. What? Literally what? Oh my god. We gotta leave some time for this AOC
right?
Yeah, it's
interview.
regulations about guns in the same way that, like, I don't know,
Uh-huh.
wage insurance
Well, no,
seems
so what
more specific than gun regulation.
No, it's not because
Common sense gun regulation. What? Yeah, what does that mean? There's no policy. It's just like something to do with guns and regulation. Okay? So, but common sense. So don't worry, we're not coming to take your gun. I don't know. It sounds like the kind of policy that's everybody's supposed to read in whatever they want into it because it's just so vague. It's you couldn't get much more vague than that. It has gotten humid, chat. The storm. Sorry, the storm has ended, but it is getting it's just like kind of humid.
real thing.
What do you mean it's not a real thing?
You have to take a guess. You have to take a guess as to what wage and gun control is very specific. Like, oh, we're gonna put laws on guns, right? What is wage insurance? If you don't know, you just said you don't know what it is.
I assume it's some sort of like government guarantee of a certain amount of wage in certain conditions where you lose that wage, the government will make you whole for that, whatever that is. But I don't know how that, maybe it's a type of thing. I don't know. I'm not a wonk.
Now. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the point I'm making, is that like when you're giving prescriptive or very specific policies, you want to say, I am going to do gun control. We know what guns are and we know what gun control is because we already have pre-existing things that describe guns and gun control. I'm going to give
I'm
gonna do
what are we doing? What is
crazy
this?
things like wage insurance, basic income.
I know, but we're talking about vagueness.
Again, universal basic income is a policy that like fucking libertarian economic theorists have endorsed, right? Andrew Yang, somebody mentioned Milton Friedman earlier. It's crazy. Like, yeah, owlishness just seems to have a very like a political radar that's just very unreliable, or compass, right? That it's like, oh my gosh, like a very basic, even kind of conservative policy. That sounds like communism leading to fascism. That's what happens. First you have the communism, then you have the fascism. It's like, it's a gateway. The communism is a gateway drug. You're like, ooh, communism was pretty good. Let's try fascism. Oh no, here comes Hitler. Oh no, it's Mussolini. Oh no, it's Franco. No, Pinochet. No, don't send me on a helicopter ride. God damn it. I should have never tried that communism. Allende, why did you get me into that? What did you get me into, Salvador Allende? God damn it. If we hadn't done the communism, there never would have been a need to impose a fascist dictator on us. And we should have just,
it just seems that
just open up our resources for the United States to use however they see fit. And we'll call it at that.
Like, yeah, gun regulation, that could be like a gun buy. All right, then what does it mean?
A gun buyback program is not regulation.
Oh, I was just going through the different things that could be considered gun regulation. So what does gun regulation mean? All right, so what does gun regulation mean?
Gun regulation is things like what kind of guns can people have versus automatics versus, like, for example, Trump did something with bump stocks. That's gun regulation.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things.
People can't have,
yeah, there's a bunch of like very different policies, all of which would fit under that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they're very specific things. Wage, again.
Underneath it, yes.
Fucking thing.
Underneath the kind of category of gun regulation, there are very specific things. Yes. But overall, it's just like it's kind of just this
category. It's just like this anomalous thing just floating around in space.
People are saying unemployment insurance is a form of wage insurance. I don't know if that's true, but like, I don't know. Why don't we just Google wage insurance?
I mean, technically, yeah, it would be. Here comes
because of AI. So, like, what does that even mean? Again,
what does that mean? Oh no, you're not clued in at all, right? People that think that AI is gonna, come for everybody's job are in some ways like, I mean, this has been a talking point for the AI crowd for the longest time. Gosh, AI is going to be so disruptive. It's going to take so many jobs that we're probably going to have to do, some kind of UBI just to, keep people from starving to death. And it is, in one sense, it is a way to signal to possible investors, which is usually what AI propaganda is courting, that you're going to be able to fire a bunch of employees really soon. Don't you want to get in on this? This is going to be big. This is going to be really big, right? Court the the capital class, make them feel like, yeah, AI is going to help you reduce your workforce, have lower labor costs, and then it'll be so bad, so many people will be out of a job that we'll have to give them UBI. But the rich people kind of know that that's that's another way to control people. That is another way to sort of put people in a permanent underclass and give them just enough to survive. But I mean, not to say that it's not better than just being fired from your job over AI and not getting any kind of benefits. But I guess the calculation is that the UBI is supposed to sort of satisfy the public and be like, okay, well, I'm getting the UBI, so $1,000 a month. I'm you know what I mean? It's like, well. Yeah, the real 9/11 was in 1973.
Again, what is the critique? Is vagueness, or what are you actually taking issue with?
Okay, how are you going to implement wage insurance for AI? So like AI takes your job and then what?
Give me a second. You're going to talk to the stream real quick.
It's a way to try to prevent people from revolting and, I don't know, guillotining every tech bro out there after their jobs are taken by AI, right? That's the idea of what people are talking about. In reality, Chad, a lot of the AI that's been force adopted has been rolled back as companies find that the AI does not actually provide the benefits that they think it will. Certainly not the benefits that are going to justify the sorts of token expenditures they're going to need going forward, right? So a lot of instead of adopting it faster and faster, a lot of companies are actually cutting it out. That's why there's less and less need for data centers, and the whole industry is kind of looking for a bailout.
Quick, because I need to just go pick up a coffee order real quick.
Oh my God.
40 seconds, all right?
It's going to be the Owlish show, Chad. Are you ready for the Owlishness show?
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I'm back. Keep talking. Sorry.
Okay, they cut the Owlishness show out.
So like, I was just talking to Chad. So like, for example, if they put in a self-checkout at a grocery store, that's not AI. That's just automation. Because it's not like the self-checkout is checking everything for you and then putting it in the bag and then giving it to you.
I'm sorry, AI does not put shit in bags for you. AI does not put shit in bags, and robotics are not along that far. No. Like wouldn't you say that? I mean, that would be the perfect use case, right? Automated checkout stand, to use some AI. That does seem like the kind of thing that they'd be trying to put AI into. That being said, yeah. It is not in and of itself AI. It can be done, and it has been done without AI. But if you wanted to replace there's like an autofill text thing. You start to type APP and it finishes at apples. If they want to replace that with AI, I don't know if that's something that they would do. I'm not in this field, so. An example of wage insurance is in the current form. Yeah, that's what that's what Pisco was trying to get to earlier. Yeah, is that like. Unemployment insurance is actually a form of wage insurance, and like, yeah, I mean, look, we should have like wage insurance like beyond unemployment, beyond if you were just working for a certain amount of months enough to qualify for unemployment insurance, right? Unemployment, I also think it's because you put into your unemployment and then you're able to kind of withdraw from it depending on how long you've been working and putting into it. The AI is just following you around in the store, cameras monitoring you, scanning items. Yeah, that's a big place that they might try to implement AI, is in to replace security, treating you like a criminal when you forgot to scan something. When obviously I thought it was regular kale. I had no idea this was organic kale. I'm sorry. I thought I picked up. It looked like kale to me, so I got it and I was like, oh, what is it? A kale, Kale. I didn't know it was supposed to cost $1 more.
Job loss due to AI. So it's like it's hard to draw a distinction between like, oh, they put in kiosks at Taco Bell and now I can order at Taco Bell on a touchscreen instead of talking to the person. And while I will grant you that AI does have this weird like ordering thing that I think is like wildly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was this the Cedars was this the Cedars hummus? I thought this was the Boar's Head. Silly me.
Successful in most places,
I
but
thought it was the store brand. Oh, it's Cedars. I'm sorry. It's supposed to be $2 more.
You know.
I got my coffee delivered because I needed more while I was.
Broccolini. Is this I thought there was just broccoli. What? This isn't just regular. I thought it was just cute little broccoli. What? This is broccolini? Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. If I'd known, I would have typed in broccolini.
Streaming, just chill with this, and it's also incredibly cheap.
Coffee delivered?
It's incredibly cheap because I'm in Japan, and so I don't know if you guys heard, but like the dollar is insanely. It's like crazy how cheap everything is here with $1. So
there's no way, chat. There's no way that Japan is cheaper than Thailand right now. There is no way. And even if it was, chat, I'd probably get, I'd probably get fucked with for being a gaijin right now.
Appreciate this. All right, can we move off of this? Like, are we really going after him on vagueness grounds? Everyone's vague in their campaigns. It's like big ideas. It's just like less about the specifics, which you can find in some more.
That vague.
You don't think politicians are vague when they're like, yeah, we want more good jobs, not bad jobs. We want to ensure that people are able to thrive, not just get along. It just seems like that's what politicians do.
Not X, but Y.
Yeah, so the comparison I'm trying to draw here is the fact that like this vagueness kind of leads to lying, right? So if you make like
you are discovering the fuckery of politics, possibly for the first time in your life. Owlishness, you're on your way. Okay? Yeah. Politicians lie behind vagaries. Absolutely. Sometimes not even behind vagaries. Sometimes they straight up lie.
Sort of vague enough ideas, and then people get into.
I don't know if you've heard of this guy named Donald Trump. Okay, but he's kind of the king of this shit. He said that he was the peace president. We'd have no new wars, and then what did he do? Let's see, threatened war on Greenland, actually invaded into Venezuela, kidnapped the leader and his wife, killed people on the high seas in fishing boats, to try to flex that he's doing something about drug traffic when they're just innocent people that are being murdered. And then, yes, did a proper war in case none of that was warlike enough for you, in case you were still coping and saying, that's not really war. It was a very short, you just went into Venezuela, killed a bunch of people and came out. I mean, is that really a war? And it's like, yeah, no, we got a war now. He lost a war. He's the fastest loser in all of the history of war in terms of the Iran war. With this, it's completely out of his control now, right? They started with the Strait of Hormuz open, at the very least. He ends with the Strait of Hormuz, only open if Iran says so. So congratulations, dipshit. You are a generational loser, Donald Trump. But yes, owlishness. There's Donald Trump is a great example of what happens when a president doesn't keep their promises, when they straight up lie to you. Right? Yes, they do this shit. And it's insidious.
Is kind of.
And then there's the whole question of like, if they attempt a certain policy that you voted for, but they don't successfully do it, are they really not doing it because they weren't able to do it, or are they not doing it because their donors don't want them to do it? Like, right? The donors gave them money, supported their campaign, and then when they had the chance to, then they made these promises, they offered these policies. And then when the time came to actually try to, and whip the vote or whatever, they were like, yeah, don't whip it too hard. We could water it down a little bit. I just got doing what my donors want. Right? Yeah, it's fucking insidious. Welcome to the world. Welcome to the world, owlishness.
It leads to them saying, well, I didn't lie. I just made it vague, and now this is what I'm doing. Right? Because it's not necessarily a lie if it's a half-truth, is essentially what they're doing.
The only thing I will say that's great about Trump is he's considering prescriptions for ibogaine. Is that like horse paste? Will that shit turn me into BoJack Horseman? If I is it a recount? Not as far as I've seen. Yeah, it looks like the data centers one, bottom trash creature. Unfortunately,
Okay.
it looks like Crowley is one. I don't know if the difference between the votes is less than 1%, then I guess they could ask for a recount, but it's not looking good.
And this is something that
So like if you have
is specific to.
Oh, it's is that mainly what it's for? So it's not like it's just it's an effective. Is it psychoactive? Is ibogaine psychoactive? Is it like one of those things like supposedly mushrooms can they've done studies with mushrooms helping people with addiction. It's a South American. Okay, that's what I thought. It's an entheogen, right? I think is the name for that kind of substance.
To El Sayed and these lefties.
Well, yeah. So like if you hold on, let me look at Haley Stevens.
It's a bunch of vague shit too. I mean, like there's.
I couldn't tell, chatter. The super chatters being mean to Owlishness.
It ranges, all right? There's like some specifics and there's some vagueness. And a lot of the times what's on the campaign website is like broad strokes things.
Oh God, I can't see the.
Yeah, these are very.
Can't see the chat.
Things. Industrial and policy and STEM champions investment in domestic manufacturing supply.
Wait, it's like ayahuasca, so it's a very strong psychedelic.
Research and development and job training pipelines. Very specific.
Most SSRIs work in the same type of way as magic mushrooms? Jeez.
Draws her background as former chief of staff to Obama administration auto rescue task force to support automotive and manufacturing sectors. Very specific. Lowering costs. Federal initiatives to reduce everyday consumer costs, housing expenses, and prescription drug prices. That's something that Kamala Harris actually did as well. That's less specific, but it's more specific than because
I'm going to save 30 minutes to watch AOC because the AOC thing is only like 20 minutes.
Research and development are among America's most important assets rather than gut critical research agencies such as the National Science Foundation, National Institute of Health, and pull back from funding research laboratories and universities across America. I believe our future requires us to invest more and faster. And I believe that taxpayers who fund this research should earn back the returns on their investment. What does that mean? How is that a promise?
Was that from Stevens? Wait, can you read it again?
No, this is from Abdul.
Okay, what was this?
Research and development.
Yeah, go for it. Sentence.
Research and development are among America's most important assets. Rather than gut critical research agencies like the National Science Foundation and the National Institute of Health and pull back from funding research laboratories and universities.
Yeah, it's a reference to Trump policies.
I know that.
It's saying don't do that.
A policy, right? If it references a policy and then it says, I believe our future requires us to invest more and faster. What the fuck is more and faster, and why?
So more is so like I understand more to be kind of like one of these semantic primitives. Like there's less, there's more, there's equal. Do you not know those concepts? Something's more.
So let me compare this to what Haley Stevens said. Healthcare Act supports protecting and expanding Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security.
Yeah, expanding here is more.
Option. Yeah, expand what? Do you understand that Haley's policy?
They're different things. One is about research. One is about research. One's about like benefits.
Scientific integrity opposes political interference in health agencies and research, including legislative measures to stop RFK's Bad Science Act to protect. This is very specific, not make it more and faster.
More investment and faster investment. Don't do what Trump did and defund. That seems specific enough to me. I don't know.
Invest what? It just invest more and faster.
Invest money.
Where's money mentioned?
That investment usually carries the connotation of money.
Owlishness believes that if you make fun of them and they're very intelligent posts, you're harassing and doxing. That's why we're not making fun of Owlishness here. We are marveling and just sort of taking it as it is, of just like I'm trying to get a sense of where Owlishness is coming from. Again, as far as putting somebody like this up against a lawyer like Pisco, I blame Destiny. I blame Wick. Right? Owlishness obviously has got a very overinflated sense of their own understanding of political matters, and have been allowed and encouraged, I would say, to live under this delusion as a source of fucking content, which seems kind of gross. I don't think Pisco is going to go, I hope God that Pisco is not going to go for the jugular here or like try to embarrass, because this is what you do. Like, in a situation like this, all you can do is try to teach, try to challenge, try to push, try to encourage the person to do more research, to look deeper. And there's not much else you can do, right? It does. I don't know why anybody would want to flex on somebody like Alish. You drained Automod? Wait, what happened? Was there a bunch of...
It doesn't say that. You can invest.
Oh, sorry, that's an emote.
I'm saying it's a connotation.
Invest. Money is not mentioned. So this is what I'm talking about with vague policies. These are the types of things that I think people should read into when they're looking at a candidate that they want to vote for. If you see something like it appeals, so this is the problem that I have, is it appeals to the least common denominator.
Oh,
I understand that a lot of people don't like to read statistics. They don't like to read long paragraphs that have
I'm sorry, read statistics in their long paragraphs. That's what I remember from statistics class, is the long. That's what really made that class difficult, was all the long paragraphs that we were reading, not the fucking, not the standard deviation chart or anything like that.
That have a lot of spice added to it in terms of like saying this person's act and this person's act and this amount of money, but like you understand that that's what MAGA did. That's what Trump did to MAGA, is they appealed to the least common denominator.
Yeah, I don't think that's what...
I'm so sorry. What are we talking
trans
about?
out of schools.
I don't think that that's what El-Sayed is doing, appealing to the least common denominator.
That is absolutely what he's doing, is appealing to the least common denominator by saying, I believe that our future...
Employment insurance is like... making it illegal to be trans in certain states? That's what we're talking about?
Requires us to invest more and faster. Why is it written at a 3rd grade level if it's not appealing to the lowest common denominator?
It doesn't sound like a 3rd grade level, but if it is,
if it is, that's a pretty common practice for journalism these days. Because if you don't know, the reading level that the average publication is written on, even back when print journalism was really a thing, it was getting lower and lower and lower and lower. I think it had gone down to like the 5th grade reading level, right? Was what most stuff was written at, just to make sure that it's accessible to enough people. And now that most of the stuff goes on online, I would imagine it's even lower, right? I would guess like maybe a 3rd grade reading level.
Maybe that speaks ill of America. It just seems like a normal sentence. I don't know what to tell you. I invest more.
You think that it is a normal sentence to say?
So Pisco's Reddit seems to believe that she's just ignorant and disingenuous. Like, so she's knows that she's like, and also we got the she, her pronouns confirmed. I've never seen like pronouns for Owlish and
leave our future to invest more and faster. You think invest more and faster is a... You think that that's a good sentence?
Yeah.
Pisco, I know you're smarter than that. Come on, bro.
What's wrong with it? Build back better. Yeah, it's a good. Yeah. What about build back better? Build back better. What do you think of that?
Okay, so that's a slogan. This is a sentence.
Okay, read the full sentence and don't omit anything. The full sentence from the start of the sentence to the period.
Damn.
Yeah, this is a massively comma splice sentence.
So wait, I saw Pisco in Owlishness watching Pisco on stream like a few days later. Like, are they getting along? Is it a because I was kind of hoping that maybe this debate could I don't know, that Pisco this might just be ignorance, and then Pisco could offer some guidance, kind of I don't know what the fuck DGG and Wick are doing with this person, but it doesn't seem to be in their interest, right? It seems like they are gassing them up to go and get embarrassed, or to, be an embarrassing person that they make fun of on Wick's panel, or like, it just doesn't seem, something seems off. She's banned from Pisco's Discord. Okay, so. Oh, so people have tried to explain to Owlish what this is, and that Owlish is not understanding, is not keeping up with the conversation, and wow. Yeah, I didn't see pronouns on the Twitter. That's why. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, now I'm gonna check the comments. Wait. So hang on a second. Can you send me a link on our DMs? Just send me the link, please. We're gonna get to the bottom of this comma splice. Alleged comma splice.
Well, let me send you the whole paragraph, and then I'll send you, because I want to show you where.
No, send me the link.
Owlishness is a simp for Wick, and I just feel like the way that Owlish was getting roasted on the Wick panel, I can't imagine that Wick does not seem to care. I mean, Owlish may be a simp for Wick. It doesn't seem like Wick is. It seems like the feelings are returned by Wick just using Owlishness for content like this. They're getting roasted hard on Twitter. Yeah, I'm not going to participate in any of that. I hope they figure their shit out or whatever. God. Okay, we're almost to the... Yeah, we should just switch to AOC because this feels kind of mean. And I'm not trying to be mean to somebody just for not knowing stuff. That's crazy. That is a crazy debate. I don't know. Why did Pisco put this up? All right, chat. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if I'm going to crash out here. And I don't know if I'm going to be encouraged by how AOC handles this, or lose hope over it. But here we go. This is the one-on-one with New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Well, it's been a huge week. What does Abdel El-Sayed's victory in Michigan say about the future of the Democratic Party?
I think that we are in a time of renewal for the Democratic Party, and it's tremendously exciting for all of us, for the big tent.
Left of the snark. Oh, God, no. So she's in everybody's replies on Twitter defending both Wick and Sex Pestiny.
The Democratic Party. We have really an ascendance of a young, inspiring, exciting electorate, energizing wave of candidates that I think really inject a new energy to the Democratic Party and add to the toolbox of candidates that we have to win the midterm elections, hopefully in November.
And as you'd seen progressives winning in a lot of these other primaries, it was often dismissed, people saying, oh, this is in very blue parts of the country, in big cities. But this is Michigan. I mean, this is battleground Michigan. Mm-hmm. And he won. Now he has the biggest test. Can he win in November? Mm-hmm. What does he have to do to win over those Democrats who opposed him?
Well, I think that this really is a moment, not just in Michigan, but across the country, where the party is unifying. The party is unifying, and it is focused on the November elections. We understand that our priority is the working class of this country. And we have to make the case that we're here to make people's lives better. And the Republican Party right now is jacking up prices, making housing impossible to afford. And we are focused on everything from healthcare to your grocery bill and making it more affordable for working people.
This week there was also a prominent Republican, a very prominent Republican, who said some things about wealthy corporations profiting, effectively fleecing Americans. It sounded a lot like what I've heard you said. I want to play this and see your reaction.
Sure. They're making too much money, okay? Based on a shortage, they're making too much money. I don't like it. When you look at one company where they made 12 times what they made the year before, they got to give some of that back to the public, and they better cut the retail price, the consumer price.
Well, that was Donald Trump, obviously, talking about oil and gas companies and high gas prices. What did you make of that?
I think that everyday people, everyday Americans, we can see the very large gap between what Donald Trump says and what Donald Trump does. And so Donald Trump may be saying that oil companies are making too much money, but what Donald Trump is doing is starting a reckless war in Iran, having closed-door meetings with oil companies before his election saying, you know, you give me money, you give me campaign contributions, and I will do whatever you want. And so what we have seen, everything from Supreme Court rulings to Donald Trump's own policy, is what he is doing is jacking up the price, not just at the pump, but at everything that you buy that requires the transportation of goods. And so he can say whatever he'd like from the Oval Office, but I think people are more looking at what he chooses to do.
But that's a reflection of what he is seeing the people care about, what the people are thinking.
And, you know, to the president's credit, he comes from television, and he's very responsive to public sentiment. And so he knows what he needs to say. But again, none of that is going to lower the cost of your rent or your mortgage. None of that is going to lower the interest rates that you're paying. None of that is going to make your grocery bill more affordable. And what we want to know and what we want to see is action.
All right, I want to go back in time just briefly to 2018 when you won. And you absolutely shocked the political world. We saw the pictures of you that night. You were obviously shocked that you had won. You probably don't recall this, but I interviewed you hours later, the next morning, and let's just play just a little bit of that.
Sure.
Judging from the reaction that we all saw of you on television, it seemed to surprise you as well.
It did. You know, I wasn't even checking the election results at all. I wasn't even following the precincts coming in. We had driven straight to our little party at a little billiard spot in the Bronx, and we hopped in, and I just kind of walked into a TV set, and I looked at the screen, and I saw not only the numbers, but what those numbers were, and it was a complete shock.
So, I mean, you sound there a lot like you sound today, but you've changed as well, right? How have you changed since you came in as this insurgent rebel at odds with the Democratic leadership? How have you changed?
You know, I think life has a way of really weathering you and adding to your context and your experience.
Sounds like a movie line. Life has a way of...
It humbles you, but it also emboldens you in a lot of ways. And I think it has been the greatest privilege of my life to be able to represent the working people of my congressional district. And I think some of the ways that it's changed me has been to be able to...
So everyone reacts in the beginning. You feel empathy for someone being used by horrible, disgusting humans like Wick, quote unquote humans like Wick. And then she condescendingly replies to you for the 80th time, and yeah, thus you get Pisco. Okay, so Pisco has been through it, is what you're telling me. This isn't Pisco's... This is somebody that's been agitating at Pisco, and it sounds like hanging out in their chat and being like, hey, you got to debate me. You're going to just... And then Pisco debates owlishness, and it turns out like that. Okay, I see what you're saying. Leftist snark. And you might be right. This is my first... I'm very early on the owlish, I guess. But yeah, how about this AOC? Like, I mean, she's gonna, it's gonna happen any time here, right? The statement that she makes that has a lot of people talking, some people encouraged by what she's saying, some people less than encouraged by what she's saying. I still haven't made up my mind, and I've only seen this in a clip form, so this is my first time kind of getting the context of it. Yeah, we're talking about woke one, you know. This is like woke one was crazy. Oh man, I was saying trans people or people. I was saying trans women or women. Haha. Turns out that was just a dream. It was like that. How silly of me, you know, to want equality, right? Joe Scarborough. Yeah, I don't like watching the Morning Joe show, but sometimes it does really enter into the discourse, and you kind of have to. We're in woke 4 right now. Yeah. So some people are saying
to come in with so many aspirations for our country, and then to have the remarkable opportunity to be in the arena and try to make the country a better place, challenges and all. And I love that it's hard. I love that I have to, and I get to.
Is it just me, or does it feel like she's thinking too hard while she's talking? Does it feel like she's too like focused on saying the right thing in the right way to actually say the right thing in the right way? And it kind of worries me as somebody who's looking at the upcoming presidential election and noticing that she's like the furthest to the left of anyone that's being talked about right now.
Engage with people from all across the country, elected officials from all across the country, to try to actually fulfill our dreams to guarantee health care to every American.
The funny thing is, on her Instagram, she seems very authentic, and on here, this is a weekly news show, so nobody's super authentic on these, but yeah, the contrast.
And you continue to push for change in the Democratic Party, but you're also one of the most prominent figures in that party right now. Your endorsement is incredibly valuable. I've noticed that this time around, this election cycle, you have not endorsed candidates that were challenging Democratic incumbents in the House. And somebody took note of this. A fellow progressive wrote recently, the headline in The Hill was, "Today's cautious AOC would not have endorsed the AOC of 2018." Because you were obviously running against an incumbent.
See, the thing about AOC, and the thing that might be her biggest impediment to succeeding in her presidential aspirations, assuming that's where she wants to go with this, is that the perception that she has sold out. The perception that, and yes, there are, voters that she's going to need to have, that she should have, that are looking at her and using words like sellout to describe her. I don't know if I believe that. I do think there's a lot of things a lot of moves she's made, a lot of things that she said that I didn't agree with. I'm not sure, how much of that is strategic, how much of that is, maybe her becoming part of the system, and how much of that is, just her maybe point of view. Maybe she's changed. Maybe Washington changed her. Right. So I'm kind of agnostic about that. I still do realize that there's not a lot of progressive candidates lining up for 2028, and it really does worry me.
Yeah, that's probably correct, right? What's your thinking?
And also, is it just me, or is he like talking down to her? Does it feel like he is like, oh, you thought you were hot shit when you came in here, but you learned now, right, to kiss the right asses to.
I wasn't endorsed by anybody when I was running.
Your friends.
Yeah, just some friends.
So I'm gonna pull up the ladder right after me. No, I'm not being snarky to AOC. I'm worried, right? I've heard a lot of people that I would think would be voting for the most progressive candidate, would want to vote for the most progressive candidate available, that have been put off by AOC for a variety of reasons. He definitely is talking down to her, yeah.
And so I wasn't endorsed.
Something about it's gross the way that the system, overall has like treated her, right? They could have brought. She was in line. Oh my God! Wait, Crowley, the other Crowley guy, right? The guy that died, the Crowley that died. She was like, they ended up, giving him that job, even though he's on death's door, and not her.
Endorsed by I don't think I was endorsed by a single elected official when I was running for office. And, I think when I see so many of these incredible insurgent candidates that are running today, that's part of what makes me so proud of them, is that they do not answer to any.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is they literally picked a guy that was about to die over AOC, for a prominent position that she would have been really good at.
Any master, they are not.
Wasn't it to do with like fundraising too? And she's like the #1 fundraiser in the fucking party.
To any corporate interest or any party boss, and they are.
Wait, no, she didn't beat him. I'm like, he got selected. It's
independent, which allows them to be responsive to their communities and the people that elected them. And I think that in many ways that makes our movement stronger, when you have to rely on your own organizing skills. And
she feels like a kindergarten teacher. right? That the way that she's talking to the public, it feels there's something very stilted about this conversation, and I can't quite put my finger on it.
And I think that it has proven to be quite successful. And I mean, I see so many of these candidates, and they remind me of that moment.
I mean, but like in New York, you had the candidates that were endorsed by Mayor Mamdani, two of whom were challenging sitting members of Congress, powerful members of Congress, Democrats, and you decided to sit that one out. Is that part of wanting to work with your colleagues that are in the House? I mean, what's the...
Yeah, you know, I think we're all in different, you know, politics is also a workplace, and we're all in different positions to that. I endorsed, for example, in New York, on the state level, I endorsed a slate of challengers to incumbents in the Assembly and in the Senate, and I don't work in state government, which gives me a greater freedom to be able to do that and to assess it. And I'm very grateful, you know, that we now have a progressive movement that is in large enough numbers that, you know, it used to be that you could fit 5 people in a closet, and that was the caucus, and now we've grown into quite a successful movement.
So you have Wisconsin coming up next. Francesca Hong, who is the Democratic Socialists of America supported candidate for governor. You haven't endorsed her. Are you going to?
No, I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning back the Congress, winning back the House, and positioning ourselves to have the best chance possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative races.
What do you make of those controversial statements? I'm sure
Here we go. Here we go.
You know, the Thanksgiving dust up. She says she doesn't, you know, still believe that, but you know, the abolished prisons, abolished police, which is also position.
The truth of the matter is that all she ever said was that some people like Thanksgiving hits different, and she's right about that. And honestly, Thanksgiving should hit different for more of us. Right? That's not too woke. That's not embarrassing. That's not ridiculous. That's not her trying to cancel fucking Thanksgiving. All right, and I think, was there a tweet? Like, if there was a tweet, like a lot of her old shit posts have been brought up and just been taken with zero sense of irony. Yeah, like the Thanksgiving thing is the biggest fucking nothing burger I have seen maybe since the hot mic, the NCC hot mic incident where I said the same thing, not knowing I was being recorded than I do on stream, and people tried to make a big deal of it. In other words, it's not that there's nothing to this. It is a nothing burger. It is a nothing sandwich. It is a nothing Reuben.
Have been taken by a lot of the progressive candidates who have won. How do you get around?
Yeah, and I understand the counter argument as well, and I don't like. I want people to spend time with their family. I love that. I want that. People should have more time off. People should have more leisure time. People should be able to, you know, visit their family if they live far away. And you know, Thanksgiving's the time that people reconnect and do that shit. And I'm obviously nobody's fucking against that. But the fact that we do it in the back with this lie that is covering up a genocide in the background, this contrived story about, like, you know, the colonists getting along with the First Nation people that they encountered, right? It's it's kind of gross. You should want better for your family than that. That's crazy how little we settle for, right? Oh, but we got to have some kind of holiday for the family. Well, sure we do, but does it have to be? God damn, does it have to be such a I don't know. Are there other gross holidays out there? Francesca could have done the best thing. My hatred of Thanksgiving was tied to broken treaties. There we go, with indigenous tribes. If we keep Thanksgiving, we honor those treaties. Wait, okay. And yeah. We keep with the spirit of Thanksgiving. Yeah, we would, you know, there would be a whole different way in which First Nations were treated in this country.
I mean, those are not positions that are supported by...
Right. I mean,
Valentine's is gross. Yeah. Isn't Valentine's like something about them cutting off people's hands? Has to do with Valentine's Day?
I think that a lot of these races even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of
Right,
that.
she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's actually...
and I think that what's important is that we have to...
I just wonder, is she performing here? And if so, like, what the fuck is this, right?
Assess what
was it? I mean, did the
candidate is
movement go
saying
too
now.
far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, you know, I think that during this time,
And again, defunding the police was not about fucking it's Thunderdome, crime is legal now. Defunding the police was about redirecting some resources towards things that would make less crime happen. Objectively, according to studies, would lower the rate of crime. Right? And there were certain, you know, calls that police were being sent to that maybe a social worker would be a more appropriate person to be sent to that call, right? That's what it was about. Repurposing some of this fucking militarization money that goes to our police departments to something that might actually upstream of a crime occurring make society better. But yeah, no, we're we're a bunch of hogs. Apparently that shit's too good for us because we're too stupid to fucking take the obvious W. And we have to, oh, is this a bunch of crazy liberals that want to be really nice to criminals and like encourage to be like, good job doing that crime, good job on that rape and murder, that was really awesome, let's give you a reward for it because we're so liberal. Like, come on, can we please get past this moronic bullshit, you know, discourse? Can we please fucking get beyond this? Because we're spending money that we don't need to spend towards things that aren't making us safer. That was the fucking point. That was the fucking point. Jesus Christ. I hate the term woke one. By that logic, didn't AOC participate in woke one while looking down at it? I don't know who the real person is now. And that's a real problem if you want to run for president, especially if you want to be like a transformational leader, which is what we need right now. And AOC does have a certain amount of charisma, does have a certain, I don't know, magnetism, right? It's just like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Like, he's talking down to her. She sounds like a kindergarten teacher. And she's like, oh, woke one. Oh, that was so silly, wasn't that? Oh, holding people accountable? Oh my gosh, not me. Not me. I would never want to do that. Yeah. Now we got flock cameras. And we got fucking AI data centers. Fuck. We need a program to increase the average person's intelligence as fast as fucking possible. God, it is a dire need, and I'm not going to indulge anyone in this bullshit anti-intellectualism anymore. Any of this Axelrod criticizing Hong because she sounds like she's in the faculty break room. Fuck you, Axelrod. Go fuck yourself. She's a chef. She works for a living, something you've never done ever.
Time. And
sorry, I said I might crash out. I might crash out.
Of the Overton window, we were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns. Yeah. And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually think that the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that we all share in the goals of having as
Wait, 611 is going to be an NYPD sub driven into the Statue of Liberty?
A crime rate as possible. I think that, you know, during lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that
problem is that we've had flock cameras in our pocket. Oh, true. Good point.
Time is not rhetoric that we would use today.
I don't feel a lot of hope coming off of AOC anymore. I gotta be real with you, okay? I want somebody. I want a progressive to run. I want a progressive of a candidate as we can possibly get. And I was kind of hoping that maybe AOC might be ready for something like that. I no longer think she is. It's I don't know. I don't see this going anyplace good. I don't entirely like disagree with like what she's trying to do in acknowledging, at least, like she is like acknowledging the increase in the size of the Overton window and acknowledging that there were good things there, which you don't hear from establishment Democrats or from anyone really. Like, all you hear is complaining about, oh my God, shit was too crazy, too woke in 2020, and that's why Trump got elected in 2024. Make it make sense, guys. Make it fucking make sense.
Grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
Because and obviously the Democratic Socialists of America are having quite a moment. But you know how Republicans are responding. Let me just give you a brief sampling.
Sure.
Chad, is it wrong for me to like just hate this guy? I don't know who he is. I don't know anything about him. But just looking at him and shit, I'm just like automatically, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy and his blue frames.
Let's call it what it is. It's communism.
The Commie Caucus is coming to Congress.
Communism is on the ballot this November.
We're not going to turn this country into a communist experiment.
Well, you can kind of get a sense of the theme, and obviously the president has said the same thing. But by the way, just a quick definitional thing. What, in your mind, is the difference between socialism and communism?
I think, to me, the fundamental differences, I mean, there's many.
Yeah.
One prevailing one is democracy. And I believe that democratic socialists are fundamentally pro-democracy.
This would be, I need a faculty lounge person, break room person here to explain some basic fucking civics to people, right? Because nobody understands what the fuck communism is, and nobody understands what socialism is, and nobody can fucking disambiguate these two. I know she knows, I know she understands, right? But the fact of the matter is that even though we've got countries with communist parties, right, none of them would claim to have achieved communism as a moneyless, stateless, classless society, as Karl Marx wrote about, right? So in a way that I don't think anybody's really understanding, communism is not a policy on the table. It is not a near-term like change that we're going to be deciding whether to make or not. It is a theoretical state that sounds fucking awesome, but nobody really seems to know how to get there. And even the smallest steps that people take, end up, provoking such a reaction from the U.S. and its capitalist moneyed interest that, you get smashed if you even talk about, wanting to eventually move to something like a moneyless, classless, stateless society, right? And the way that you hear Republicans talk about it, it's like, oh, well, if poor people get too much welfare, then we'll have communism, and then somehow Mao Zedong will arise, and we will have famines, and people will starve, and people will be put in camps like Solzhenitsyn. You'll be like a day in the life of Ivan Denisovich. You'll be given, a trowel to do your like masonry, and then you'll also have to eat the crappy gulag that we serve you with the trowel and a very hard piece of bread, right? That's what we're talking about if you elect Francesca Hong. That's what you would think listening to these assholes, listening to these fools, right? Is it ever going to be time to stop venerating stupidity? Because I feel like that's the direction that the United States has been going in for a long fucking time now. Like, people that were around when I was a little kid were smarter than my fucking generation. Like, we're more politically savvy than my generation. I hate to say it, but probably had like a slightly more, I mean, not a lot of class consciousness, but like more, like it's going down. All the good markers are going down. All the bad markers are going up. I don't know how to handle. I'm kind of losing it, chat. Help me not crash out.
And we believe in the ballot box. We believe in respecting the outcomes of elections and governing.
Communist is when January 6th? That's what it sounds like she just said. Holy fucking shit. How fucked are we? That's what it sounds like she just said. Communism is like January 6th and shit. That's what it is. Communism is Q Shaman taking a shit in the Capitol building, I guess.
Democratically, and ensuring that the ideas and policies that are implemented are won through popular vote and popular opinion. And so I think that's why so much of what we focus on is also making sure that we are providing for the majority of Americans, guaranteeing health care, raising wages, strengthening the right to a union. And I think that that's at its core what we're about.
Like worrying about communism is like worrying if all dogs go to heaven or something. You know what I mean? That would be fucking sick, right? I would love to go to heaven and see all my old dogs and all my old cats and like everybody's just up there happy and just living their best afterlife, right? That you know what I'm saying? It's like it's a silly thing to be afraid of. It's a crazy thing to be afraid of.
Are you still a member of Democratic Socialists of America?
Of the New York City chapter.
The New York City chapter, not the national.
No.
And what's the difference?
So every DSA chapter is formed locally.
Yeah.
And so the New York City DSA chapter, those are folks that you know. It's kind of like your local union chapter.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So, because
good point. Electable airwaves. This world is fucked as it is. We're so fucked in so many different ways. Whether you're talking about the United States in specific, or whether you're talking about the world as a whole. And just having the moneyed interests, right, crossed off the list of enemies of the people would be awesome. And that's what communism, that would be one of the prerequisites, right? But these guys are acting like, oh no, you're gonna do horrible, undemocratic things to those rich, powerful people. You're gonna disabuse them of their ill-gotten goods, right? You're gonna claw back the products of the exploitations of our generation and previous generations, and like that sounds pretty harsh. Why would you do that?
I know there was that strange moment in 2024 when the national chapter took away your endorsement.
Yes.
But I was looking through the DSA program.
Yeah, what a weird moment.
And this is the national program. I'm sure you've seen the document. It was adopted.
47 seconds left, chat.
But some of the positions here: defund the Department of Defense, close overseas military bases.
Let me try to give you as much of this as I can.
Prison system, grant amnesty to all immigrants in the U.S. Replace the Supreme Court and executive judiciary with chosen by lower to Congress. Abolish the Senate. Public ownership.
And he's trying to get her to disavow all this shit. I'm pretty sure.
Corporations and essential industries. I mean, those are some positions that you're going to be hearing a lot about this fall from Republicans.
And I think we're also going to be hearing a lot about Donald Trump's commitment to getting us into a reckless war in Iran. Yeah. His collaboration with big companies to make sure that everything from groceries to rent stay sky high. And I think that people are less interested in these academic debates, and they're more interested in how we're going to bring their bills down and make sure that they can afford to see a doctor.
But do you see, are those positions you support?
No, but I think that this is a free country. Everyone can have all sorts of beliefs and they can organize around them. And
she sounds like she's sweating.
Have conversations with your neighbors. But my job as an elected official is to guarantee healthcare in America.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to shit on her. Again, there's a lot of worse people.
Democrats who say
out there,
first of all, that they are capitalists, and that those positions are going to doom the Democratic Party because, again, they're not positions that are supported.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they're free to have their economic identity as they like, and in terms of dooming the party, the idea that there's a diversity of thought in America among everyday voting people is a fundamental fact of our country. I don't think that we should be worried about what somebody somewhere believes. I think we should be focused on what our plan to improve people's lives are.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hasan Piker, who obviously endorsed.
Oh, here we go.
Michigan. You've been on his live stream, at least a few times. He's somebody who said, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot of controversial things. Is he somebody that should have a role in the progressive movement going forward?
I think when we look at our elections that have happened, we have lost young people. Much hay was made about the fact that we lost young men in the last election. And many of the same consultants that are wringing their hands today were the same ones talking about how we need to go on Joe Rogan and we need to be not so willing to engage in cancel culture. And I think that the flip-flopping on this is a tactical debate that they may be having. I think the fact of the matter is that Democrats can go on Joe Rogan, Democrats can go on Fox News, Democrats have a responsibility to build a winning coalition, and young people are engaging in mediums and conversations that we have a responsibility to attend to and be responsive to. And even right now, when we look at this insurgent wave of what is happening, oftentimes when people are doing that Monday morning quarterbacking and what demographics voted where.
Look, the whole point of Joe Rogan and going on Joe Rogan and what AOC criticized back in the day with Bernie going on Joe Rogan is that even though he says stuff that you think is absolutely horrible, you still want to go on him and face his audience and make your case to them, right? That was the Joe Rogan discourse. What are we doing with Hasan Piker? Hasan Piker doesn't actually have like reprehensible, racist, bigoted views like Joe Rogan, right? His version of being bad is actually talking about blowback without being ashamed to do it. So that when it comes off like, it's like, whoa, it sounds like you kind of like terrorism. It's like, no, dude, I kind of don't like our country causing terrorism. I kind of don't like us arming the people that are later going to go and blow up the fucking, World Trade Center. I kind of like don't like the CIA creating our own fucking revolving, villain of the week, for future wars in Saddam Hussein, right? I'm sorry, not put that on the CIA. That's, we armed Iran to go after, Iraq to go after Iran. Anyway, chat, this is gonna be it for me. Pixels Mixels is who I'm rating you into. I'm trying to read out. I didn't do it fast. Chat, I'm just crashing out. Let me read out my Patreons because I appreciate you, Patreons, and I don't want to get so mad that I'm just yelling and making everybody think I hate your guts. No, I don't hate your guts. I'm very thankful to have a community like I do and to have the support that I do. And so let me read off the names of my Patreons. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerix. There we go, chat. That is going to be it for me for tonight. That is a 9-hour stream in the books. Yeah. Well, this is what happens when NCC wants to cover a midterm election primary. You get full coverage of that, and then you get basically double content today. So enjoy that. I hope I hope that you found it less fucked up watching it with me, even though the results in the case of Francesca Hong were not what we wanted them to be. There are plenty of good DSA candidates and progressives getting elected this term that are going to change the nature and the makeup of at least the Democratic caucus. So can look on the bright side, I guess, even though like there's a lot that gives me great trepidation, chat, and including just like the straight up gets asked to explain something that most Americans don't understand, and instead we're gonna make we like socialism. Socialism is when it's when you get unemployment insurance, right? Socialism is when you get social security, and communism, that's when you take people's right to vote away. So communism, that's like January 6th. We don't want that. We do want the socialism. Throw out the baby, keep the bathwater. There you go, chat. That's AOC for you right now. I am hoping that I will be surprised by some generational talent that emerges out of nowhere to become the next presidential candidate. But I'm not holding my breath. You shouldn't either. Get out there and work. Get out there, chop wood, carry water. That's what you do before the battle, chat. That's what you do after the battle, right? Chop wood, carry water, keep moving forward, and have that a little bit of that revolutionary optimism. I think is going to come in a lot of handy because Lord knows we need it right now. They may kill the revolution, says Bad Lefty, but they will never kill the revolutionary. Sorry, they may kill the revolution. I got that backwards. They may kill the revolutionary, but they will never kill the revolution. Yes. Oh my God. Sorry, chat. This is dark. This is kind of dark, but it could be darker, and it has been darker. And we've somehow managed to come through it. So let's hope that somehow we can do it again. But to do that, you gotta take care of yourself and take care of each other first, okay? Much love, everybody. Be good to each other out there, okay? Watch out for each other. And I will see you tomorrow with more content and analysis. Until then, bye-bye. Carry wood, chop water. There we go. That's what my Tai Chi